I'll tell you, I'm damn glad I did. The gas was 409 there. Yeah. Tomorrow night. Yeah. Probably mid-afternoon. Yeah, I might come back. Oh yeah, I'll be home. Well, I'll be home Sunday. Oh yeah. Well, remember Peggy and I have that thing over at the apartment possibly. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I know. I was there when that all happened. Yeah, I'm here for that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, gas. God, I've spent $48 just for gas coming down. It's terrible, gas prices. But I'm glad I found it. I'm glad I found Buc-ee's because I'll top it off before I leave. Yeah. Tell Kelly I got one of those deck pillows. It's got the Buc-ee's logo on it. Yeah. Yeah. Ash will get a kick out of it when she sees it. So, yeah, how's the weather up there? Yeah, it's starting to get cloudy. It's getting cloudy. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, I'm inside a building, so that's why it's not quite as strong. So, okay. Okay, I just want to let you know. Okay, I just want to let you know I'm safe in here. Okay. Love you. Bye-bye. Hey, can you? Yeah, I'm here. I'm at the Green County Fairgrounds. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I just called Mom. Let her know. Hey, that Buc-ee's down here. The gas is only 409. Okay.
We're not starting yet.
Okay,
Gotta wait 5 more minutes for people to come in.
Bye-bye. Love you too.
But thanks everybody for being here. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to start slow to give people a chance to still trickle in who are making it into the forums. But I'm Sebastian, Kilo India 2 Delta. I guess most of you know that, and that's why you're here, and I really appreciate you being here. And I'm the creator of Ham2K Portable Logger. I want to start just trying to get a sense of why the clicker doesn't work. But that's okay. Is this what doesn't work? There we go. How many of you have done portable operations? Please raise your hands. Okay, let me do it differently. How many of you have not done portable operations? Okay, excellent. So I don't have to explain the appeal of portable operations to you. That I don't have to explain that you can do parks on the air. There's some people here who know parks on the air, summits on the air. Anybody here does summits on the air? Cool. Anybody here does World Wildlife Flora and Fauna and know how to pronounce it quickly? WWFF is easier to say. People, I guess that everybody in the world of ham radio knows about Field Day and Winter Field Day. Anybody here does Winter Field Day? Anybody here does Winter Field Day in freezing temperatures? There you go. That's the right thing to do. Well, if you don't have the freezing temperatures, it's okay. CUSO parties are another big thing for portable operations. But how many people here work counties? How many people here go activate counties for other people? How many of you have activated islands? How many of you have activated lighthouses? There you go. How many of you have activated castles? Keep going. How many have activated towers on the air? That's a popular program in Europe, and they're trying to bring it to the US for fire towers and things like that in parks. Bunkers on the air is also becoming popular in the US. Again, started heavily in Europe. Mills on the air. Beaches on the air, I didn't put it in the slide. I thought about putting it, but it balanced. It didn't make it even on the names of things, so I took it out. Sorry? Oh, where did I put? I forgot to put lakes. Let me take that back. Let's start again. So there's lakes and lagoons on the air, which is the new hotness. You can go activate a lake if you're within about 600 feet of the lake, so it doesn't have to. You don't even have to get wet. There's mills, silos, tiles is another new one about grid squares, the 6-digit grid squares, and of course toilets on the air. That it is a thing. Walmart's on the air. People, it's not Walmart's, it's Walmart parking lots on the air, just to be precise. I want somebody to start doing breweries on the air. That's another one that would be interesting. Sorry? College campuses on the air. So there's plenty of programs. So there's plenty of reasons to go operate portable, and I try to explain to people why bother. It's preparedness. It lets you do something different. It's very cost efficient. You don't need to spend $5,000 on radio gear to do a great portable activation, and it's fun. So this presentation, I often give it to clubs where a lot of people have never done this thing. This audience doesn't need this part of it. Now, how many of you here have activated portable on your phone? How many of you have only used paper? I respect you. How many of you have only used a laptop to activate? One of the things I want people to come out of this presentation with is the idea that activating on your phone or a tablet is possible, and it might be better for portable operations than using a laptop. It's still fine to use a laptop, but give it a shot is what I try to get people to come out of this, and probably give it a shot using Ham2K Polo. It's not the only app, but why bother? Weight and size. It's so much smaller than a laptop. It's when you're carrying things in a backpack on a mountaintop, you definitely want the minimum weight. But even when you go to a park, you don't want to have to carry a laptop or two. You don't want to have to worry about your laptop's battery life that usually dies in half an hour. Your phone will last the whole day. and you already are used to bringing a battery backup for your phone if it doesn't last all day. So it's one less thing to worry about. It's very convenient. You always have it with you. It lets you do what I call an opportunistic activation, which is whenever you find yourself with free 30 minutes, you can stop by a park, do a quick activation, 10 and out, because you have your phone with you. If you need your laptop, you have to plan for it, leave it charging overnight, make sure you put it in the backpack and you forget it. And portable logging, mobile logs have been coming up with a lot of new features that most of the desktop loggers have just stayed in what they've been doing for the last 20 years because that's good enough. All of the new innovation in the space of logging is happening on portable loggers or loggers that have both desktop and mobile features. It might not be for you. That's okay. I'm not trying to force you into using something doesn't fit your style of operation. But give it a try, because it might work for you, and it might make you happier. It might change how you operate and make your life simpler. The portable logging trend started with an app in Australia called VK Portalog, and it was actually the first app that let you walk and chew gum at the same time. It was the first app that was designed to let you do more than one thing at a time. All the existing loggers, N1MM, N3FJP, all of them were designed to let you do one contest or one activity, and maybe they had a POTA template, but if you wanted to do POTA and SOTA, you were screwed. You could only do one thing at a time. VK Portalog was the first app that said, no, I want to do a park and a mountain. There are other apps like HamRS, that opened the door to, it was the app that introduced the most new people to portable logging for POTA. And it told me, I mean, it's the one that exposed me to the idea. I started doing POTA and I said, how do I log? I don't want to bring my laptop. Oh, HamRS. And I used that. There's World Radio League. They've done a great job at their portable logger, and it connects with their desktop logger. There's Smart Logger that has a great phone layout that works very well. And there's, of course, Ham2K Portable Logger, which is what I'm trying to sell to you here. I think there are reasons I'll go over why I started writing it and why I think it's better than the others. But again, other apps might fit your operating style better than what Ham2K does. I'm not trying to tell people that this is the only way to do things. I'm just trying to convince you to try to do things differently to see if one of these alternatives works better for you. What are the advantages of portable logging? It is simpler by design. You have a very small screen. One of the things that has happened over time with the existing loggers is that whenever they run into a problem or a challenge, they solve it by throwing another window at it. If you've ever used something like N1MM for a contest, you realize that you need to have 30 windows, and that's why you need a 40-inch monitor to have everything on screen. And when you need one piece of information, you don't know where on the screen you put that window, and you have to scan and find things. For portable loggers, we developers have to sit down and try to understand what you're trying to do and try to solve it with a much more limited real estate space on the screen, which is a fun challenge, but it forces us to make it simpler and more streamlined by design, which doesn't mean less featured. You can have most of the features that a full feature logger has on a smaller screen. You just have to think more about it, but that results in a better product, in my opinion. They tend to be location-based because your phone has a GPS, your laptop doesn't. So a lot of these features that are based around where you're located need a GPS, and phones have it, and portable applications have these features. They tend to let you work while you're offline. Again, most loggers are designed for using in your desktop when you're connected to your Ethernet port. Portable loggers need to work when you're in the park and there's no signal, so they have better features designed around that. And it's where a lot of new ideas are coming into the space of logging in general. There are shortcomings. Right now, there's limited cat control. That's something that I'm working hard on, and I know that all the other developers are working hard on. I believe that's not going to be a problem in the next 12 months, that I'm going to have to delete that from the slide, and I'll be very happy to do that. Support for contests, again, it's not as extensive as it is on the existing loggers. It is growing. Screen size is an advantage, but it's also a limitation. You can deal with that by getting a tablet that's a little bit larger and growing that way, but it is always, sometimes you want more information than what fits on the screen at the same time. And again, that might be why this is not for you or not for a specific activity you're trying to do. And finally, you're logging on the same device where your wife is going to call to ask, when are you coming back home? And it has happened, or when your friend is going to send you a message on Discord to say, hey, I saw you in the park. Yes, you just got in the way of my login. Stop doing that. So it's good to learn your phone's features to do not disturb, so you don't get those notifications. That's a piece of advice. Ask me how I know. So it's not for everybody, and it's not for everybody every single time. There are times when you're better off using a different solution, but it's something that can also be dealt with other things. Like I brought some props. It's like I normally log. 2 weeks ago, I ran with a friend for the New England QSO party, and I logged 800 QSOs on my phone with my thumb. Like we did 200 QSO hour rates logging with my thumb and my phone. My friend was using a tablet, like this little Mac Mini, which is an even nicer, bigger screen, with a little base and a nice folding keyboard that fits in your pocket. I think that with this combination, I don't have any argument as to how much better it'll be to log on a desktop with N1MM for a contest. I think that we did much better than we would have done with N1MM. But let's go into demo time. Let me show you what Polo can do and some tips and tricks for the people here who already have experience with Polo, but might not know all the secrets. This works? Yeah, might be easier to talk here. So let's start the app. I like to put photos from people who operate using Polo in different places. This is from a friend in Paris who is operating portable in the middle of the city. So this is the app. If you want to start doing a park, all you need to do is click New Operation, Add Activity, or POTA, and it knows that Cesar Creeks is my nearest park. I'm simulating, this is running on my computer, not a real phone. It's also my development environment, so there's a high likelihood something will go wrong during this demo. Please imagine it didn't happen. I'll tell you which parts you will have to imagine didn't happen. So here I click, and I'm at Caesars Creek, and I'm ready to operate. I'm ready to start calling CQ. It's good. I put myself in 7200, which is a great frequency to be at. In fact, I'm going to do, so this is something POTA people and my POTA friends don't like when you spot yourself while trying to do demos like this at a real park. So there's a secret park name called K-Test that you can use for this kind of things. I hope the POTA developers in the room don't mind me sharing that. But so I find myself with an open frequency like 7200. I come here, and I say, spot myself. Demo at Hamvention. And I self-spot. That's it. I'm spotted. And if I click here, it'll spot myself again every 10 minutes. So let me see if I can get here. Oops. If I go to POTA app, I should be, here I am, K-Test, QRV demo at Hamvention. So I don't have to do anything else. In fact, all I need to do is type QRV here and press enter, and it will do that for me. So I don't need to even go into what I had to do now, scroll to find the button and open it, and all I need to do is type QRV. And when I'm done, all I need to do is type QRT, and it'll spot me with QRT, which actually will remove me from this list, which is the nice thing to do. It'll put me at the bottom of the list along with all the grayed out. So if you're operating, remember to type QRT and enter at the very last time, and you're perfect. Spotting, of course, only works when you have a data connection, where you're online. If you're offline, it won't do it for you. SodaMat can help you do that if you want an app to help you spot while you're off the grid. And I'm working on having more direct integration with SodaMat so that it can happen easily. You can do a quick spot that way. I can do, like I said about VK Portal Logger, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can be at POTA, let's go back to Caesars Creek, and I can also be at Lakes and Lagoon on the Air. Caesars Creek Lake is within the activation zone if you're in the right part of a campsite, of the campground. I can add, say, towers on the air. I don't think there's any tower nearby, but this 4,000 miles away. Polo will try to guide you and tell you what if you're doing is incorrect, but you know what you're doing better than I know. So if you tell me that you are activating PAR 1123, I'll take your word for it. I'll tell you it's 4,000 miles away, might not be. Are you sure you're doing the right thing? But sometimes your GPS is wrong, sometimes you don't have a signal. So if you put it in, I'll take your word for it. And then we can start activating. I can call CQ, Parks on the Air. Give me a call sign. X-ray again. Alpha Charlie 8, X-ray India. Pen. Thank you for being a Ham2K supporter. If you notice down here, shows me his name, shows me that he, at least from QRZ, he's located 200 miles from here. He might tell me, no, I'm right here next to you, and I might put a note. It'll tell me that his name and that he's a Ham2K supporter, which means that he's contributed to the development of the app financially, and that's really appreciated. Thank you very much. I can even, if I tap here, I can get his QRZ page image. I can click on QRZ, get his page, see his station, make a comment, etc. Go back to Polo. If I had made a contact with him in the past, it'll tell me. If I call and say, Whiskey 1, Whiskey Charlie, Brian back there, I say, hey Brian, thanks for the 9th QSO in the log today. If you can notice here, it'll tell me how many times in the past we've had contact. If it's a famous YouTuber or a less famous YouTuber, like Kyle, it'll give me his YouTube link, and I can go to his YouTube page and start watching videos because my activation is going too slow and I'm getting bored. And so it'll give you some context information that will let you have a more pleasant activation. If it's a random person, it'll do a QRZ lookup and get you their names. If it's somebody who's been in your logs in the past, it'll even work offline. And Polo will let you, if you have a big log with 30,000 contacts in the past, you can upload that to Polo so that when you're in a park with no contacts, anybody you've contacted in the past, their name will show up even if you don't have a data connection. And this set of emojis and icons, they come from what I call the Ham2K who's who and who isn't in amateur radio list. You can write your own, and I'm gonna do a quick demo of how to do that right here. You go at something like Google Drive, and you create a document. It works with many providers. If you have an FTP server, you can do that. If you have Dropbox, you can do a shared file. But you need a text file in which you can write the list of call signs. You can write, for example, all your friends or your fellow club members or people you hate, anything you want. So give me a call sign. I'm going to take yours. WA2 QYA. And what is your name? Ralph. And Ralph has a great hat with the US flag. So if I put an emoji right here after his call sign and before the name I put in here, that will be what gets shown. So I save this file, I make this available to anybody with the link, copy the link, and now when I go to Polo, I can go into data settings, call sign notes, and add a new file. And I need to do paste, done. So now if I'm in the middle of an operation, I hope this works, and I get a WQYA, it says Ralph, and it has the US flag emoji that I put on the file. So it's very easy for you to create that list for your club, for your friends. That helps you. I built this because I'm terrible remembering call signs. I need to hear a call sign like 20 times before I start remembering. But now, whenever I have a friend or a fellow club member make a contact with me, I can, oh, this is Greg. Hi, Greg, how you doing? Great that you're working me today. This is a feature I built to help myself. Like many of the features in Polo, there are things that either bother me or I felt I was missing while doing an operation. Polo was written out of spite for my own mistakes and limitations. I go to the park, I use it, and whatever bothers me, I go back home and try to fix it. So, by the way, if you have anything that bothers you about Polo and how you're operating, tell me. Because if it's not something that bothers me, I'm not going to fix it. But if it's something that bothers you, I want to try to make it better. So please give me all your hate and give me all your anger from the park. That's what feeds Polo. You have a... You can have as many as you want. The last line will be the text that's, the first found will be the text that's shown. But it will show you more than one emoji. So if I do Kyle, who by the way is the guy asking the question, you see two different emojis. And if I tap here, it'll tell me that Kyle's a YouTuber and also a Ham2K supporter. So if you have more than one line that matches that person, it'll show you multiple emojis, but it'll show you only one line of text on this screen. In the document here. I can have, so, hold on. It's not giving me the emoji. Insert. How do I insert an emoji here? Why isn't it this giving? I wanted to give you the poop emoji, but now I can't. Let's see. Nope. Ask too many questions. You won't get a new emoji, but if I go back to Polo, and for example, Polo will refresh these things every week or so, the different data files, if you want to use offline, but if you know that you just updated one file that you really want refreshed, you come here and do it, and now if I try to log Kyle, it'll show me ask too many questions. Does that answer your question, Kyle?
Now, we had the list of parks.
Yes.
Let's just say I'm going to Hamvention this year, but I didn't do my homework for the road I want to do.
So,
Will that display a map of the parks?
right, so he asked if he's doing a road tour on his road trip to Hamvention, will Polo show you a map of parks on his way? Right now, it doesn't show the map of parks. It's an idea we're working on to I could throw a map and just put the yellow dots from POTA and that's it. I'm trying to build something that will show you better park information, but also all the other programs that Polo supports. One of the things I'm really trying hard with Polo is, despite as much as I love POTA, there's many other things out there. So when I'm writing something on Polo, I try to make it support all the other programs where it makes sense, which means it's not as easy as just throwing up a map with the yellow POTA dots. But yes, one thing is that Polo will show you the nearest park. So if you're driving around and you stop at a park, you open Polo, there's a good chance the first one in the line will be the park you're at.
Well, one thing that I look at is the park cluster. There's a cluster real close together.
Yes.
So that those is all real quick.
Yes, or tell you if you're at a twofer that you might be activating. There's lots of things that Polo can add to do that. And one of the things people tell me that Polo is great, it's fantastic. No, Polo is a piece of crap. There's so many things it could be doing, it's not doing yet, that it's like that. I want to add more features. I want to add a way to plan a row ahead of time so that you don't have to be typing park numbers when you change parks, and it will do it for you, for example. I'll show some other features about roads in a minute. Polo tries to do some things smartly. For example, one of the reasons I started working on Polo is I was using another logger, and it was always driving me nuts how I had to type. I'm going to show it with the phone keyboard, because that's more likely how things looked. And if you're doing a park activation and somebody tells you, oh, I'm at a park to park, what's your reference? And I had to type US, find the key here for the number, then find the key here to get my park reference. Having to type US and the dash was, to me, so annoying that 3 years ago I said, screw it, I'm writing my own portable logger. In Polo, if you notice, it already says US here, grayed out. If you start typing only a number, I'm going to use hold on. I'm going to enable Polo's number row support, which on iPhone is very important because the iPhone keyboard does not have an easy number row. In Polo, for that park reference, can we all see it here? All I need to do is start typing 1, 2, 3, 4. And Polo will add the US for you. And if I'm at if it's a twofer, all you need to do is space, oops, where'd the keyboard go? Space, and you type 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm at a twofer. But you ask, but Sebastian, what if you get somebody asking you, calling you for Canada? Well, let's roll this back. Let's say that I have V2 Echo Foxtrot. Well, Ivan, bonjour. Now you notice here it says CA, because call signs tell you where the person is. If that's the call sign he's using, he's got to be in Canada. He cannot be activating a park in the US. Oh, but what if he is activating a park in the US? Because it's /whiskey1, it says US. What if he is activating a park in Spain? He'll say Spain for you. So the call sign gives you all the information you need. And software applications are very good at letting you manipulate information. So it's very easy for Polo to say, he's in Spain. So I'm going to put the ES in your calls, in your park number. So I start typing 1, 2, 3, 4, and it'll give me Spain. And it'll Palacio Real del Prado National Historic Site. Let's see what else can I show you. When you're operating, let's go back here and show the frequency. I'm at 7200. We can come here and type another frequency, let's say 7250. That's fine. I can also, don't need to open this. While I'm operating, I can just type here 7210, and it changes the frequency for me. If I can type CW, and it'll change the mode to CW. I can type 7250, and it'll change me back to SSB. Polo knows the band plan, so whenever you change frequency, it'll suggest the most likely mode for that frequency. You might switch to 105, and it'll put you in RIDI. And you say, no, I'm not doing RIDI, I'm doing CW. That's it. Polo believes what you entered, but it'll try to guess what you're trying to do and save you some keystrokes there. If you want to type 7.106, you can type 0.106. But if you type without the point, Polo figures that out for you, because there's no ambiguity in the ham radio frequencies, whether it's 7 megahertz or 7,000 kilohertz. the app can figure that out for you. So you don't need to put a period, which was another of the things that was driving me nuts using other apps, that you forgot to put the period and said, no, wrong frequency. Okay, I have to delete, put the period, enter it again. You could guess that from it. Polo will do, let me change here, 7106. If I put a call here, W-A-T-O-M, no. What's your call thumb? TAM, that's what I was missing. See what I say about not remembering call signs? If you type one digit in your exchange, Polo will guess what you meant. If you type 5, it'll put 559. If you type 3, it'll do 339. If you do 7, it'll do 579, not 779. That wouldn't make sense. So Polo tries to let you use as fewer keystrokes as needed. Polo will do things like, I don't know if you noticed that in your typical iPhone keyboard, you don't have a comma, you don't have a slash, you don't have any of those signs. Polo puts a period here in the numeric keyboard that we provide for you. But if you're entering a call sign, hold on. If I'm entering a call sign, instead of a period, it puts a slash. And if you're using on Android keyboards tend to have one key for the period. If you press that, it will turn it into a slash when it makes sense. If you're entering only numbers, it will make it a period. If you're entering a call sign, it will turn it into a slash. What else can I show you? I show you that you could, by typing QRV, just self-spot with QRV, QRT, QSY will also spot you if you switch frequencies. QRX, if you need to talk to the cops that are asking what's going on here, you just spot yourself as QRX to let people that you probably will be back in a couple of minutes. Polo, then, another thing that we learned using Polo is that a lot of people like to go to a park, and I'm operating as Kilo India 2 Delta, but I'm not alone today. I'm operating with my friend Kevin, WNI. So I put a comma, and now we're operating together. If I spot myself, it'll spot that we're two operators. It'll put that in the comments of the message. That's little details. But now, when it's time to end the park, and I want to export my logs, it'll export my POTA activation for me, the POTA activation for Kevin, my lakes activation for me, the one for Kevin, the towers on the air for me, the one for Kevin. It'll build all those little logs that you need to send to each program. If I had been doing a parks on the air at a twofer, then when I'm trying to export, it'll have two POTA files because POTA requires one separate file for each program. If you were doing this alongside a contest, it'll have the Cabrillo file for the contest, and Polo will give you all the files you need separately. Polo has, on top of this, something that other apps have not allowed yet, which is your log can have things beyond just QSOs. I can put a note here that says, this is when the cops showed up. And that will remind me that at 1:49 Zulu, the cops showed up. I can keep logging somebody here, and then I can put another note. I can ask Polo what's the current weather, and you can probably see it here in the bottom. It's cloudy, 70% chances of rain. And if I press enter, it'll go in the log. That was the weather at 14:49. I can type solar, and it'll give me the solar conditions right now. And I can put that in the log for future reference. This is not going to go, if you export this into your QRZ log, you will not see these rows because none of these other loggers support this kind of entries. But the information will be there. It's actually on the ADIF file as a comment. So if you want to write some code that extracts it or you open it with a text editor, you can see that data. There's a subtle difference between a note and you can write a to-do, fix KK 2K. Sometimes you're in a pileup and you realize that the call you just logged was wrong. You could have gotten here, tap, come here, edit, and save. But in the middle of pilot, that's too slow. So you just type note KK2K. But because I sent it as a to-do, if I come here and try to export my log, it'll tell me, hey, you have one pending thing you want to fix before exporting your log, because you told me to remind you to do that. Polo lets you do something like this, again, annoyance-driven software development. I'm at a park and I get kilo 1 kilo kilo. David, I'm at park US 9876. I'm also at 99006, and I'm also at 778. Excellent. 59 into the park, awesome. My park is US 0357. Also notice that I want to make sure that the things you want to tell other people are always visible on screen. So at least some of the park numbers you're in will show up here in case you have to give them back. And I get David, and he says, great, 59. I press send, it goes in the log and says, please stand by for a second operator. Like, oh crap. I need to get the park references again. POTA people don't need to tell me that it's not necessary to get them right. That's details. I want to get my park references right. So I get this second operator. I just put a comma. And when I press send, both of them show up in the log with the 3 park references for each one of them. I can even go back, please stand by for a third operator. I can add it here, and it will basically duplicate the one I added the commas. So that way, I don't have, the first time I did this and somebody came back to me and please stand by for a second operator, I felt like, yes, give it to me. Come on, give me more. Yes, this is it. I wrote this feature for a moment like this. It made me feel so smart. So Polo is full of little details like that. Let me see what else can I show you. I showed a colon. Oh, a lot of you have been using Polo for a long time, and some of the things I'm showing here are new to you. And it's okay. Polo is meant to, I'm trying to make it easy, or relatively easy, to jump into the app and use it for the first time. So I can't overwhelm users with all the things. I cannot be like Microsoft with Clippy. Oh, looks like you're trying to log a twofer. Did you know you could? No. That's too annoying in the middle of an activation. You're not going to get that. Polo has all these little commands. Polo has a great manual. So there are many ways to get to it, but if you type RTFM, you'll get to it. It's available. If you go to polo.ham2k.com, you'll find the manual too. There's lots of information here. How do you do your first operation? Polo Features has a lot of the things that we've discussed here. So it's worth going. It's also an easy way to do this is go to our YouTube channel, and you'll find videos explaining some of these features. And in case you're wondering, you can also hear in the settings, if you scroll down, there's a link to the manual, link to the forums, to the Discord chat, to the YouTube. So there's no excuse to not remember the links. As long as you have Polo, you can get to all of these resources. Now, I'm going to show some of the more advanced features we've added to Polo that some people have discovered and shared with others. But this is one of my favorite ones, which is you call CQ. I'm going to try it now. I'm going to call CQ parks on the air, CQ forums on the air, Kilo India 2 Delta. Give me a call sign. So I heard a November 3 and a Victor Quebec. Might have been the same one. And I heard a Tango. So I put a double slash in between the fragments that I heard. And I said, okay, the November 3, what? Victor Quebec Hotel. And I press enter. The T stays in place. So I can now say, okay, the Tango, go ahead now. Kilo Bravo 7 Tango Golf Romeo. QSL, thanks for the contact. 59 into the podium. So when you call CQ and you hear multiple call signs, you can stash fragments or even full calls into the same text field that you're entering the data. It used to be that I would hear a full call and a fragment, and I will tell, okay, the Tango, please stand by. And I go back to November 3 Victor Quebec Hotel, 59 to the park. Okay, who did I tell to stand by? Who is that? And a lot of people like paper login because it lets you do that easily. You can write those fragments on the piece of paper and go back to them. to me, I was logging on my phone, and I could not remember who had asked to come back. And I said, the station's standing by, go ahead now, and crickets. Nobody will respond. When I can grab a fragment or even a full call, it saves me one whole round of CQs and the pileup, and I can just call one more person, get one more QSO quickly. And also, I don't know if you noticed, Polo will give you what's your QSO rate. It needs to get first 10 QSOs before it starts giving you no, I think, was it 10? But it'll tell you how many QSOs per hour you're getting at your rate once you get enough QSOs to have a rate going. But it will only show you that when you're not entering a call. That's what I talk about. Having to figure out how to use a smaller screen makes it for a more streamlined operation. In an app like N1MM, you will have your rate in one window here, your call name and call notes in one window here, the call you're logging here, their QRZ info here. When you're typing a call, you don't need to know your rate. You're focusing on the call you're contacting. When you're calling CQ and you're bored because nobody's answering, you say, oh, I wonder what's my rate. How long has it been since my last contact? Oh, it's been 41 seconds. Maybe I'll start calling or I consider switching bands. You're operating in different modes, and apps like Polo will figure that out and provide you more relevant information. One of the newer things we've added, for example, is the ability to do, and we did this for the New England QSO Party, is we did the New England QSO Party, Parks on the Air, and worldwide flora and fauna in one single log. And in the middle, we switched parks 4 times. And Polo will let you add a break, we call it. See the notes? Check province. Polo will let you add a break in your operation in which you change your references, your counties, whatever you're changing as you move along. Yeah, we got too many QSOs and it's hard to get to the place. Where was that? Where do we switch parks? Here we go. At this point is when we change to Rhode Island Bridge, and Providence, the 2 counties, and change to a different park. So you can have one log that keeps track of all the different parks you activated, which were these 5 different parks, your New England QSO Party multipliers and scoring, which combine all the different parks you activated, because they all count for New England, and gives you a summary of all of that, and gives you the scoring for the New England QSO Party all in one activity. That's what I talk about walking and chewing gum at the same time. You can do all of these things in one log with variations over time, and we're trying to add a way that lets you plan an activation ahead of time so that not just you can add the break when you get to the park, as you say, I plan to go to this park and then that park. So as soon as you're logging and driving, and as soon as Polo sees that you are near the next park you said you would be operating, you'll say, hey, you are in the park. You want to switch your references? Yes. So that's something we're working on. And finally, I want to show, we recently added sync settings. It's a cloud sync service. There's free support, but there's also a paid tier. And it basically lets you connect 2 devices. And I have here an iPad in which, see, all the stuff I have been logging on the phone for this demo are already here in the iPad. They've been syncing all along. And this thing I'm going to show now is a world premiere. This is a web page, and this is really very early development. It shows me a QR code. I take that QR code on my phone, it opens Polo, and you don't see this, but it says, are you sure you want to link Lo-Fi Web with this account? I click yes, link it. And now the activations I had on my phone are here on my web, where I can browse them. At some point in the near future, you'll be able to do your exports from here. So you don't have to deal with exporting from your phone, saving in Dropbox, and then moving them. You'll be able to access all your QSOs here from a web page. That's not ready yet, but it's going to be coming very, very soon. And before anybody asks, we're working on a Windows version, we're working on a Linux version, we're working on a desktop version that is not going to be exactly the same as the phone version. It's going to have the same features, but now you have a much bigger screen. You got to use it for something. Otherwise, it looks rather empty and lots of wasted space. So it's going to take a little bit more work to get it ready. It might look like what you see here on screen, that might be the direction we're taking, but it's coming. And cat control is coming. Cat control is hard to do on phones because the phone companies, Apple in particular, doesn't let you do serial connections on your phones. So we're trying to figure out ways of bypassing that and creating bridges, but that's coming soon too. So before anybody asks, those are the two big things that are coming now that we got the sync service going. I don't know. Any questions? Anybody wants to see something demoed? How do you upload to the POTA app? So the dream is that after you're done with your activation, you would be able to come here and say, I'm done, upload it. The dream is not there yet. And I blame all the people over there and some people later in the room are not here. You gotta blame somebody. Sorry I'm throwing you under the bus, guys, but it's coming. POTA is coming with a whole new backend that will let us upload directly from Polo. Right now, you come here, you click on Manage Operation Logs, and you can click on Export 10, and it will save all these files in one move, or you click on one, and it will ask you to save that file. And this saves it on the phone somewhere. From there, you have to take it out of there. I mean, again, phones, companies make it hard to move files around. You could share it with your email program or I normally put it on Dropbox or some service like that, and then it shows up on my desktop. The POTA people might not want you to know, but there are also ways of tricking your browser into letting you upload it from your phone. But if you go to the POTA website on your phone, normally it'll say you can't upload from your phone. There are ways, I'm not going to go over it here, but if you search on YouTube how to upload to POTA from your phone, you will find ways of doing that. Charlie, I'm sorry. The dream is that this screen will not be about exporting files, but about pressing a button that says, it's been uploaded to QRZ, it's been uploaded to ClubLog, it's been uploaded to POTA, it's been sent to your, I don't know, Ham Radio Deluxe logger. We're not there yet. One thing you'll notice is that it has separate ADIF files for each one of the programs. Is because despite what a lot of people believe, ADIF is not a universal format. Each one of these programs requires subtle differences in how you export the data, how you duplicate some QSOs. The POTA twofers have to be duplicated in the POTA ADIF, but not on the flora and fauna file. If you send them a file with those duplicate QSOs, they'll scream at you sometimes. There's also the full ADIF export, and that's meant for your own personal logger. That one has the names of the people you contacted, they're in there. The other files don't have the names because most people don't realize, but if I send a POTA a log that has the names of the people I contacted, I'm breaking a few privacy laws in California, in Europe, and New York State, and many other places. There's lots of little details like that that we're trying to avoid getting there and trying to save you from falling into that trap. But it means that the files for each program are different, which is something that a lot of people you're used to doing one thing in N1MM and exporting one file, maybe two, a Cabrillo and an ADIF file. Here, we provide files for each program because they have differences, and sometimes that causes confusion. It has caused me confusion sometimes. But we're trying to make it simpler and evolve on that area. There's a question in the back. Yes. Let me see if, I don't know if the European band plan is working right now, but if I were to put here that I'm operating as me in Switzerland, I put the HP stroke in my call sign. Sorry? HP9, or the Swiss FCC is going to come after me for not identifying properly my region. There we go. And what will be a frequency that's different there? So if I type 7124 it suggests SSB. And 7124 will not be SSB in the US band plan. So you see here? So it uses the European band plan in that case. I don't have the band plans for all the different variations and regions, but there are some of them that are covered there. And if the band plan doesn't fit your country, or if the parks don't fit, tell me, and we'll fix it. Don't just say, oh, it doesn't work, let's leave it at that, it's fine. No, tell me, I want to know when those things don't work. I have a question. The question is about people operating mobile, whether POTA will keep updating their grid square, their county, and those things. Not today, but one of the features in the list of things coming soon. So a lot of people have requested that. A lot of people have requested also a way of operating hunting. I didn't show the spot screen. There's a lot of features here too. We want to make a hunting feature that kind of lets you stay in the spots and tap on one and show you the next and tell you work the spot. We're adding those features for that kind of operation. Any other question? The previous history, so if you upload your DIF, it will use that for lookups, even if you're offline. If you have a QRZ account, it will use that for lookups, but you have to have a QRZ account. They don't allow free access. If you have the free account, it only works for the first 100 lookups in a day. It doesn't have location information. There are a couple of other lookup services that will let you get, especially US call signs, and we default to a free QRZ. I think in the settings you'll find the lookup services. We use HamDB and HamQTH for lookups, and we'll use those if they're available. Not the red shirt, but the guy behind, yes. The red jacket, sorry. 5E, 7A. Yes. If you basically logged on paper or something like that and you want to add them all in one, or you should be able to use that export, the full ADIF export. If you take the full ADIF export, that's the one that's ideal to upload into your main logger directly. Now, the call sign stacking, you do a double slash between the things you're writing. And that double slash will basically preserve. So if I hear a Kilo India // I do Kilo India // I hear a W // I hear W8NI, oh, Kevin back there, and I hear // I don't know, NHPZL, have right here. So I hear all those things. Paul will go right to left. So if I press enter right now, it'll put James into the log. And it'll go back to the things I had before. So now I call WNI. If it was if it sees a 4-letter call, it assumes that that's a complete call, even if it isn't. So if you got fragments that are 4-letter or longer, you have to put it'll send the last fragment, last complete call it finds from the right to left. So if I had here a tango, and I press enter, it will put Kevin in the log and keep the tango. Like that. So I can go to Kevin and I'll say, okay, the tango, go ahead. Oh, Kilo 1, tango, tango, done. The whiskey, go ahead. Whiskey 2, Kilo, Kilo, done. And Kilo India, 2 Delta, done. That's how And if you're using the phone keyboard, the period works as a slash. Any other questions? I don't know how we are in time. I think that we need to give a chance to the, but. So what's the easiest way to support you? That's a great question. So the Polo, here's the thing. Polo is a free application, and it's, as I say, free as in speech and free as in beer. It's open source, so anybody can take it. And I did this because I want Polo to survive and to be a viable option for a long term. If I decide I'm tired of Polo, I want it to be there for other people to pick it up and take it and continue it. That's why I made it open source. And I made it free because I want to make it accessible to anybody, because I think that this makes me happy, and I want other people to be happy. At the same time, I want to focus as much time as possible into this project, and I want to be a long-term thing. So I'm making this a business. But my business model is I want people to send me money because it makes them happy to send me money. Not because they have to. Which means it's kind of like a tip-based business. So if you're in Polo, you can go here, and you see here where it says contribute now? You press there, and I make it very easy for you to send me $5, as some people here know, or send me $15 or $20. If you go to polo.ham2k.com, there's also a link to buy me a coffee, which Apple and Google don't let me put on the website. On the app, the app can only make money through their systems, and they get their code, but that doesn't matter. It's super convenient for people to donate that way. The cloud service that we're adding, that does have a subscription fee, and it's $2.99 a month or $24.99 a year. The free tier still works. It's just much slower to do the syncing. So again, I want people, I know that there are people who use Polo because they're retired or they live in a country where $5 is a significant amount of money. I want them to be able to use Polo and be happy and go out and operate without having to pay money. And I don't want that to be a barrier. I want people to send me money because they went to the park and they were so happy using Polo that they said, you know what, I'm going to send you $5 today. It means that I need to keep improving the app, and I need to keep making people happy. But I think that there are worse things to force myself into doing than that. So that's why I'm basing it around this idea. So yes, I want as much support, and the more support I get, the faster I'll be able to get to some of the dream features we'll be talking about. I work a regular day job. I can't live off of Polo yet, but I'm working on this basically 15, 20 hours a week, every week, because I want this to lift off and grow up and develop and beyond Polo into the desktop version, into more applications and so on. But thanks for the question. Let's try to a couple of, so search for Ham2K. That's it. Yeah, Polo is a terrible name to search in the App Store. There was a question in the back? You can import ADIF. You can import an ADIF into an operation. There's an option in the operation here at the very bottom. There's add QSys from an ADIF file. It's meant more if you did an operation that also had FT8, you can combine them here. Polo right now is not meant to be where you bring all your logs from all the stuff you've done in the past, just to have them there. If you do have a historic file that you want to use for the names and things like that, you go into your main logger, you export that huge file, and in the data settings, there's an option at the bottom, import history from ADIF. That's meant to get that historical file. It will tell you, look up the names and tell you if you contact them in the past, but you will not see those in the list of activities that you've done. For the web version I showed and the desktop version, we plan to have more log management features that work better for that. It's available on iPads. looks like this on an iPad. If you have more screen, you can even see your map as you're making your contacts, things like that. Yes, it's available on iPads. And the iPad version also runs in newer Macs. The new Macs with the M processors can run iPad apps, and they can run Polo.
You said that the version was Ham 2K?
So, Ham 2K, yes. No? Or,
Spaces between 2 and
no, altogether. The software updates, I sometimes update multiple times a week. I release bigger versions. It used to be once a month. We had a lull between February and May, which is the next release, the next big one. But the February version had 11 patches, so 11 minor releases in the meantime. I'm always updating and adding new things. They happen all the time, and the app will tell you, hey, there's an update available. Yes. Who has the question? Molly.
So I have a thank you, a comment, and a question. The thank you is, thank you for putting photos as a splash screen, because the very first time I went to use the logger, that AI thing just killed the whole idea. The suggestion is make the interface a forward thing, a time-based thing, so people have to.
So she says, thanks for the photos. Wow. Let me. Fetching current weather. That doesn't sound like a drizzle. So let me try. So she appreciated the fact that we show the photos of the activations. And in fact, if you go to our Instagram page, we have, among the photos here, the past cover pages, so you can see them if you want. See, Pepe, this one was in Switzerland. And this was actually our winter field day with my club out in a frozen lake. So we tried to put photos of Polo users, some of which are in the here today, and meeting Polo people, as you can see. So yes, and the very early versions, we did use a couple of AI images, but as soon as we had enough users sending photos, we quickly moved into that, because yes, and I want people to see the diversity of activities people can do. It's not just parks, or which type of park activation you do. Some people go on a boat to get to a park. And the next question is make it so that the Polo suggests you donate often. I don't want to sound like I try to trick people into donating more often, but there's a reason why when you donate to Polo, it gets a little badge with the year in it. So if you want to collect them all, you have to donate every year. And the last question was, is there a limit to the number of operations and contacts you can have? There's really the space in your phone. If you have too many, it'll fill up your phone and it might crash, but there's no particular limit. One last question. The light version was built because there were some older phones that it was not working on, and we did that light version to cover those. It should not be needed. If you get the regular version, it should work. Sadly, both Google and Apple are a bit aggressive sometimes at limiting how old they support certain versions. So there are older iPads, for example, in which Polo doesn't work anymore. It's really hard for me to not to fight that. It will take a really long amount of work to get the newer versions of Polo working on really old hardware. So I just do what Apple forces me to do in terms of support. One thing I want to do before I step down is I want to take a selfie with, let me see from here. Thank you guys for coming. And I'll be around if you have any more questions, and particularly if you have complaints, I'll be around to take them. Thank you.
were very helpful when I had to get my iPad in place.
I have a question. Are you going to add your program to Lunar space systems?
Yes. Yes. Please. Let me sit down.
You're going to start it off,
Just very briefly.
and then if I fail from my voice, you save me.
What happened to you? No party on last
Talk too much. No. Sebastian's over karaoke. I said no.
Hilarious. So, so there.
I got to do some with my computer tomorrow, so I can swing it tomorrow on mine for the next one.
I think Tom took care of it.
You did?
I think so. So this is the next slide button. So I'll move it to here, and then we're into
And then once I start doing it, you'll help me do this.
100%. Yeah, well, I'll be ready for
Like
you.
I said, I'm going to do my best.
don't know them. Yeah. So I go by there and I think, okay, I know him. You know, man, he's busy.
No, he's very straight-laced. He understands what he wants and what he thinks. But, you know, you explain it is this way, and so we're tied to this way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine with me.
Celebrities for God's sake. That's it, right? If only they knew. Good morning. Welcome to the POTA Forum. This is your opportunity to ask questions of the Board of Directors. First of all, I want to thank you all for your support of POTA. You're one of 85,000 people that are making this program incredibly successful. I'll tell you right now, the POTA board really wants to keep a light touch on the program. We just want to make sure it's successful into the future. So the questions from you and your advice are really important. Before we get started, I want to introduce the board. Tom, W8TAM, one of the co-founders, so he's been around for a while. Mike Case, W8MSC, also a co-founder. Mark, K8MST, former attorney. Good thing for the board. Rick Parent, W0ZAP, also from the original days of POTA. Tom, N4MTE, and John Ford, AB0O, the North American mapping rep overseer. So he's been around for a while and knows a lot of things. I'm going to turn this over really quickly to Mark. We're not going to spend a lot of time talking. But while I do, I'd like everybody to take a look at this. If you can hit that QR code with your phone, you'll have an opportunity to put questions into the system, all right? We'll allow you to shout some out later on, but this is a better way for you to get the question up on the board so everybody can see it, and then we'll start responding. And with that, I'm going to introduce Mark.
Thank you. I did not go to karaoke last night, Sebastian said. Too much talking at the show yesterday. I'm going to try to get through this. If not, they're going to save me. I just became the treasurer, and I want to start with, I loved how Sebastian talked about our intent. We're working very hard, and we want to make sure that POTA is resilient, is robust, and is around for way more time than we're going to do this. And I think donations are very critical. There was a Facebook page that talked about, do you really need donations? We want to keep it free, but it costs a lot of money to run this group. And when I talk about the data, I think you'll understand. So these donations are very critical. And the fluctuation of our payments, you know, we spend $6,000, $7,000 a month just running the servers, the computers. We don't own servers. We don't. If we did it that way, it'd be exorbitant. So we really need the support of all of us and you, because without everybody in this room, we have nothing. So with that said, right now, as Kevin said, we have 1,000 parks. 236 DX entities are in the program. Now, I think this is critical. 10,000 parks are activated every month. And again, it's all hunting and activating. So the QSOs in 2023, 10 million. In 2024, it went to 13 million. And last year, 15.2 million. So at that rate, since we started from the original national, 2017, we've gone 53 million QSOs. It's astronomical. The percentage and the growth rate of the last 3 years, 66%. So if people are saying, POTA revitalized ham radio, it's the talk of the town all yesterday. That's why I lost my voice. Everybody wants to talk about POTA. It's great. And I know you all love it, and we do too. So why does it cost so much? Well, right now, we have 406,000 logs are stored in the system in the cloud. And these guys are the ones that are maintaining it. When Sebastian talks, I'm in awe because the knowledge of these developers. But, you know, we have the same guys over here, all behind me. These guys are brilliant. They have made a system, and I'm a little out of order, but I kept teasing Tom. And Tom and Mike and I are Michigan people, so we know each other a little bit better. But I said to Tom, when you guys invented or started it, 8, 9 years ago, they created a system. It's amazing that it still works. And I know everybody says, oh, the system's got to work better and faster. And we're going to get to that in a minute. It's really amazing what they've created. And I think, you know, not to pick a name, but everybody knows Amazon. You know, we use Amazon, and they're good, and I'm not saying anything, but it costs a lot of money. So we need to keep this going. We don't want to charge. We don't want to make a subscription. We don't want to do that. We want to have fun and be engaging. So what I wanted to say is, people have asked, what does the board do? I mean, you guys are doing this, doing that. Well, we don't know. What are you doing? And again, these guys behind me, I'm a lawyer. I am retired, so I'm not a lawyer anymore, but I'm a ham radio guy. These guys are really running the program, the mapping guys, the Rick, you know, he put it on his back. He won't take credit for it, but he's even paid money out of his pocket to keep it going. And, you know, we owe him a tribute. And I said, these IT, and Kevin and I are like the business side. I think he's a PR marketing. He's brilliant. And look for the interviews. what did we do? I think 4 interviews are done. He's going to do all the board, and we're going to talk about our vision, what we want to do individually. But here's what we've done. There's 7 of us. We've now gelled. We have meetings at least once a month, 2-3 hours a time. We have internet, Discord, phone. We're constantly in communication. And over the last, what is it, about a year and a half? The board, I think, was formed about a year and a half ago. We've really done a lot of work. So legally, we formed bylaws since November, about 2 months. We went through and we discussed, we got involved. I wrote some bylaws and we changed them, and we got a living document. We've all signed them. They're adopted. We're going to post them. We're going to make them transparent. And it talks about how we form the board, how we're going to do our work, and what we're going to do. So we did that. We voted and made officers. Rick behind me, as I said, he put this POTA on his back for 10 years. He's the president. Tom, who was a vice president, was really one of the former originators. Mike also. These 3 guys really were the genesis of it. So Tom's the vice president. Mike is the secretary, and I'm the treasurer. And I know we all do our work, but these 2 on the end, Tom and John, mapping is their forte. And Kevin, like I said, he's brilliant in marketing and PR. He's going to be our communicator. We're going to try to condense most of our communication so that there's, one voice from the board, and Kevin is going to be our speaker. Not that it's just an administrative, but he's very good at it. In January, Mike really fortified the record-keeping data management. So we have a formal process. He's a computer guy too, so he's brilliant with Google Docs and more computer systems than I even know, but he's getting all our documents together in place. We have the POTA, POTA.com. We're going to work on that as a separate thing, but he's going to revolutionize our storage and data. And those are on personal computers too. And again, we don't care. We're funding it. We don't make any money from it. People have said, "Oh, what are you making?" Nothing. We volunteer our time. Treasurer, I said, well, Rick, he did a great job, but we're going to take it to the next level. I drove to Kansas City. We went and got our bank. We got signed up on the bank. Mike is doing that. So we have a robust succession plan. So we're protecting the money that we have and the donations that are made. They're going to be in an account in Bank of America. We're going to protect that for the future. As I said, Kevin is doing the marketing. He's getting interviews. We're working very diligently on that. John Ford, in his interview, you should look at it. It was excellent. He's been around from the day one, too. The mapping. And Tom Suggs has been activating everywhere in the whole world, I think. But not all 50 yet, but he's close. These guys are going to really help the mapping reps. David's here. I think Charlie, I heard his name, but these guys are the ones that are doing all the interactions. Somebody was critical, and I said, listen, do you realize that David and Charlie, every single day, they answer a multitude of questions about, hey, my log did this, it did that, it didn't get uploaded, why? It's a lot of work. Everybody has a life that they're doing independent jobs, and we're working as best we can. In March, I said I was out of order. March, we did the banking, so we're all up. So here's the next most important thing. Everybody wants to know, what are you going to do to the computer? What are you going to do to POTA.com? What are you going to do to how are you going to make it? Well, on Sunday, these 2 fine gentlemen, and I think Kevin's going to leave, so I'll moderate if I can speak by tomorrow. Mike and Tom are going to explain little by little every single change that you're going to see. And they're going to answer questions until they're sick. It's really a critical seminar. It's tomorrow at 9:30. So I'm setting them up. Now, we are saying, I'm going to use next gen, and I think Kevin put some interviews, said 2.0. We're really way past 2.0. It's really 3, 4, 5 iterations. And again, behind the scenes, what they're doing to keep it up and running, it's constant. I'm sure Tom, probably every day, he's working on it. David and Charlie, it's a big job. But here's a little primer. So I made some notes of what tomorrow, and you can ask questions now and see if they can answer. But what we're going to do, our overall governance is very critical. If you do not, and me being a lawyer, I was a general counsel for Hyundai, and we had international operations all over the world. If you don't have rules and you don't follow rules, you have no order. You have just anarchy. So we have to have rules. Do we want to be fly-specking and, oh, this and that? No. We're not going to be watchdogs like a justice system. Light touch, all he said. But we have to have rules, and we're going to maintain those rules. We have to have our intellectual property, our logo. We're investing money and time and effort, and you are too. We own it. It's a 501c corporation. We're going to protect it so that if my grandson wants to be a ham, I'm working on him, the kids, whoever, everybody who had this 10, 20 years. I hope it's still here. We're cataloging all our vendors. Go to the tent. Buy stuff from the tent. That money, it does come back. Now, Michael is doing that. The cost of it, he's doing as a business, but we have a fee. We have a royalty. Every vendor that sells any product pays a royalty. It's all the same. Everybody, it's fair. It's transparent. But that's what we're going to work on it. The financial health and wellness, it's critical to the organization. It's all, everybody's doing it. So we need to, we're stewards of it. Our duty is to protect it for you. And that's a big thing that we're going to work on. Transparent process of communication. I think that's one big factor. Kevin and I have talked a lot. We've all talked, but we need to be open and obvious and transparent with what we decide. We are making decisions. We're giving that, and we're going to be communicated. We want to receive questions, and we give answers. And we're going to work on that, and the new system will help do that. The big thing that we're going to do is, and I think this is important, and David might know better, I think right now we have over 235 volunteers. Everybody's working free. Everybody's working a lot of time, all doing this, running the organization. Very good. So that's a big process. And I see David here, so I keep referencing him. There's a lot of volunteers. But, you know, we talk to him all the time. He's managing it. John and Tom, these guys are managing all these issues with new parks. And the question, why don't we have more parks? We have a two-system, federal and state. We have, what did I say, 85,000 parks. We don't need more. We just need to get out in more. There's enough. But we'll look at it. Now, the next gen, this is the primer, and you guys can ask questions, but these are the things that the system's going to do. It's going to create more live statistics, more interactive. We're going to enhance the award system. The award systems have been a challenge, and we know it's a little bit slow. We're working on it. Give us time. We're expanding the administrative panel and control so that we can interface, the volunteers can interface, the mapping reps can interface, the program will do it. We have more mapping controls. We're going to have new calculators for awards, log upload improvement. I think everybody has the right to upload your logs, so when you use Sebastian's program, you just hit the button, upload. I have to figure out the hack on my phone. I send it to my computer, then at night I go home and upload it. But we're going to make it more seamless. We're going to have faster log processing. We're going to have enhanced user notifications. We're going to have better systems, help desk, mapping reps. We're going to reinforce that. We always will look at volunteers. If people want to get involved, send a note to the help desk. We need help, we'll use it. We want to improve the visual interface so it's cleaner and faster. Me as a user, when I first started, I thought this is like a professional thing, and that's one thing I'm really proud of. It's very professional. Everything we do, it's like a system that you would pay money every month for. These guys did a great job, but we're going to make it better. Some people say, you don't need to make it better. It's great as it is. Just keep it going. So if it just keeps it reinforced, that's what our objective is. Mapping features will improve. The functionality will improve. Spotting will improve for parks, for hunters, for activators. And then the big factor is integrating all the documents. Again, we have rules. If you need to see anything, how do we do it? What's our rule? Look it up. It's POTA.com. You go in the drop-down menu under documents. We have all the documents are there, all the rules. They're self-explanatory, I think simple. If you have questions, raise a question at help desk. We'll look at it. Again, we're not going to come in like, the Supreme Court and revise everything and, get involved in like a litigation. No. Just we want to follow the rules. Everybody's happy. So I made it. My voice survived. I don't know if I'm going to do a little deviate. I'm going to ask the board members if they want to say anything, and then we're going to open for questions and answers. So Tom's right here. We'll let him go first. I should wait out of deference. Let's let Rick go first. He's modest, and he's a good leader, and he always did, so let him talk.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. The guys that you see up here were selected to be board members for a specific reason, and a lot of that has to do with their backgrounds, their corporate history, what they were involved in their work life. And so the decision to create a board of directors was pretty easy from my point of view. When I took it over from Jason Johnson in 2024, I knew immediately we were already well beyond a point where one person could handle this, so thus the board was created. Taking Tom and Mike along with me was a no-brainer. They know more about what's going on the back end than anybody. Kevin, if you visit any kind of social media page, you know who he is. And he's done a tremendous job in keeping us in the spotlight. Not that it needed a whole lot of goading, but he's done a great job. Tom here has extensive background in mapping and coordination of adding and parks and things like that in the Southeast. And then John, who's a close personal friend of mine, was asked because of his background. He was a highly overcompensated corporate executive of a multinational, and more than anything, when I asked him a question, within an hour I'd get a 3-page dissertation on that subject. So I thought, yeah, this guy's got his doo-doo together, so we'll ask him. So that's why the people that are up here are up here. And we all love POTA and are active at different levels in it. But none of this could be happening without all of you people and the support that you've given us. So, thank you.
So thank you for submitting some questions. The way we're going to handle this, we'll just direct these questions to the appropriate person on the board, and John Ford, you're going to be up for this one. With the removal of the Mississippi National Scenic River as an active POTA entity, should we expect removal of similar entities such as the Erie Canalway?
It's an easy one, John.
Okay, well, it's always, it's always fun to have a question that's a surprise question. Yeah, I mean, what we do is we look at the parks, and often what we do is we consolidate parks. So, if you've read the POTA rules for parks, we don't have sub-parks. So, if there's a big park, we don't create little parks within that park if they're with the same agency. And, you know, sometimes we have to consolidate some of the parks that are already in the database. They were added, you know, back in 2016 or 17, and for whatever reason. And so sometimes they come up as oddball parks because they're duplicating something else. In that case, you know, we'll remove them, but often we put something back in, remove something. But there's a method to the madness, that sort of thing. So does that answer the question?
I think so.
Any other question? No? The what? To my knowledge right now, the Erie Canal, I don't remember off the top of my head what the park number is, but if it's in there, I don't have any, nobody has asked me, this is the first time I've heard about it, so nobody's asked me to remove it. Why was the river removed? Yeah, we'll have to go and I'll have to take a look at that. I wasn't realizing that the Mississippi Park is a big park. So, you know, it should be a national riverway. So if it was removed, it must have been removed recently, so I'll have to take a look at that. But I'd have to say that somebody looked at it and somebody was asked a question and somebody removed it for a good reason, I guess. And I'll have to get a look at that. Yeah. Does anybody have I think the Mississippi River System Park, does anybody have the number of that, the reference number off the top of their head? I can look it up. Any questions?
I think I'll direct this one back to Mark again because he's been doing a lot of work on the finances. Do recurring donations provide sufficient support? What is the average recurring donation?
Yeah, this was on Facebook not too long ago. Again, I said we're running about $6,000–7,000 expense per month. I think the average, what is it, about 20? What did we say, $20 a person for the recurring?
It's somewhere between 10 and 20. It
Yeah,
averages out.
about 10 and 20. And there was I think when I looked at the data, forgive me for not knowing, I think there's about 93, if I correct, 93 people have got it on reoccurring. And we use PayPal and Venmo. And PayPal, we have 2 PayPals now. And I think it was 93 people have it set up for every month. And we've received a couple of real good corporate. We match corporate. There's a few that were corporate match. But again, it's like $10, $20 is around what people are doing. And we were trying to make it like what Sebastian did, about buy me a coffee or, you know, staggered 5, 10, 15, 20, or whatever people want to do. That's what the trend is that we're seeing right now. Well, we'll take whatever we want to give. It was per month. And like I say, I think it's 93 people have every month coming from their bank account, and it was just going through the account. And like I said, I'm getting a better handle on what those reoccurring are. It's not taking care of the expenses yet. We're very close. So we're spending more. There was a book and the material that we sell. That's it. We don't make money. And it was brought up about corporate. We're not at the point where we're talking about corporate sponsor yet. So we need donations to fund it. Yes, when you have 85,000 users, if everybody put in a little bit, it would be enough. And again, we're going to be protected. It's a 501c. And Rick, I think, is going to talk a minute.
Nobody likes to talk about money. But up until a couple of months ago, we were operating in a very much negative direction. In other words, our costs per month far exceeded our receipts and donations. Okay, we got the PayPal buttons fixed. That made a huge difference. And then Kevin advertising the fact that we could use some donations made an even bigger difference. So I'm happy to say that in the last 2 months that our donations have again started to exceed our costs. So that's a great thing. I had always envisioned us being able to afford maybe to support youth or something like that with a college scholarship or things like that. And then after a couple of months of operating this thing, that idea went right out the window because we were, like I said, we were so negative in the direction we were going. But the reason for that is the accelerated cost of the database, because the more you guys go out and activate, the more logs are uploaded, the more QSOs are in the database. That jacks us up every month, right? Which is fine, because we're at a point now where, like I said, where we can afford to do that and continue to do that. So it's not a big deal. And with the release of, we like to refer to it as POTA 2.0. It's actually, if you talk to the developers, it's like POTA 4.0 or something like that. But anyway, with the update that's coming, we should be able to manage that much more efficiently and be able to grow it exponentially as we need to.
I might add also, we're talking about recurring costs, but there are also one-time costs like Hamvention. There's a considerable one-time cost that goes into renting the booths and providing the tents. So there are those situations also. Are there provisions for donations from estates?
Yes.
Yes. Is there more than yes?
Yeah, we receive, there's not a lot of it, but because we haven't gone after them and asked them for it. But there is provisions for different organizations to donate, and we continue to get donations, although albeit small, from different organizations around the country, that specifically what Jason was involved with in Maryland and things like that. I thought for sure as soon as I took it over and transferred the address out of the state of Maryland that would stop, but they continue to send it to us, so that's a good thing. And it's certainly something that we could look into in the future, is being more aggressive in contacting state agencies for that kind of support. Oh, I thought. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, to my knowledge, that I know of, no. And certainly that's feasible. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been any of that. Go ahead. Yes, no, we are a 501c3. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. That was one of the first things that I did when Jason and I started this, was to incorporate. We were incorporated in the state of Delaware, and I registered as a 501c3. Okay. Go ahead. We've discussed that, and that's coming. Most people will go to POTA.app, and if you look on the left-hand side, there's a drop-down for parksontheair.com, and that's where currently all of the buttons reside. Because, you know, there's not a lot of real estate on the POTA.app page, and so we're still trying to figure out how do we do that without being intrusive on the information that's already there.
John Ford, back up again. Why are Corps of Engineer parks not in POTA?
Yeah, my favorite question. Just to follow up on the other one, I think the Mississippi Park that was referred to was the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area. The 1102 was a Mississippi Park in Arkansas, and it's still in the system. But for some reason, I know there was a discussion at some point about the Mississippi National River, and I thought I had even activated that one at one point, but for some reason it's not in the system. I don't know the answer to that, so I'll have to look it up and see what's going on. Okay, Corps of Engineers. So there's a long story to that one, but I'll try to make it brief. So back in 2019, this question came up because the Corps of Engineers have a lot of sites around the country, and the question came up. And at that time, there wasn't really anybody who knew much about the Corps of Engineer sites. So I talked over it with Jason at the time, and I said to Jason, well, I said, you know, we might as well, you know, if you want me to, I can call the Army Corps of Engineers headquarters in DC and speak to a land manager and see what the score is. Because there were questions about, you know, do the Corps of Engineers own the land that they play with? Are the lands and recreational sites managed by them? You know, which would have an effect, both of which would have an effect on whether they were qualifiable for POTA. So I called the HQ, and I spent quite a couple of hours on the phone with the land manager there. And so we got through all of that. So long story short, the Corps of Engineers always has and always will own their project sites. There's about 300 project sites across the U.S. They are 100% owned by the Army Corps of Engineers or the federal government, and will always be. There's no intention to sell them off or anything like that. So that question was settled. Then I said, well, you know, in POTA, we require the sites in our database to be operated by the government agency. And I said, do you guys operate all your sites? And the guy said, well, he says, the Army Corps of Engineers has made it, I guess I call it an art form, to partner with a variety of local organizations, non-government agencies, community groups, concessioners, that sort of thing, to run the recreation sites. So even, he told me, he says, even if, you know, on the website it shows or it says that the Army Corps of Engineers operates that site, what that means is that it operates the site with partnerships with a number of organizations that are local to the area. So, I mean, that's money-wise, that's good for, you know, me as a taxpayer. I think that's a good plan. You know, so there's the costs are spread out and that sort of thing. But for POTA, we have a rule in POTA that you know, the parks in POTA need to be owned and operated by the agency, and no partnerships are permitted. So that basically disqualifies almost all, well, virtually all Army Corps of Engineers sites. There are Army Corps of Engineers sites in POTA that were added prior to 2019 when I had that conversation. I have added 3 Army Corps of Engineers sites since 2019, and those 3 sites are essentially what the Army Corps of Engineers calls wildlife management areas. So, you know, if they have a project lake and they have recreational sites around it, at the far end of the lake where the river comes into the lake, there's a muddy patch with dead trees and swamp, and they can't make it into a beach or a recreational area. they'll kind of put a fence around it and they'll call it a wildlife management area. And so they go there once a year to make sure it still exists. Other than that, there's nothing that happens there. But they usually put a map on the web, and so we say, okay, there's a map. It's owned and operated by the Army Corps of Engineers, so we've put those in. But that's the exception. All the other recreational sites, because they're managed by partnerships, the land manager in DC told me, he says, I know how POTA works, which I thought was kind of remarkable. And he says, virtually all our sites would not qualify for POTA. So unfortunately, they can't be, because the Corps of Engineers has 300 project sites across the U.S. On average, there's 10 to 20 rec sites at each one, so that's a lot of sites, but we can't put them in. Yep. Well, the short answer is no. You know, we don't. We only do the top 2 tiers of government, so federal and state. City parks, county parks, we don't do. The long answer is that, you know, POTA doesn't make a statement of relative merit of one type of park over another. The reason we have our federal, state line in the sand, so to speak, is to somehow control the number of parks in the database, because you heard Mark talk about costs of servers and everything else. So to keep things within the realm of our resources to manage and pay for, we needed some sort of line in the sand, and that line in the sand has been there since 2016, and it's worked well. There are some city parks out there. You know, New York is a good example. In Canada, I can think of several city parks in British Columbia that are bigger and arguably more majestic than some national parks. But, you know, we don't, that's not a criteria. So, you know, owned and operated by the top 2 tiers of government, federal and state, in the case of the U.S., that gets in. Anything else won't. Sorry. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed that the Virginia wildlife management areas have all been taken off the list. That presumably because of pushback from the Virginia Department of Natural Resources. Have you seen any other trend where organizations, where governmental instrumentalities have been pushing back on POTA, people that setting up and doing POTA in the parks? And if so, do you have any recommendations or practices that people should follow to prevent that in the future? I've activated with some wildlife management areas in West Virginia and had local management officials come up and challenge me on it, and I had all the regs and didn't have anything up in trees and made a big deal and talked my way out of it. But institutionally, is that something you've seen as problem?
Yes. Not to put too sharp a point on it, but you know, the way that I, as an activator, show up at a park of any description and how I activate it, you know, what kind of antennas I put up, what kind of setup I use, has a pretty big impact on how we are seen by the authorities at that park. That's as much as I'll describe there. But yes, at this point, I know that there's at least 2 regions of the National Wildlife Reserves in the U.S. that have essentially put us on notice that, yeah, you can still be here, but, you know, we don't really we don't really want that. Virginia was one issue. There was another state that came up here recently where, you know, they basically said, no, you can't, and we won't. And so if, you know, if we're told as an organization that we're not welcome at a certain category of park or set of parks in a particular state, then we have to take those off the list. We have no choice. What we tell people, and what we've always told people, and if you read the guidelines on the website, is, you know, when you go to a park, small footprints goes a long way. I mean, I've activated a lot of parks, and I go to the park, I get to the park, I get set up, I get my QSOs, and I'm gone. I'm gone before anybody knows I was even there, because most of my stuff doesn't touch the ground except for the 4 tires on my car, or if I'm hiking, you know, I carry everything with me, that sort of thing. You know, it's not that setting up extensive antenna systems is bad, but sometimes you got to ask permission to do those types of things, like you would to have a family picnic or a church picnic or whatever you want to do that is extensive. But yeah, we do have interactions with various jurisdictions on them not wanting us in the parks, and usually it's because somebody went there and whatever it is they did didn't go over well, unfortunately. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, what we've seen in our experience is that who you speak to at the particular spot, like Ellis Island, Alcatraz, variety of other spots like that where you think you need permission, who you speak to and what mood they're in, or, you know, what frame of mind they might be in, has a lot to do with whether they're going to give you permission. I think one of the most recent times when somebody asked for a permit for Ellis Island, they spoke to the authorities. The authorities gave them a letter in writing that they had permission to go and do it, and then the security guy at the entrance to the island said no. So what are you going to do? So it's, you know, it's sometimes it works. Most of the time it does. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know that we have the wisdom or, you know, the clout to develop a way to make sure that it's a sure shot thing to ask for permission on restricted access parks. But, you know, it's like even the people who went to Beauvais this year, I mean, they got to ask for permission for that, and they may or may not get it. You know, it's whatever the Norwegian Marines Authority wants to give them permission to do, then they get to do it. But there's not very much control we have over that sort of thing. What I tell people in general, once again, not to repeat myself, but if you're planning an extensive operation, you know, with tables and chairs and antenna systems and the whole barbecues and the whole 9 yards, you know, it's good practice to ask for a special use permit. If you're just going to go in to get 10 QSOs and come back out again, it's probably, I would argue, this is not my legal purview, but I would say asking for permission is probably not a good idea, because if the warden doesn't know what ham radio is, then it's easier for them to just say no, you know, as opposed to just driving in, setting up my antenna on the car or whatever and on the picnic table and be done in a half an hour and be gone. So you have to use your discretion, but if you're going to go big, then get a special use permit. There was a question here? Yep. Usually, and the park that I know doesn't allow radios is Ellis, but they don't allow radios. And actually, there is another park in Missouri that doesn't allow radios. And by radios, what they meant when they wrote that was they don't want boom boxes. But you know, the rangers don't know what a KX3 is versus a boom box. Okay, so you can't really blame them. But for them, it's no, and it's no. But in some cases, I know people have activated parks like that, and they've spent the time to explain to the authorities that, yeah, we have radios, but nobody's going to hear us. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So the rule is for no radios, sound systems, and that sort of thing. I mean, if we get to the point where, you know, the Port Authority or the Park Authority, you know, tells us, you know, we don't want you here ever, and that's what I answered in the last question, yeah, we'll take it off. We've had some parks call us and tell us that they don't want to see us there with radios or ham radio or anything else. I said, okay, fine, we'll take it off. We don't have a problem doing that. It's too bad that we have to do that, but don't have to do it. We don't have a problem. Yep, there was your follow-up question. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it to David. David is, I wanted to recognize David Kiki for OMJ. He is the guy who oversees the POTA Parks mapping system for the whole world. And he has operated from many countries and is going to do so this summer, so maybe you have some basic comments to make.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Kevin. Okay, so basically, if you want to activate from another country, the first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have the license to operate from there. Like, for example, last year, I went to South Africa and to Qatar, and I went to Spain, where I was born, raised. With Spain, they have, you can use your US license if you are an extra. That's the only thing you need to do, and you can check that out on the ARRL website. It tells you the countries that support that transfer, but then there are other countries that you have to contact authorities in those places. So you just contact them, and sometimes you download a form, you fill it out, and Kevin can tell you about that too, because he has been traveling to several countries in the Caribbean, and he has had to ask for the licenses in those places. It's not just the license, but also you need to see if you are allowed to transmit in certain bands or certain, ranges. Like, for example, last year I found out that in South Africa, they are able to use SSB on 30 meters, something that we cannot do here. There are apps like Polo, the one that Sebastian was talking about before, that already tells you if you are in that range or not. So basically, you have to do those things. Make sure that your license allows you to transmit there, and then to see where you can transmit in those countries. Does it answer your question? Okay.
All right. Kevin wanted to take the podium back here.
That sounded very aggressive. First of all, I want to thank the person in the audience who already donated. So apparently it's working. The donate button works, so if anybody else would like to hop on, we appreciate it. Yes, we will repeat the questions from the audience. Since the program is moving to a board of director style, how are the members picked? How long will they serve? and is a mechanism in place to vote in new members if a vacancy occurs. So I think this is a two-part answer. Rick can tell us how the board members were selected, and maybe he or Mark can talk about the bylaws and what's moving forward. Rick?
I think I kind of addressed why the people that are up here already, because of their expertise. As far as replacing the board members, we're Mark can speak more directly to this, but in our governance doctrine, we've established that each board member will serve a specific time frame period. 3 years? 3 years. And at the discretion of that member, at the end of his 3 years, you can re-up again. So none of us are going anywhere until we fall over and get, but it really, or that we get at each other's throats so much that one of us is voted out. Then we'll go hunting for another board member. But as far as being a volunteer who wants to become a board member, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon because they're just too good at what they do. But once we get to a point where the governance of the program is beyond our capability, then we'll probably add people. Yeah.
His answer was really perfect. There's not a term, there's a term limit for the initial, but no term limits like a Supreme Court unlimited. But if you have an interest, there's a lot of volunteer positions. The board is only this one entity, and the mapping reps and the computers. Tom put out a plea, there was 12 more people. We need people to do computer work, mapping work, field work. There's a lot of opportunities, so don't just think, I think this is a dirty work, the board. The real boots on the ground are in the field. So help desk, I think, isn't it the help desk is the best way? Send the inquiries, nominate people. We're looking for good volunteers.
I will not be up here forever, so you can look for my notice at some point. No offense. Are the rules being revised to correct the problem with exfers, and how will you ensure that the rules are enforced for all users? John Ford. It's a favorite board subject.
I get always, all right. So an exfer, or enfer. So in POTA, there is a way for somebody to activate 2 or 3 parks at once. So the way that happens is you must be inside all 3 parks. Let's say we're going to talk about 3 parks. So if you want to activate multiple parks at once, you have to be sitting in the intersection of all 3 parks at that spot. Let me back up one step. So, as we all know, in POTA, there is one baseline cast-in-stone rule that we all observe, and that is you have to be inside the park boundaries to activate the park. Any argument on that? I don't think so. That's the baseline rule. So now let's talk about activating, the possibility of activating multiple parks at once. So the person who asked the question implied that there was a problem here. And the problem that has arisen, unfortunately, is that over the past 2 or 3 years, 2 years at least, the board, or since the board has been formed, we've been forced to acknowledge the fact that there are activators out there who are claiming to be at 5 parks that are not. So you may be talking to somebody that's claiming to be at 4 parks, and if they are at one of them, they are not necessarily at the 3 other ones. There are a number of, how does that happen? There's a number of creative rules about multiple park activation that are not part of the POTA rule set, but that have appeared on social media, and people use those. So, long story short, we have an issue, and we're discussing it as a board of directors. We haven't come to a conclusion yet, but we need to address it. It's a serious issue because the day that we say that it's not important to be inside a park to activate it, then it's pretty much we're done. So we have to address that problem. I don't know how we're going to address it yet. We've talked about it very loosely so far. It's going to be one of our topics on for the agenda for the next upcoming board of directors meeting. Yep.
But I think there's layers to that. This is describing a problem. And what you're alluding to is people who are saying in the parks, they're in a park and there's not. But there's oodles of scenarios where there's just overlapping park jurisdictions. You noted earlier that, that there's a rule you're either in one park or another. There seems to be a philosophy that you're trying to cull those. But I live in the D.C. area, and I can be in a Maryland State Park, and Captain John Smith is the river. And with the river, you're allowed 100 feet. So I can be within 2 parks. Well, I've made contacts with people in the D.C. area who are in like 8 parks. And I looked on the map, and it's like, yeah, okay. I mean, jurisdictionally, they overlap. And I understand that's not consistent with philosophy, but I don't think that's the scenario of people saying they're in parks that they're not in, so much as just the philosophy of being only one park at a time. The way the parks are designed, they just overlap. I mean, is there an effort to try to call that? You had alluded to that earlier. I don't see it as a problem necessarily, but it does, like when I read the rules, it does seem to be some inconsistency there, because there's lots of scenarios where jurisdictionally the parks intersect legally. You're in 3 different parks at the same time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when I was in Kansas City, for example, Kansas City, you have the Santa Fe Trail, California Trail, and Oregon Trail, and there's a couple of parks in the city where there is a sign and it says the 3 trails intersect here. So as I sit below that sign, I am obviously at the intersection of, I'm in 3 trails. There are a number of other instances of that. DC is a complex mosaic. I could talk about DC for 2 hours, but the bottom line is, and the fact of the matter is, and we've been served these facts by a couple of folks over the last couple of years, is that, you can even do the test, because I'm a quite active activator, and so when somebody says park to park to me, okay, let's go, and they say, well, I'm at 5 parks. And I copy the park numbers in my log and all that kind of stuff, and just for shits and giggles in the evening as I'm doing my log entries and everything else, I look up the parks and I say, huh? These parks don't even touch each other, let alone overlap each other. And that's the issue, the problem that's being asked about here, and I'm not saying that that's, everybody. I think in my experience as an activator, the vast majority of activators are activating correctly, but we understand now, and we have seen evidence that there's people out there that are basically claiming to be at 5 parks in the same, and they're only in one of them, if they're in one of them. So we have to figure out what do we do with that, because like I said before, it's serious, because the whole premise of POTA is you got to be in the park to activate it. So we can't turn the other way if somebody starts a pattern of activating parks that they're not in. It's that simple. Yep. the terabytes of computing power and the ocean of cubicle engineers needed to do that worldwide would be mind-boggling. There's just no way. Quite frankly, you know, like I said, I've done quite a bit of activation, and I do my research the night before, you know, where I'm going to go. If I think that there's a 2-fur or 3-fur, then I kind of dig down one layer. I peel the onion a little bit to make sure that it's, you know, so but there's a little bit of advanced skill set there to do a little bit more research to make sure that you're not pulling the leg of your hunters when you're telling them you're in 3 parks. I mean, that's me, but that's the honor system that POTA operates under. Yep. Yeah, but I mean, you know, I used to, or I know an activator in the Kansas City area who's a really, really tenacious individual. And so he wasn't happy with the sign in the park that said the 3 trails. He had to go to the Historic Society and convince the lady there to pull out the brown sepia maps that were drawn by the captains of the wagon trains to make sure that, okay, I mean, you know, quite frankly, I told the guy, I said, whatever you come up with, I believe you. If you're going to do that level of research, you are exceeding the criteria. Yeah, in the back. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's why, or one of the uses of having all the activators listed on the park info page for that park, so you can go down the list and link to somebody and email them and say, hey, you know, I mean, that's happened to me a couple of times where I said, you know, how on earth do you get to this place? So it's useful to have somebody who's been there and activated, and you know. There was another question? There you go. Rick says he has an answer, so I'll let him. I have an answer, but I'll let Rick go ahead.
The answer is yes. I happen to be one of those people that contacts the agency before he goes anywhere. And undoubtedly, by far, U.S. Fish and Wildlife is our biggest problem child agency to deal with, and we've already talked about that a lot. But I did a park in Kansas that's about as far west as you can go before hitting Colorado. That was a brand new state park, and I was the first one there, and yada, yada, yada. And as I was driving in, the ranger saw me and came over, and I spoke with him, and you know, I told him what I was doing, and his response was, well, that's great. How do I get more ham radio operators to come out here? You know, that kind of thing. And that's happened to me more than once. in different parks that I've activated. But I think that a lot of what you encounter as far as the agencies that you're dealing with, whether it's Fish and Wildlife or National Park Service or whatever, depends on how you conduct yourself when you go there, like John has said. I mean, just use common sense is all I can say. But yes, we have had many instances of positive comments from agencies that we've dealt with.
So we're clearly going to run out of time. I want to emphasize to everybody that we have a great help desk team. James Gallo right here is part of that team. They can answer questions if you don't get a forum today. Also, all of our email addresses are on QRZ for the board, so if there are board questions that we don't get today, please reach out to us. We're more than happy to answer those. Will the board institute a mechanism for communicating to the volunteers what is going on behind the scenes with the program, similar to an internal newsletter, possibly quarterly? I'll take that. The plan is yes. We are actually trying to understand the full breadth of our volunteers. Believe it or not, we don't have one list of the 250 people that volunteer, and we're trying to get that all together. But our plan in the very short term is to not only communicate more effectively with the volunteers, but even to provide some training now that we're an international organization. So that is very high on our list, or high on my list at least. Anything to add, guys? Yep. Got a yes from Rick. The Q&A session is being, it's live streamed right now by Dayton Hamvention, and it will be recorded and archived. So if you want to go back and listen to us again, that's available. I would love to see POTA's tool set purposed for general calling CQ. Too often I'm not at the right kind of park, or the weather prevents me from getting to a park, but I want the POTA pile-up experience. I'm not sure what that means. Anybody want to take John?
POTA's toolset purpose for general calling CQ too often not at the right kind of park or the weather.
Yeah, we'll just thank you for that question and move on.
Thank you. If you want a pile up, go to a park. I mean, and one of the things that we've always said is, we tell people there's no real, POTA is kind of very loose for rules, and we've made it that way because we want to keep it simple. So when you are at a park and you're the activator, it's your activation. You want to do it with spaghetti sauce, you want to do it with, whatever style you have, and there are as many activation styles as there are activators. I can vouch for that. So whatever style you prefer to use, I tend to use a contest style activation. I know friends of mine tend to use a more conversational. They have a short QSO with each person they talk to, and for me, it's important to get 10 and gone. I'm an engineer. I like the technical challenge of setting up at a park, activating, getting my 10, and I'm happy. I did it, and I'm gone. But I know there's some people that like to be at the same park all day, every day, and that turns their crank, and that makes them happy, and that's great. But whatever your style is, it's your style. So there's no toolkit for that.
So I think we've covered fundraising pretty thoroughly. The only thing I want to add to this, as Rick said, we have had a shortfall over the past 3 or 4 months, and you should be aware that there are individuals that step up and cover that shortfall to the tune of hundreds of dollars, and that's obviously not sustainable in the long term. So again, if you want to go to that donate button today, right now, that'd be appreciated. What's the process for getting a park to be a POTA park? I'm just going to have John stand up here.
All right. Well, I am very proud of, in North America, I'm very proud of, we have almost 60 map rep volunteers in North America. And that includes, you know, Canada, each province has one, the US, each state has one, Mexico, and all the islands surrounding North America that are geographically part of North America. There's 60 people right there. And then David, you got what, another 60 people spread around the world, easily, or more? So all of those people are listed on the POTA website. If you go to rules and documentation and look at volunteers, map reps by country, and then by state, you can find the person you can email to ask, hey, I've got a park, I'd like to see if it can be added, and you can give them the details, and then they'll look at it. The park, the map reps, we've done quite a bit of work with the map reps to train them, I guess is the best word. Make sure that they understand, you know, the criteria for POTA parks, and to communicate all the one-offs of all the parks. Not to go into it too deeply, but you know, just in North America, believe it or not, there's over 200 government agencies that manage parks, and each of them manages parks differently. So just because you look up a website of a state park in New York and you look up a website of a state park in Utah, it's like Jupiter and Mars, man. There's nothing common to any of them. And so, and all of a sudden you dig deep a little bit and all of a sudden, oops, this is different. How can I, you know? So there's always exceptions because of those types of things, but our map reps are doing a good job. So basically, short answer is get in touch with your map rep, ask them, and they'll get back to you typically in a short time. If you don't get an answer, you know, within a couple of weeks or whatever, you can email me. So I'm retired, I got nothing to do. So I'll usually be able to handle it. Yep. Well, actually, David, did you want to, or who wants to? Go ahead, Tom. Yep.
So the question was, when we add parks, can we publish when we add parks? There is an entire list, a CSV file that you can download, and you can process that yourself any way you want. And you are welcome to set up any kind of monitoring of that file. That is public information. You can also sort the list of parks by activations, and you'll find the new ones with the least number of activations.
Does the list the date at which they became a park?
No.
That was the question.
Yeah, there's no, but you can download yesterday's list, and you can download today's list, and you can look at the differences.
There's a couple of Discord servers that have that already.
Yeah.
If you have a question, raise your hand, I'll come to you. Makes it easier so everybody hears the question.
Yep. Walking around.
Hey, thank you much. Brian Schmidt, NI0P from Nebraska. I'm one of the mapping reps for Nebraska. There's actually a gentleman that has a website called POTA.news, and he has a map on there, and I think he puts the new, it will automatically update if there's a new park added to your state. It will come up with a specific icon on it, so you'll know that it's just been added to the list of parks list. So,
Very good.
I think there was a question in the back row.
Thank you, moderator. Contesting and POTA have become very much together these days. You will find, particularly in QSO parties, operators in the QSO parties are going to parks and drawing lots of activity from those looking to work that park. There are specific exchanges for QSO parties. For example, in New York State, if you're in New York State, you provide $5.99 in the county that you're in. Do POTA operators, and there probably are a few here in this room who might be able to answer that question, are they aware of the fact that contesting and POTA have become almost a married gig? It's amazing how many more contacts you can make with POTA activity.
Yes. You know, one of my favorite tricks, you know, being in the Midwest, for instance, and actually I've discovered now that I've relocated to upstate New York, there are a ton of places where I don't have cell service. I can't spot myself. So what I do, my favorite trick, is I wait for a contest weekend. So you get the WPX or CQ Worldwide weekend, whatever, and I just go out and activate parks on that weekend because it's literally raining QSOs. I mean, all I got to do is turn the radio on, answer, you know, 10 CQs, and I'm good. I'm done. I go to the next park, and I can work the same 10 guys at 10 parks in a row, and it still counts. So, you know, it's kind of a dirty little secret. But if you can't spot yourself, you know, going out on a contest weekend is really useful. So, but yeah, there's a lot of people that, you know, will work contests from a park, and there's people that work field day from a park. There's, you know, that sort of thing. So the crossover is obvious.
John, is it obvious that the operators doing queue parties from a park should understand the exchange? That's a given, I would presume.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's, if you look on the web, I don't know if everybody uses it, but there are numerous websites that explain. I use one that has a 7-day contest schedule, and it's laid out by date, and then you can click on the exchange thing, and it'll tell you exactly what the exchange is for the, you know, whatever contest it is. And if that's the one that you're going to focus on, then you know what the exchange is. But yeah, it's always courteous if you're counting on going out and you know, at a park and posing in the contest. It's courteous to find out, you know, ahead of time what the exchange is expected to be.
Okay.
POTA operators who are not contesters, perhaps, understand that when we send 599 Monroe MON or New York, that they come back with, yes, their POTA number, and they have to provide the same information, whether they're from New York, Pennsylvania, or Virginia, or they're in New York in another county. The POTA contesters, are they aware that this is happening and that they need to make that exchange?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question for you.
First of all, it's not a contest, okay? POTA is not a contest, all right? And the intersection of POTA and like what the guy in the white shirt does, DXing, is something we all do, okay? What you mentioned earlier, I've done over and over again, and that's QSO parties. I go to a park that's close to me or within driving distance and use the QSO party as an excuse for logging X number of QSOs. I've done, but it's not the POTA person's responsibility to look up that exchange because I don't have to give a park number to the person that's running the QSO party. They don't care about parks, right? You understand what I'm saying? It's a one-way street. So yes, it's entirely feasible. Is it required for the POTA activator to know what the, well, if you're gonna use that as a means to collect QSOs, you better know it ahead of time. Is there a requirement for us to teach people that? No, not at all.
It's on their own. I have a question here.
Okay, I have a question for you software guys. My call sign's KC9RF. I'm looking at, you know, you have the yellow dots on for the maps. Great. Can you put on like a green dot for parks that we have activated when we log in? That would be very handy.
Well, we are working on new mapping software, and the new mapping software does that exact thing. So you can come to our forum tomorrow. You can come to our forum tomorrow and hear more about it.
Any other questions from the audience?
That might be your device and it might be your browser. You might need to clear the cache on your browser. You might need a new device.
I've tried multiple devices.
Well,
multiple iPads, multiple phones.
Okay. I will tell you that the POTA website has grown dramatically. There's now 85,000 people trying to push that same dot. And it's not that there's one computer that runs POTA, but it's an old design and it's an old website, and that's why we're working on a new one.
Okay.
Come tomorrow.
Which brings us to this question. Obviously, all the IT questions is going to be an hour and a half tomorrow with these two gentlemen. I really would recommend you attend then. How can I help support my local POTA at a state and city level? Rick?
How can I support my local POTA? I don't understand what local POTA means. As in a park? Organization? Oh, if you're talking about relationship with park managers, like I said before, it depends on the agency you're having to deal with and whether or not they're going to be receptive to you coming to their park to activate. But, and as I also said before, it's always been my way of doing things to contact them ahead of time, so you get a good feel as to whether or not you're going to be welcome there in the first place. Go ahead.
On the topic of whether they're allowed radio operations, I mean, it's a little bit of a rhetorical question here, but obviously a cell phone is a radio. I doubt that they would disallow walkie-talkies, and if you drive in with an antenna on your car, they're going to say, don't hit that push-to-talk button. I mean, it's all rhetorical, but it seems so ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I don't doubt that that occurs at some times, in some places. And again, it depends on the agency.
Over here.
Go ahead.
I have a mapping question.
Ask it.
I activated a park down in Mississippi, J.P. Coleman State Park, and it's on the Terra Trails, but it's not listed on the National Park Services that it's in Mississippi. Will it be added to the Mississippi on the Taylor Trails?
Basically, you need to talk to John. He needs you to add a state. It's a multi-state park. The mapping representative will not be able to do it. So mapping representative, they can add new parks, but it's already.
And they gave me an answer. It wasn't on the website for the National Park Service.
If you can send him an email.
I did send him an email.
To John?
Yes.
He will respond to
I
it.
got back from it.
That the National Park Service doesn't list that the National Park Service doesn't list Mississippi as part of a Trail of Tears?
Yes.
But it's next on the river.
It was on, yeah, the 100-foot rule came into it. It's trying to figure out exactly where to measure the 100 feet from. That one just got really complicated.
Coming. Okay, Molly.
I got an email from the Park Service on that exact question. It had to do with the the Meriwether-Lewis Trail, and I was in a state and I saw the symbol for the Meriwether-Lewis Trail. So I emailed the Park Service, and the answer that I got back was they have partnering agencies in other states that are considered a part of that trail. However, it's not a part of the trail itself. It's an extraneous thing. So actually emailing the Park Service might help you, because that's where I got my answer. So there's no way that, I mean, it's a Lewis and Park Trail site by the sign, but it's not on the National Parks website. And that was the answer that I got, was because it's kind of a partner agency, not part of their main mapped trail.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. Whether you're a member or not, the league has a store, and if you go to the exhibit supplies, you can get one of any four 25-page packets to They give them out for free along with your order, and then you could put that in your car to perpetuate the hobby to curious people that maybe want to get their ham license. It's just something worth keeping in your car. Every once in a while, you run across a person that's very curious and they would like to get their license, and it's just something for them to go to the league's website and find out how to get licensed.
So they can then activate parks, right?
Yeah.
That's the purpose. Got to be POTA relevant.
Yeah, I know.
Just like on Facebook, POTA relevant questions. Next, anyone else? Yes, sir. Time?
We're out of time.
Can we get this one more?
Go ahead, quickly.
We always defer to a while. Let me give you the mic, and then we're going to wrap it up.
I was just going to say, if we treat the parks like we love the parks, they generally reciprocate. Our local club does a field day at a state park, and they have learned that we take care of it, we're good to it. Our guys can go out and activate anytime, and the rangers will actually help them carry the antenna out if they need it.
It's very nice. Always. The parks are yours.
You get what you pay for. Thank you all for coming. Come tomorrow and see what's coming next.
Good job, John.
What are you talking about? Start over.
They've been superseded for a specific part. All of them. You go to any of them. I can show you.
Oh yeah, I've done the DX. I love DX. I love doing the DX contest. So they don't care if it's a park or not. If they're into it, they get a bonus. But then you get tons of content. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not a tent stock. I figure I'm in a rare park. I like to help them get loud. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, the back. Sometimes it's pulling teeth. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, but that's no longer there. So it needs updated. That's all I'm saying. It's on a lot of them. That whole link is on a lot of them. It's outdated. They came out with a new one.
So we got Michael.
Steven.
I'm next up.
Steven, Jamie. Nice to meet you.
Jamie,
Good to meet you guys.
So we got a thumb drive.
Yeah. So I don't need to hear me.
And you guys got a clicker.
Yep.
Okay.
And then We got a wireless mic to use for you guys if both you need to talk or for audience. Okay. It's highly encouraged because we're live streaming. Yeah. If you do start taking questions and one of you guys can run around, sometimes there's a volunteer, a lot of times there's not.
Okay, so you have the two mics, this mic and the ham mic?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There you go. You can go ahead and throw it in and transfer files. We've just been sending stuff to the downloads folder and then open it up and I'll make sure everything works for you. They're in a weird place.
They are.
I know why they don't do that anymore. That's a great way to break USBs off.
Yeah.
It's there, it's just not there. Not seeing it yet.
Okay, that's not good.
It's there. If not, there's another one that's on. I tested it at home before I got. There's another thumb drive in your bag.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm not hovering, I'm just here. If
No,
you're good.
I love it. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Just make sure this is, so we know which goes forward, which goes back.
It's hot enough in here. There you have it. There's your speaker notes, but we don't have any.
Okay. All right, so.
You get to stand still and I'll walk around with a mic to answer questions for people or chime in. We're hot. I'll steal that one in case we get questions down there and I'll be off to the side. He's the main guy.
Yeah.
He's the idiot. Turn it on. I just changed the batteries.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Just always.
Testing.
That's one problem. Do you have any audio to play through your computer? Nope. Okay. Nope. Either way, there's audio from the HDMI and from that. Yeah, no, that's all good. Any calls or anything like that? I'm sorry? Any remote in phone calls or anything? Nope, not that we know of. All right. Well, if you need something, appreciate you, brother. I'll probably be back there. I'm going to go over to the other side. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll be over here by the stairs. That way, if I can jump down and if they pass it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have the handheld, then I think it's possible. Yeah. Yeah, what time is it? I got 12:04. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. What's that? All right. Use it now. Yeah. I'm starting right at 12:10. That's right time, right? Sure. 12:10. Yep. Yeah. You should look at that before you head out today because you. Yeah. Yeah. Good thing for the rain. We got a couple people today, you know? Might have only had 5 people in here without the rain. So.
My number's 06.
Yeah. Part of it is when they draw it.
Yeah. But I would think that they would group them so you didn't have to wait. So they're grouped, see how they're grouped.
Yeah.
Wondering if it's 06. Did you have yours on your thing?
Yeah, I end in, yeah.
No, I can still have my house in Kansas City, but I live in New York now. All right. Have a good one. Yeah, you too.
John, I just got to tell you, he never met my Okay. I just want to say hi. Excellent.
Okay, thanks.
What you can do is, yeah, because then we can get started. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Mike Steitley. I work with the Tompkins County Department of Emergency Response, which is in Tompkins County, New York. And today we're going to share some ideas on how to reimagine not only RACES and ARES, but MCOM in general, and trying to come up with unique ideas on how you can bridge the gap with your local emergency management. Of course, now we have issues.
There we go.
No? Are they doing something?
No, hit it one more time.
I just tested it.
Go forward with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right.
There you go.
All right, so just a little bit about myself. My name is Mike Steitley. I work again with the Tompkins County Department of Emergency Response. I'm also a certified emergency manager through the International Association of Emergency Management. I've been doing emergency management for over 35 years, and really what inspired me to want to talk today is because over the last several months, I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube in particular about whether or not ARES and RACES, as we know it, has become a dead art, and whether or not there's still a place for ARES and RACES and emergency management. So although I am a ham operator, just 2 years now, I was inspired to become a ham radio operator by our RACES leadership team in Tompkins County, New York. I'm not speaking here today as a ham radio operator. I'm speaking here today as an emergency manager, and I want to talk specifically about some best practices that we started in Tompkins County, New York, and also share some experiences from different events that I participated in going back to 1995. So in my office, which is the Department of Emergency Response, we have several unique divisions in our department. The first is the Office of Emergency Management, which is I think what we're all here to really talk about how we can bridge the gap between MCOM, and emergency management. I'm also responsible for the countywide EMS program, the public safety radio system, which we're going to touch on today, on how you can dovetail into that, the County 911 Center, and also the county security program. I've got over 35 years of experience in emergency management, dating back to about 1995. I was the emergency manager in New Jersey during several significant storms that included Hurricane Floyd, Hurricane Irene, Hurricane Sandy, Hurricane Lee, and a number of other events that rose to the level of a presidential declaration. And every single one of those events, there was some place for MCOM. So we're going back nearly 30 years. I've done emergency management, again, at the local level, the county level, in healthcare. I've done it in post-secondary education, and again, now back here in Tompkins County, New York. I'd like to introduce my colleague and my friend, and really the individual that motivated me to become a ham radio operator, Jamie Arnold, who is the leader of our races team.
Hi, good afternoon. Oh, that one's a loud one. My name is Jamie Arnold. My call sign's Whiskey 2, Golf Papa Romeo, W2GPR, and right from Tompkins County. And my close friend here and the director of our 911 center and our emergency management group has embraced what amateur radio can do for the hobby and for our community. I have a pretty extensive background in emergency services, grew up in and around the fire service, emergency medical, spent plenty of days in the back of ambulances and ran a lot of large-scale events and emergencies for the New York State Department of Transportation, as well as a lot of federal contract work. I've always loved the amateur radio hobby and just have embraced what it can do to help serve our community. And with our races team, as we were looking to try to build that races team, we just were floored by the obstacles that were there early on, and it wasn't until we met the benefits of having someone that understands everything that we could bring to the table that our team really grew, and team really was able to grow into what it is today.
Great, thank you. As we go through the presentation today, I really would like this to be conversational in nature. So what Jamie and I are going to do is if you have a question as we're going through it, raise your hand, because I think this is also an opportunity for everybody in this room that obviously either has a leadership role in either RACES, ARES, or MCOM, or maybe is interested in joining a team or maybe be on a team to help share your ideas so we can all learn together. All right, so again, what really motivated me back, I'd say probably about October or November of last year, I started seeing a lot of YouTube videos, some influencers that I have a lot of respect for that do some great work in the amateur radio arena, talking about whether or not there's still a place for amateur radio and emergency management. And what I thought when I watched these videos was the voice that they were missing was somebody in emergency management that could speak firsthand about the value of what the folks in this room bring to the table during an event, and really, quite frankly, doing blue sky days as well. And we're going to talk a little bit about that later on some examples of what we do to keep our team interested in working with us, and also giving them some unique responsibilities that maybe you can bring back to your area. So the question is there still a place for amateur radio and public safety? And if you notice, I'm not just saying emergency management here, I'm saying public safety, and I'm doing that for a very specific reason. The word on the street is that local emergency management doesn't want to work with us, and also that ham radio isn't relevant anymore in MCOM today. And what I'm here to tell you is an emergency manager, again, a practitioner in the industry for over 35 years and working very closely with groups such as your own in 3 different states now. Generally speaking, I think as long as you can promote a good, healthy program and you have the right ambassador for your program, you can build a team or improve the team in your community. This is one of the leading titles that I've seen in videos over the last several months. And again, influencers I have a lot of respect for, but don't necessarily have a background in emergency management, have come to the conclusion that it's pretty much dead. And again, I'm here to say that it's not. So the question is, what do we really have to offer? What is the role of amateur radio and emergency management? And what do you think your job is? Does anybody want to throw out an example of what you think is an answer to one of these 2 questions? I love that answer. What he said is we need to be prepared to do whatever they would like us to do in our community. And I think that that's a really strong takeaway because I think on our side of the table, we have a very specific idea of what we should be doing, and perhaps it's not what you think you should be doing, but more of what you're assigned to do. True or false, our team should be in the Emergency Operations Center. Raise your hand if you believe that your team should have a seat in the Emergency Operations Center. Okay, good. Yes. Sure, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, the way I look at it is, ARES is, something that's obviously promoted through the ARRL. I don't have a lot of experience with ARES teams. I have more experience with RACES teams, but RACES teams have to be affiliated with a local emergency management program. So whereas I look at ARES, which I think in many communities, it's the right model for that community. It's more set up like a club, whereas the RACES teams are really designed to work directly and are identified as an entity of the emergency management division. So our RACES team, there is a line item in our budget to help support the RACES team, and we meet weekly or actually monthly with our RACES team leaders. We do drills through our office, and I'm not saying that doesn't happen at the ARES level or with an ARES group, but that to me is the biggest distinction. But again, I'm here to learn as well, so if anybody would like to add to that, I'd love to hear it, yes.
I thought RACES was part of FEMA.
Well, RACES is not part of FEMA. RACES is recognized by FEMA, but especially in states like New Jersey and New York, which I can speak a little bit more intelligently about, they, again, have to be affiliated with a local emergency management organization. Now, in New Jersey, where I was a municipal emergency management coordinator during some of those events that I talked about earlier, we did have a local team and we had a county team. But in New Jersey, anybody here from New Jersey, just out of curiosity? Whereabouts? South Jersey, so south of Freehold. So I'm from Central Jersey, Somerset County. Okay, so nice to see a fellow Jersey guy. But the point is that the way they're structured, it's, again, are you RACES or ARES, just out of curiosity? ARES, okay, so then you could speak a little bit more for now. Yeah, again, I don't want to really draw a huge distinction between the two because I think it really does depend on what's right for your community. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that a little bit later, but to clear the question up, if you didn't hear the question, it was, he thought that RACES was part of FEMA. It is not. It's recognized by FEMA. They have education through FEMA, but it's not actually part of FEMA. Please.
So from the beginning, everything that I understood about ARES versus RACES and those conversations of why one is better than the other, the one thing that always stood out to me was the simple verbiage of go lay down. During a natural disaster, when something is terrible and it's big and it's blown up, if we can be told to stay off the air or not, and what those repeaters can be used for and how you can, quote unquote, take things over. With the RACES program, there is specific verbiage that's in there that specifically states that we can stay on the air when we're operating under the purview of a Department of Emergency Response. I see a lot of people nodding their heads yes, so that to me is what was the biggest difference for when we were looking at ARES versus RACES, we were much more interested in the RACES part of it. But again, that also was possible because of the support that we have through our Department of Emergency Response. It would have never been possible with an entity that didn't support us and didn't embrace us the way that they did. So your mileage may vary if you're better off with ARES versus RACES.
What I've done here, I've got two different slides that give you a sample what a table of organization would look like for a typical event involving an EOC activation. And if you look, I have highlighted where the communication unit is. Typically what you're going to see in an emergency operations center are the ones, the horizontal row where it says operations section, planning section, logistics section, or finance section. So for those that raise their hand about whether or not you should have a seat at the EOC, I'm going to say, like everything I've learned from experienced ham operators, it depends. Now, in our model, we do have a seat in our EOC for our RACES team, but not every organization is going to be set up that way. So I thought if you could see where you might fall on a table of organization, it might give you some more context as to who might actually be representing you in the EOC. And at the end of the day, it really comes down to your logistics officers, because this is another model. And if you see, communication leader is going to report up to the service branch and up to logistics. So you may not necessarily be in an EOC, but it doesn't mean that you still have a very critical role for your operation. But I just wanted to kind of put to bed that if you're told that you don't belong in the EOC, that's okay. you still have a role and you still might have a very large impact on that operation. So don't be offended if your emergency manager tells you you don't have a seat in the EOC. This gentleman over here almost took my quote, so because I think it's really relevant. So I put this together a couple days ago because I thought that for our team and some of what we do, which might seem a little outside of traditional communications, is really pretty critical. But during an emergency or disaster, you might have very strong beliefs about your role and what you think you should be performing. However, your responsibilities may change based on the incident action plan, the incident commander, or the EOC manager. So to ensure effective and coordinated response, it's essential to remain flexible and carry out the role that you're assigned, even if it differs from your expectations. I think that's pretty important because what we've learned with our team is although we have a very robust public safety radio system, I've worked in 2 systems where the public safety radio system has failed. Sometimes it fails not because it necessarily breaks, but because there's so much activity because of the type of event that the community is experiencing that there really isn't a lot of capacity in the system. So you need to go to some form of aux communications because you really need to leave those frequencies available for the first responders. So that's an important takeaway. Because that might mean that maybe you're asked to do some form of communication for maybe a unique aspect of the event, but maybe you're not necessarily passing 911 level traffic, but maybe we just need to have communications established for a particular branch that doesn't necessarily have priority in the public safety radio system, but we still need to be able to communicate with them. So for those that are familiar with public safety radio systems, most modern day public safety radio systems are trunked P25 compliant systems. So there's priorities that are established in the system that really dictate who can talk on the air and when. If you live in a really large urban area or suburban area, if you have, like in New Jersey, where I experienced some pretty heavy flooding with Hurricane Irene and Sandy, first responders that were out there doing water rescue were really utilizing the system at its maximum capability. That's really all we could really do was leave the available bandwidth of that system available for people that were conducting rescues. So one thing that we did in New Jersey during those storms is that we were embedding RACES teams into local EOCs and passing 911 traffic from the County 911 Center to the local EOC where we had a staging area of police, fire, and EMS, and that's how we were essentially dispatching those units to their events. Because during a major event, not only are you dealing with the unique rescues or storm or incident-specific specific events, you still have to do your daily 911 calls. So what we did is we just put everybody on VHF. We had RACES again embedded in our local EOC, and they were passing traffic from the 911 center back to the local EOC for what we would consider to be less critical calls, but yet our standard, more run-of-the-mill calls that we would get at any particular time on any given day. You want to add to that? Yes. Nope, we're putting them, okay.
So I'm going to repeat the question when he said when you're talking about putting them on VHF, the question was if he was putting them on the local 911 system's VHF, and that wasn't the case. It was using the amateur radio operator's gear and technology and expertise.
Yeah, for those people that, again, have experience in the public safety radio systems, if you work or are involved in a system where there's a lot of entities on it, you might be familiar with the bonk. Does anybody know what I mean when I say the bonk, right? So that can happen is if everybody's trying to talk in a system at once, and when that happens, it's like a busy signal. And so what happens is again, in those events in New Jersey, what we were experiencing when we had a lot of fire departments and rescue squads that were out in the field conducting water rescues for a county-wide flood, there really wasn't any capacity for, again, the traditional day-to-day traffic. So our RACES team set up a communications plan on the fly that would allow us to be able to communicate with our first responders that were doing the more day-to-day calls that we would typically have to handle anyway. Do you want to add to that?
What I've been preaching in Minnesota is that our emergency managers need our skills as trained communicators. It doesn't really matter what equipment we use. We learned our skills with amateur radio, but whatever radio they hand us, we can work with.
So that's a great point. For those who couldn't hear him is what we offer as amateur radio operators is our communication professionalism. You know, with what we're used to doing, how we're used to doing what we're doing, we can pretty much step in and grab anything. That is where our team really shined. And when we look at this slide that says opportunities, don't limit yourself to just trying to work with emergency management. Our team, when our team was being built and our incredible group of volunteers was doing what they were doing, it's tough. It's tough to get into some of those conversations. And we were able to do exactly what you said. We just kind of showed up at some meetings that we were invited to and said, this is what we can do. This is basically a menu of all the incredible things that our people are capable of. We can send you pictures, we can send you data, we can do all this crazy stuff. You want to talk to 2 miles away or 2,000 miles away, we can do it. And we're going to be over here practicing and honing our skills, and if you need us, great, and if you don't, then, you know, keep us in mind.
At a interoperability conference in Michigan put on by FEMA, DHS, and the Michigan State Police, the professional first responders, their word to the amateur radio community that was present at the meeting was, just shut up. Meaning, we are blabbermouths.
Yeah.
We talk way too much.
Yep.
When you've got the message, say clear.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of thing. But we blather on.
Yeah. So essentially, if you heard what he said, was, you know, we talk, we're communicator. I am the worst. You'll find out by the end of this. I'm an over communicator. Just make it clear, make it short, make it sweet, and be done with it.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. So, again, emergency management is just one segment of the public safety community, of the community. So it's trying to identify what your community needs and what you have to offer. And that's what our RACES team has done in Tompkins County. So although all these various public safety entities fall underneath our umbrella in our Department of Emergency Response, we do have some very specific tasks that our RACES team does. Think about your community and think about what you think you can offer your specific community, and just don't be hyper-focused on emergency management. In our community, yes, 911 falls under me, falls underneath my department, but that's not the way it is in all communities. Sometimes the 911 director is an equivalent or an equal to the emergency management coordinator. So if you're trying to develop a relationship with the emergency management coordinator, maybe that individual doesn't necessarily appreciate what you bring to the table, but it doesn't mean that your 911 center director may not appreciate what you bring to the table. What I learned from our RACES team is that I have a think tank of leaders. And so when we've had problems in our county, I can really rely on them to help me try to solve a problem. And again, later on, we're going to review some of what we've done locally that maybe, again, might help inspire you to bring back to your area. But again, if you're not getting anywhere with emergency management, maybe you can look towards another entity in your community, one of which is healthcare. So I mentioned earlier that I've done emergency management in healthcare, and there's a real need for that in healthcare. Jamie and our RACES team coordinated a really sophisticated communication exercise with the Central New York Healthcare Coalition that he's going to talk about in a few minutes. But again, that might be something that maybe would fit what you're able to offer in your community. It's not necessarily directly connected to your county or your local emergency management, but there's an area that there's often quite a need, and they're looking for amateur radio operators to work with. Recently, after they did an exercise, I reached out to a colleague of mine in Pennsylvania and said, hey, maybe what we could do is take what you're doing in Pennsylvania, what we're doing in New York, and we can bridge that, and maybe we can do a multi-state exercise. And he was really excited about that. We're really excited about that. And again, it's not necessarily emergency management. It's really in a healthcare arena, but it's just an area that maybe you haven't even thought about that you maybe might want to approach. Now, in the 2 hospitals that well, actually, our healthcare system had 5 hospitals. Every single hospital EOC had an amateur radio in it. At the time, I didn't know what I was looking at because, again, I just got my ticket in December of 23. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I knew it was there. But I also knew I had people in the hospital that could operate it and knew how to operate it. And I was in our EOC during COVID. Now, we didn't use it during COVID, but we had a plan to use it during COVID. So that was an example of where when we brought those amateur radio operators into the hospital EOC and we started thinking about, okay, what do we need to do about a communication plan between these 5 hospitals that bridged the states of Pennsylvania and New York, maybe we could have some redundant communication here, but they offered that to the conversation. I didn't because I didn't know what I didn't know. Please.
St. Louis area. Oh, I'm from the St. Louis area, and we have over 30 hospitals with amateur radio equipment permanently located in those hospitals, and those radios are tested either on a monthly or on a quarterly basis. So there is a desire for that.
Again, another great example. I really appreciate your feedback and your insight because, again, I think, you know, what I've heard in some of these YouTube videos is, well, there's really no place for us in MCOM. There's no place for us with emergency management, missing the fact that there's so many other aspects of what we do. Yes, sir.
Ditto for what he said from St. Louis. Kansas City area has 35 hospitals coordinated over 9 counties. The counties, I'm just going to say, facilitated installing equipment in the emergency rooms, practiced a minimum of once a month, badged by the hospitals and badged by the EOC people.
That's great. Thank you. We have another hand over here.
And the hospitals typically operate a version of ICS called HIT.
That's right. Yeah.
Hospital ICS. It's slightly different. The forms are a little bit different, but many of the WinLink applications and such also include HIT forms.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's really important because, you know, sometimes too people, are you all familiar with the term NIMS, National Incident Management System? Well, sometimes folks use the term NIMS and ICS synonymously, and they're really not. ICS is a component of NIMS. HICS in healthcare is, again, a component of NIMS. Hospitals are still required to be NIMS compliant, but it also, NIMS is what speaks to the need to have redundancy, and it's what speaks specifically to the need to make sure that there's communication redundancy. So if you're looking to get your foot in the door and you're looking to speak the language with a local emergency manager, whether it's healthcare, whether it's post-secondary education. I worked in Philly for several years, running a public safety program there, and we didn't have amateur radio operators in the university, but the city did. And we were trying to figure out how we could integrate that into the school because we were a pod for the health department in the city. So we felt like if we're going to be a pod of points of distribution for vaccines, then we should make sure we have some form of redundant communication or some communication with the EOC. So what I want to point out here, which is really important, in public safety, we do risk assessments and then we do needs assessments, right? So the risk assessment is, okay, what are our risks, what are our vulnerabilities? And then after we do that, we do a needs assessment. Okay, now that we know what our vulnerabilities are, what do we need to solve that vulnerability? I haven't been involved in a single event since the early 90s that when you look at an after-action report where communication isn't the #1 issue for any major event, right? So we're going right back to what we offer the community and how we can help to really, again, bridge gaps between our community and emergency management, regardless, or public safety, regardless of the partner that we're looking to help. Also, think about like the National Weather Service. So an interesting thing happened. So a couple weeks ago, I took a Skywarn class. Very first time I took a class, it was fantastic. And during the Skywarn class, the instructor said, and again, this was something I knew nothing about, and he said, you know, we have an amateur radio operator in our National Weather Service in Binghamton. And so after the class, I went up to him and I said, well, who's doing that? Is it somebody that works for the National Weather Service? And he goes, no, it's actually somebody from a local club. And I'm like, well, that's fantastic. I said, I'm going to be doing this presentation, and I'm going to bring this up because that may not be something that you necessarily thought about. It dovetails into emergency management, maybe not what you thought your role would be, but that could be something that maybe you can offer your community if you have that entity in your community. Do you want to talk a little bit about search and rescue and your vision for search and rescue?
Yeah, so like I said, when we went in there with our team, we knew what we're capable of, right? We know we can hook some wires to a box fan or a screen door and talk to Kosovo, or we can talk down the street. Like, that's what we're good at. Like, yeah, give me that challenge. So our team, you know, we went to the director and we went in front of these fire chiefs and said, like I said, this is what we can do. This is what we're good at. Call us if you need us. But if you think about the other opportunities, not within just the 911 center, but if you have paid EMS centers, if you have a paid EMS department, and they're maybe not within the county system or a state system, or even if they are, if they have the potential to need an ancillary set of communication setup, what happens when they're completely overwhelmed within their P25 system? Can you relay that traffic for them? Could you maybe be at the hospital, standing outside the ER to redeploy an asset? To be able to track mass casualty tags. That's the sort of thing that our team has practiced for. Search and rescue, those sort of things. you guys are incredible at APRS. I mean, think about what we do with APRS. To be able to get some cheap APRS setups and clip them to every search and rescue person's backpack and just tell them, go do your thing, and we're gonna be able to tell the incident commander everywhere you are, exactly where you are, and we could communicate with you with a whole separate setup if you have to. That's a huge, huge value that you bring to the community that they just don't capitalize on.
And in our community in Tompkins County, New York, we have several large state parks, and every year we have an event in one of our state parks. And what we've been looking to do in our program is not only look at amateur radio operation, but also GMRS, because a lot of these hikers go into the woods and into these state parks with the GMRS radio. So we're promoting and we're also supporting GMRS in this arena as well, because there's a real value in being able to communicate with people. And eventually what we're looking to do is at all the trailheads is have a GMRS frequency or channel that we're going to be monitoring. So if there's somebody were to get lost in the woods, if they don't have cell signal, that our goal is to make sure we have good GMRS coverage throughout the entire county. And we're also using What's 3 Words. Are you familiar with What's 3 Words? Jamie, if you could just touch on that and the success we've had with that program as well.
So to piggyback off the GMRS program, we actually have a very robust GMRS program within our amateur radio group and within our RACES team with one of our coordinators whose life and soul is invested in it. What 3 Words is an incredible opportunity for you to be involved also, because everybody can hear those words and everybody can help. So What 3 Words is an app. It's recognized worldwide, and it basically uses 3 words that are very unique to a location, and it might be penguin, pancake, sailboat. And when you type those 3 words in, it's going to give you down to a very small area, about 50 square feet, depending on the ambiguity of it, of exactly where that person or that entity is. Really impressive and really very, very robust. Our dispatch service, I hear it get used within our 911 center regularly. It's incredibly useful for on-water rescues. It's very tough to say, I'm right across from that red barn with a flag on it, and behind me I can see a house with a light. Well, that doesn't really narrow it down out in the middle of a 60-mile by 5-mile wide lake. But with What 3 Words, it's something that you could really do and be a huge ambassador to what we can do into the 911 system.
Part of the charm of living in the Finger Lakes region of New York is it's a beautiful area, very rural, but we have these 11 lakes, and Cayuga Lake, which goes through our county, it also touches several other counties, so we've used What 3 Words quite efficiently for water emergencies. All right, so let's talk about how you can start developing relationships with emergency manager. And honestly, this could translate to anybody in public safety, a partner that you feel that maybe you can offer your services to. First and foremost, don't think of yourself as a hobbyist or an amateur, right? You are subject matter experts in communication, and you offer a lot more than just being able to talk on a radio. You're really talking about trying to sell yourself, especially if you're in an area that hasn't previously embraced the program. Good example of this, so I've been a volunteer EMT since I was 15 years old. I first got certified in 1986. I was active for over 30 years. And it always would discourage me when somebody would say that a volunteer EMT or a volunteer firefighter isn't a professional. They are. And so what I'm telling you is, yes, we're amateur radio operators, but you're professional, and if we have an event or an incident, that's the mindset that I would like for you to bring to the conversation. Don't allow previous leaders or their attempts to define the future or opportunity. I think sometimes what's happened is maybe one person had an interaction with an emergency manager or a public safety official, and they'll go back to the club or back to the team and say, well, that person, they don't really want anything to do with us. Maybe you just need to think about who is the ambassador and make sure you're picking the right personality. Emphasize I'm sorry.
We use the phrase, volunteer is just a pay grade.
That's right. That's right.
Volunteer is just a pay grade.
That's right.
Take that one home.
Yeah.
That's the quote of the day.
And to elaborate, I used to say to paramedics, because I've been an EMT, paramedic is not a rank, it's a certification, so we can all work together. So, all right, emphasize your capabilities and how they are applicable during an emergency in your community. So again, this goes back to doing that needs assessment. What do you really need in your community? Schedule a meeting. Pick up the phone and schedule a meeting. My first introduction to Jamie was 2 years ago because he picked up the phone and scheduled a meeting. And he came in and he said, I'm going to be the new radio officer for the RACES program. I'm with this group called DARA. And And he's like, I'm like, okay. And he's like, but this is what we can offer you. And it all started with a meeting. And again, I was sold. Now we did have an existing team, but our current leadership really took it to the next level. So most good ideas come from brainstorming. And some of what Jamie has talked about today and about how our team operates have come from brainstorming. And again, I got to emphasize, make sure you pick the right ambassador. Now, for our races team, in order to join our races team, you have to come out of the Tompkins County Amateur Radio Club. You have to come out of that club, and that leadership has to recommend you for a position on the races team. So all of our members are part of the DARA Amateur Radio Club, but not everybody in DARA is on our races team. So keep that in mind. So there's almost like a double vetting process that's been very successful. Drills and exercises and blue sky days, this is really important. So what's the difference between a drill and an exercise? And we do both with our team, and we do it frequently. So drills are just repetitive practice of a very specific skill. We do a drill every single month, and we try to do quarterly exercises. And that is often involving more than one entity. So typically drills will be very specific to one particular group, maybe the races group, law enforcement, EMS, fire, what have you. But when you start to bring all those different partners together, you're building a foundation for an exercise. And we try to do those quarterly. So one of the things that we do is a mass alerting system exercise where we use the RAVE system. We've branded it Siren in our community, where our leadership in races will send out a message and say, if this was an actual event, would you be available? And it's expected that they get a response from everybody on the races team, whether it's a yes or a no. So that is done monthly. Quarterly, one of the exercises that we practice most frequently in our community is the passing of information from the 911 center to the local fire department. So the way our program is set up is that our races teams have go boxes, if you will, an entire setup that Jamie's going to talk about in a minute, but we deployed in the fire departments. And very similar to what we did when I was in New Jersey, the idea behind what we do is that we're going to send you to a fire department. That's going to be the local area communication hub where we're going to then pass information to fire and EMS for a response in that area. And we simulate a down 911 system or a system that's so overwhelmed that we have to have an alternative way of dispatching those services. So that's one of our quarterly exercises. The other thing that we did was during our triannual airport exercise at the Ithaca International Airport is we thought, hey, maybe we could take it a step further and have our races team be our staging leaders. And so that's something we've been experimenting with, and we did do it in our last exercise. But during the last exercise, our races team handled everything to do with staging. So for police, fire, and EMS on our airport exercise. It was a full-scale exercise with over 50 actual victims, and we had our races team not only doing communication between the command posts, but they were the ones passing traffic from the command post, the forward command post, back to the staging area and deploying the resources out of the staging area. So that was something that we came up organically that we could use our team for that I hadn't seen used elsewhere. But that's an example of maybe where you could try to sell yourself, because I can tell you, having been an incident commander and an EOC manager, if my police, fire, and EMS are all tied up and emergency management's all tied up, I still might have to have a staging team. What better way or what better group to do it than a RACES or an ARES program? It's a really great opportunity for you to use tactical communication, get off the public safety radio system while really satisfying a very critical need. So this is how our model is set up in Tompkins County. So our team leaders meet monthly with emergency management, 911, community preparedness, and our public safety radio systems managers. So that's all the divisions in my department. We currently have 25 members, and we really focus on passing of 911 center information. Again, not necessarily emergency management, another public safety entity, but that's what we have identified in our community through our needs assessment as a valuable tool that our RACES team can do for our community. Jamie, do you want to talk a little bit more about the 12 operators and how you deploy to the firehouses?
Sure. So when we first started, we looked at the opportunity or what the need was of being able to go to the different departments all throughout the county and be able to regurgitate the information, if you will. Say the 911 center is absolutely overwhelmed. We would have operators at fire stations, at potentially intersections, anything like that for reporting. And when we first started looking at that model, we were looking at deploying, having permanently installed radios and power supplies, penetrations through roofs with antennas and all that stuff. And I don't know if y'all know anything about local and county and federal government, but they don't want to hear that me, the ham radio guy, is going to show up and stick a radio in your console and drill holes in your roof. And it was very complex, right? And we got a ton of pushback from agencies and departments because I'm that person. I'm a type A personality that's a go. I'm a jerk, right? So you're all of a sudden telling me that you're going to come into my fire station and stick a radio in there that now this person needs 24-hour access to the building. And, oh yeah, by the way, the ham radio laws, you're not allowed to touch this microphone. Well, it wasn't going well. So when I became the radio officer, we talked with our administrative team, and we looked at the potential of, I'm a big POTA guy, nowhere near. When I tell you about his POTA numbers later, you can't even understand how he's only been a ham for a few years. But I've been field radio guy for a number of years, and I've got more radios and boxes and batteries in places than anything else. And I said, let's go with this. So we originally looked at FTM 400s because of what they would do with the camera mic and all that stuff. And so we did FTM 400s in boxes with power supplies, adapters, a J-pole radio, a piece of coax, a bag with a diamond antenna, and a tripod. The process before we got the grants and everything took too long. COVID hit, the 400 was no longer available. But we now have a dozen, I think we have 15 now, don't we, David? 15 either FTM 500s and 510s. And 12 of them are in boxes. We've got a complete APRS box, and our operators have them. They have them right. They take them home. Oh, I'm dying. They take them home and they practice with them. They run drills with them. We encourage them to use it like their own. Like, use it. Leave it on the front seat of your car. Run with it. Get proficient with it. In the boxes are nifty manuals and adapters and all kinds of other stuff. But we can pass those around, and we'll talk a little bit later before we're running out of time here of our trailer and how we use that as a storehouse and a repository to be able to have our people get that equipment as needed.
We secured about a $30,000 grant to get a lot of this equipment. For the most part, that grant money is available to just about every community in the country. It's just working with somebody who's willing to think outside the box and willing to do it. So I want to point out that their role isn't just limited to working with emergency management. We work routinely with the 911 center, work alongside our public safety radio system. And again, it adds another level of redundancy because we have witnessed the full failure of our 911 system in Tompkins County, where you couldn't make a 911 call coming in, you couldn't send radio traffic going out, and we couldn't dispatch fire and EMS through the paging system. Our races team was able to come up with a process of doing that, and they basically just, again, used their think tank to come up with an option for us that we're able to dispatch fire and EMS utilizing their traditional paging system through a process that they were able to come up with that I never even would have thought about. Again, we do monthly drills, open houses with local fire departments, and quarterly exercises. They serve as our county staging team, another level of redundancy for tactical communication. And more recently, they were asked to serve as the principal planner for the MRSC regional exercise for Central New York, which was quite an impressive operation. With David was over 20 plus hospitals in all. Yeah, 25 hospitals where we served as. Why don't you explain it? I didn't know if you had to take the call, but real brief.
No, yeah, that's our 10-minute warning.
Okay.
So our statewide emergency communications drill, we facilitated and worked as net control, and we set our gear up at a hilltop in the central part of our area, and we were able to communicate in New York State up into the St. Lawrence River area, the farthest north point of New York State, all the way down into Pennsylvania. And we did most of that from mountaintop to mountaintop through repeaters, and then some through NBIS. We'll introduce David here in a little bit. N2TPQ in the front row here was also able to do some WinLink stuff, and we were able to show that what we could provide and how we could set up and fill that gap. It really demonstrated what we're capable of and how impressive amateur radio could be to fill that void.
What's exciting about this is this really started about 2 years ago, where our team was asked to participate, and they went from being a participant to being the lead planning group. So that's something to be extremely proud of, and now this entity in New York is reaching back out to our group and asking for them to continue to build these exercises, expand these exercises, and it's really what you're supposed to be doing during blue skies, right? Don't just think that a major event's going to happen in your community and you're going to walk into the EOC and say, I'm a radio amateur operator and I'm here to help. You really need to start this well in advance, fortify your role in your community so that when the time comes, they already know what value you bring to the table. So what we wanted to do is just give a few examples of some of the things that we do via picture. So what you'll see in this slide, this was at our annual, our tri-annual airport exercise where we had over 50 victims. And the gentleman that you see wearing a leather vest, the yellow vest, was doing communications from the treatment area back to the staging area. And that's critical because when we needed to advance additional ambulances or additional resources, it wasn't a public safety radio system we were using. We were using amateur bands, and we were using our RACES team to do that. That would allow us to maintain capacity because we don't have a lot of tactical frequencies in our public safety radio system, so we leverage the ability to have tactical communications through the amateur bands. This is our staging area. Another example of our staging area. And again, what a great opportunity. This is something that if you go to speak with a local emergency manager, you could say, this is something our team has done, or our team is willing to do. There's a model for it. And today we're going to have some pamphlets to hand out along with some of my business cards. And if anybody wants to communicate with me directly after this, and if you want me to help you figure out different ways of bridging the gap with your local emergency manager or your public safety officials, I'm more than willing to do that. This is from the MRSE exercise just a few months ago, or actually it was really last month. Again, quite impressive. I know that there was a worry about whether or not they were going to be able to communicate with all the hospitals, but think about that. This was about a communication exercise within healthcare. Within healthcare. It really didn't have anything to do with like what most people think about local emergency management, but it's an emergency management responsibility to be able to do communications. This is our good friend David, who's in the front row, one of our RACES team leaders, and just Jamie, if you want to explain what that notebook is and how you set that up, I think it was quite interesting.
Yeah, sure. So a cool thing to think about what we bring as RACES operators or Aries operators, amateur radio operators, think about your volunteer fire department. You've got bikers to bankers, right? Lawyers, doctors, and in some of those pictures, you had Kent, that first person that was that first slide that we showed. Not only was he standing there helping deploy and figure out those ambulances, he's a medical doctor, right? We bring that to the table. That's what you all bring here. Not only are we amateur radio operators, but you're a professional in some place else in your life. And to be able to have an excavator or a doctor or a lawyer or an IT worker is incredibly valuable. So this is David during that surge drill on the left doing he was doing a WinLink connection with one of the hospitals in the far north country. And in the bottom right-hand corner there is one of the views from our trailer set up with the different contacts that we were making with all the different places. And you'll see through these pictures, because we're running out of time, it looks crazy and hectic and there's wires everywhere. And you know why? Because we think on the fly. Like we have all this stuff that's set up so well, but we also just plain have to unplug stuff and plug stuff in to make it work. And that's exactly where you all shine. That's what you bring to the table where other people can't.
Mission creep.
Absolutely.
Every time I've gone out with a go kit, I found I needed something.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
So these are, this on the left is an ICRI box. This, we can do some Googling on that, ICRI. It is a multi-mode communication system that basically it hears everything and regurgitates everything however we point it to. And we have found the ability to use that to be able to be useful in other entities and other places. When our county departments or agencies go someplace, they request us to go with them to help get into the other counties or state systems. On the left side of the right side of that picture was one of our go boxes. This is our county trailer, and we also have a light tower, so we can tow that trailer. And a light tower, the vehicle that's towing that trailer is a county-owned vehicle.
This was a good example. So we had a neighboring county that had a flood. They were dispatching units from our county. Our two counties are on completely different frequencies, and we don't really have good interoperability between the two. So our local fire chief, now having worked with our RACES team, said, can we dispatch the RACES team to bridge communication between the two different counties? So we deployed our RACES team down to that event, down to that flood emergency, and utilizing that Hickory box, we're able to put in their UHF frequency to tie it into our 800 megahertz system, and they were able to have interoperability. Nobody directly from emergency management went, but we sent our races team down there to do that, to serve as a communication officer for that multi-county event that was an actual flood event. Oops, it's a little finicky. And this is another one of our team leaders also coordinating, doing some of the, well, this wasn't from the MRC.
No, that's from North Valley. So this is in the middle of that flood. You'll see on that one screen, she's got, that's the National Weather Service pulled up using our hotspot. We were able to get that. Again, we had the NHF radio. It's a 991A setup, and we were hijacking a local private little homemade repeater that the fire department had. We were able to inject into that with all the craziness of the wires and stuff you saw there on the table.
So, and these are the list of our leaders. They're all amazing amateur radio operators, but again, they're an amazing think tank. So I just want to acknowledge what they do for our county and our surrounding county, and now, quite frankly, our regional area in the state. All of them are very giving of their time. So, these are their call signs. If anybody had any questions, I know they would make themselves available to you. I'm sure most of their emails are good on QRZ, or at least I would think they are. But really, we're about to wrap up. I'd love to hear any questions you might have. If not, we'll make sure I stay afterwards and we have some information to pass out. Yes, we have a question.
We'll stick around, and we've got a bunch of flyers and QR codes you can grab to get contact with us. I'm not going to run around with a mic, so yell really loud, and then I'll try to reiterate the question. Go ahead. All the above. So we use the rave system
and I Am Responding. Are you familiar with I Am Responding? It's a text system that coordinates with 911 traffic it's typically used by fire and EMS. And when they send out their tones for those agencies, they'll get a text message to their cell phone. They can acknowledge that they're responding via their cell phone. It goes right back to the 911 center. We set up an I Am Responding group for our races team, so that's one way of doing it. And we also use the RAVES notification system.
Within just because our repeater system is so robust, the 911 center has purchased. We have 3 repeaters that our 911 center has purchased for us that are on emergency power. So our stuff is always going to work even when the other stuff doesn't. Always works, yeah. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what his statement was about the other things that you bring to the table, such as Starlink and that sort of thing.
Yep.
Where else were we there?
We'll take one more question because we do have another speaker.
Yeah, and we'll be around.
But I will be out in the hallway right after with some paperwork. And more than willing, I just want to be respectful to the next speaker. So thank you very much for your time today. Again, thank you for all you do for emergency communications, and don't lose the hope, and don't listen to all those favorite YouTubers that you watch. There's still room for you in emergency management.
Yeah, I need to get this.
I'm not hovering, I'm just here in case you need something.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's going to take a little while. What's it doing? Oh, no, it's putting the whole thing on. Stop that. Let's do this over again. There. No, so does the audio for the computer work?
Yes, so there's it comes through two ways, so it's impossible to mess up. It comes through either the headphones or the HDMI.
Okay.
So regardless of which one the system selects, it's gonna send audio.
We're gonna try something just to make sure it works, and then I think we'll be ready.
Yeah, you got plenty of time.
Okay, that went up a lot faster than I expected. Okay. Is this it here? I think that's it. Let's see what happens with the clicker too. Now, this is the wrong file set. That's last year's. What the heck was that all about? Hold on a second. Hamvention Forum 1. Let's do that again. It says it's in there. Let's do it anyhow. Okay, now let's try that again. Let's get out of this. Hamvention Forum 1. This looks right. That looks right. Oh gosh, it's messing up the fonts. I brought my own computer. Can I use it?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I got to use that because that's what I was afraid was going to happen.
Do you want me to go ahead and eject that? There you go. You can just set that on top of that one.
Let me make sure I can let's get this in and I can see.
And that's your thumb drive.
I don't need that.
Okay.
I don't think. Shoot. I just don't have my power supply though. That's the problem.
It's okay. Is it USB-C?
Yeah, it is.
I got one.
Okay, that'd be good. What is it doing here? That works. Okay, I assume this is good. I want to make sure we get everything out. Yeah, it's looking good now. Okay. Okay, now what else has to be hooked in? Something else? Okay. I gotta take this one. Oh, is there one there? All right. Where's John's first? I know I am. I'm trying to not to, but we need to do something to show the audio. Which one has audio on it, John?
There's about 2 or 3 of them. You want to test audio?
Yeah, we need to test audio.
Well, it will only happen if I throw it on the screen, I suppose.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna have to do that. We have to do that. I was trying to do this offline and I wasn't allowed to, so. That one.
It's this one.
Yeah, that one there. Try that one out.
Yeah, the audio's on.
Yeah, but
you
we
wanna-
need to hear that it works, so.
No.
We're not hearing any audio. Do you want this too?
Because your volume is turned down on your computer right here.
Good point. Hold on, John. Hold on, John. Try it again. There, try it again.
A lot of great science.
Good. All right, we're set.
You're all set.
Feel good?
Yep.
Let me go get you a charger.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No worries.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We can exit out of this then? Let me confirm the others have no audio.
Bad guy, right?
No, it was just, he goes, let me guess, you're the calm one.
I heard him. All right.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
I think it's all set now. Let me
Yeah.
get it back to the front.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, you want to get it on your main one?
Yeah, I am working on it.
Let's make sure this works.
Well, I gotta put it in presentation mode. Now try it. Yeah, good. Yes. It's not charging. Nope.
Okay. Okay.
Did you try to switch this one with that one?
I did already.
Is that the charger or the presentation part?
Throw that one on there. I was trying not to make you have to have a white one.
That's all right.
Green pink, I think.
Pink's good. We can do whatever color's needed. Yes, it's charging. We're good.
Thanks much. Got 1 minute. I do. All right, Rosie, you ready? All right.
Oh, look.
Yeah, but it's, we're supposed to start at 1:10. That's fine. You want to do that? That's fine. You gonna start then? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm not on.
I think it's the one that you tap.
Now it's on. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. So it's 1:10-ish, and it's the 2026 Eras Frank and Rosalie Show. And this is Frank Bauer, KA3HDO.
And this is Rosalie White, K1STO.
And we're going to tell you all the latest and greatest, and I see some familiar faces out there and some new ones. So great to have everyone here, and hopefully when we finish, you will feel very much pride in amateur radio on the International Space Station.
Okay, so thank you for coming today. And we've got a jam-packed activity for today. Let me just say we're going to be working backwards. You're probably going to expect us to talk about what's going on right now and in the future, we want to be forward-looking. We want to be visionary. We want to show you the vision first and then work backwards, okay? So you'll hear some of the current status and things like that at the end and or during the question and answer period. So thank you for attending. We love this picture of Sophie Adenau. She's one of the astronauts that are on board Space Station right now. This picture was taken on April 20th during a ham TV event. So, you know, we are doing ham television downlinks. And it's very awe-inspiring to listen to because she did this after this big, huge cheer that you could hear through the space station from the students and the audience at the contact. She got very excited and sent out a heart emoji to everyone that was online and watching.
She'd been just a little tentative about this whole thing, and then when she had her first contact, she texted down, "I loved it."
So we are celebrating our 25th year of continuous operations on the International Space Station, and we will be talking about some of the pioneering opportunities, as I said, the vision for the program for the future. So just to remind everybody, basically, our program is a workforce development powerhouse. I mean, I say that because we are bringing people into the workforce. We're bringing youth, inspiring them, engaging them, and educating them from K to college, if you will, to 16 in STEAM and STEM activities, and getting them interested in STEAM and STEM careers. And how do we do that? Through that 10-minute contact we do with the astronaut on the International Space Station. We spend 4 to 6 months lead-up time preparing the students for the contact, and that time we use for them to learn about space exploration, the research that's going on Space Station, and then space communications, which of course is the amateur radio system on the International Space Station. So they learn that, they learn ham radio. Many of them get licensed over the years. And let me just say that you just saw the picture of Sophie. This really boosts crew morale. It's a big deal. We actually got on board Space Station because of that. And then we're an independent backup communications capability, which is important. We just heard some of the RACES people talking. We are as important, not on the ground, but on the International Space Station. And that's an important factor in our future because other systems are going to need backup communications.
The other thing, too, real quick, is that I think with Space Station, it makes people realize that amateur radio is still cutting edge and still pretty exciting.
So I think a number of you have, how many of you have done something with Space Station?
Yay.
Good job, good job. How many of you have talked to the Space Station? All right, because a number of you actually, how many have done slow scan television? Okay, good. So basically, you know, we do the voice contacts. Most recently, we started up again. We got the ham video system back on board. We've doing the voice and video activities on Space Station, slow scan television, the voice repeater, APRS, and then we've done some work in the past on robot commanding through the space station using APRS, and this new robot is going to be something that we're going to be showcasing to youth in the future. And then we do a number of different radio experiments. This one in particular was a spectrum analysis that was done by the Technical University of Berlin. So that's another college organization that was actually he got his master's thesis through this activity. And there you are with the little bit of the video clip, so you can see. Of course, Johnny Kim brought his kids stuffies, yeah, and that was adorable.
Yeah, and they love seeing their stuffies floating in space.
So, and just to remind everybody about our ARIS 2 vision, we've been working on this for several years now, and it's to develop more extensive educational outcomes for all by employing multiple space stations, the ISS as well as commercial space stations, and lunar orbiters and landers. And we're doing this with strategic partnerships with our international teams that are out there, with the on-orbit hardware, the flight operations team, and the educational team. And of course, we're doing this through the gracious help of all of our sponsors, and we really thank every one of them, and many of them are in the room.
You know who you are.
Exactly.
Including the individual donors, too.
Absolutely, Rosalie, thank you. And then we're going to be doing this over all space platforms. We want to make it available 24/7, and Lunar will actually change that because the moon's up, you know, for up to about 12 hours a day at some point. So you definitely will get a lot of capability. So I want to interrupt this program for a special announcement. And that announcement is about
the moon. Thank you.
This is Elizabeth. She is part of our engineering team, and she's working some of the radios, as well as also those of you that are on Discord see her on, and she's one of our moderators on the Discord channel. Okay, so here's the announcement. And many of you know this from the past. In 1996, NASA asked ARIS to be the single international focus for all amateur radio activities on the International Space Station. While nothing's guaranteed, and let me just say this, this was reviewed by NASA and approved. NASA's asking us to do the same on Lunar. In other words, for the amateur radio community to develop a single team that's focused on amateur radio activities for lunar missions. They've asked us to develop a program that includes operational systems and educational capabilities using amateur radio that engage youth and the public in STEAM and STEM. Think about that. Now, we don't know what this represents yet. This is the beginning. But our programs on Space Shuttle and ISS, the programs that we did on Space Shuttle and ISS were varied and expanded over time, and the same will happen here. Nothing is guaranteed, I gotta say that twice, but like the shuttle and ISS, it's up to us, the amateur radio community, to take the first steps. We need to jointly, internationally develop the concepts and work with NASA and the other space agencies to realize our combined vision. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Our program for now is called Amateur Radio Exploration, ARIX. We will see as the consortium, which is the AMSAT and ARIS team, get together, whether we keep that name or whether we move forward with something else. But let me just say, these words have been reviewed by NASA and approved for us to announce here at Hamvention, and I wanted to make sure that you were one of the first to see it. So thank you. And also, go ahead. Go ahead. And as Rosalie has said, and we are all saying, we thank our U.S. sponsors. We have U.S. sponsors and then international sponsors, but these are our U.S. sponsors: NASA Space Communications Navigation, the ISS National Lab, ARDC, ARL, and AMSAT. And of course, our volunteer team around the world that have been making ARIS happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth so she can talk about the radio systems that are currently the concepts.
Yeah, so although the plans for Lunar are preliminary, we don't know exactly what things are going to look like. ARIS on the engineering side has been thinking about this for a long time, and ARIX has already gotten started with some of these things. So very quickly, one concept for a platform that we can use in the lunar sphere, which exists already as a prototype, is Caviar. Caviar stands for Communications, Audio, Video, and Imaging Using Amateur Radio. And I guess you could consider this almost like the ARIS payload a la mode. It would support 360-degree video. It would support voice, digital, and video downlinks at 10 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz approximately. And that would ultimately be supported by a ground station network, so students could participate, if not through their own station, through the community that we've built through ARIS. And so yeah, the goal with this, it would have a software-defined radio inside, and that would enable us to kind of support different mission profiles by keeping the design modular. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. Hopefully we get an opportunity to iterate on this and see something like it, or this specifically, fly someday. And then recently we had the Artemis II launch, which was very exciting, of course. And some members of ARIX demonstrated that they could receive signals and track Doppler shift using smaller S-band antennas, which was really great to see. It was in response to a NASA request for information. It was a really great and excellent and successful proof of concept. So congrats to everybody that was a participant in that. Really awesome to see.
Yeah, introduce yourself too. Introduce yourself.
Let me make sure this, oh, she already switched me. Okay, ooh, you guys are tall. I have to go up here. So, on to the new possibilities. We want to bring, I need to introduce myself. I'm Jackie Bloomer. I work with ARIS in the education realm, business development, and also logistics. And we're looking at new possibilities, right? How are we gonna bring the moon to Earth? And at ARIS, we brought the magic of ISS to kids into schools, and now we were working to create that infrastructure to bring deep space data directly to students' devices. And as a teacher, I just think that's absolutely so cool. The modes that we're going to be looking at, we have 3 right now, and of course we're going to be open to lots of ideas, but coding challenges that kids can do. Many students are already doing some type of coding in their classrooms, starting in elementary, some in most in middle school, some in elementary, but building those fundamental skills through mission-specific software tasks. Then looking at picture downlinks. How can we get decoded actual imagery from the surface of the moon? Like, how cool will that be to be able to be in a classroom and looking at data right there coming from the surface? And then rover robotics. We're gonna need rovers again on the moon and then on Mars. So looking at how we can possibly deal with that delay of information that goes back and forth and explaining that to students, which right now, if any of you are in the education world, kids need to learn a little bit of patience and perseverance and just to get them to slow down a little bit. And this is a great way to do that. So we want to inspire this Artemis generation. I think with what they've seen already, they've already started getting a little bit of inspiration with what's happening, but we want to continue that. So we want to meet NASA's human mission, and our educational shift within the whole organization will start to address those critical needs for this diverse, technically proficient workforce to help sustain lunar presence. So coming soon, we'll have the launch of the ARIX curriculum. And then I think this is kind of important. The moon really is our next educational frontier. We are exploring ways to link ARIS to Artemis, turning those lunar exploration into a direct, hands-on classroom for our next generation. And if you don't know, that's one of the images that came from Artemis. All right, back to Frank. Oh, you probably don't want this.
No, I'll use this.
Okay.
Thank you, Jackie. So what I want to talk about now is the other aspect that we're working on, which is the transition to commercial space. In other words, low Earth orbit commercialization. And so as you can see in the bottom and in the chart here, we've done four opportunities, 4 missions with Axiom at this point. Axiom is a commercial space station provider, and they're coming up to space station to learn how to live and work and operate in space, to launch, do the whole thing as they want to do when they bring their own modules up and get commercial. The interesting thing is that since we started this, and actually the very first person the private astronaut that flew happened 25 years ago, almost to this month, which was Dennis Tito. And since then, 90% of the private astronauts have utilized our equipment on the International Space Station. That is really a cool statistic. And so, you know, we are going to be transforming from a lunar perspective and from a commercial space perspective. We need to transform the organizations too. We need to bring in more people. We need to develop a new way of doing business. That's something we're going to be talking about internationally next month when a number of us go to the ARIS International meeting. The other thing we did last year, and you all heard about it here, was the FRAM-2 mission, where it was another private astronaut mission over the poles, and Rabea Roge actually did slow scan television downlinks and a very cool polar geography puzzle activity with students, very engaging, that demonstrated that we can work in the Dragon capsule, but also with Axiom, that we can work with private astronauts and do things. So one thing I want to do is, this is my transition to have our private astronaut that's here today, John Schaffner, get up and talk about his opportunities, and of course his picture's on this chart. So I'm going to turn it over to John, and looking forward to his talk.
Thank you, Frank. Well, first, I'd like to thank the ARIS staff and organization for having me here today. And my thanks to Hamvention and the organization there. You guys put on a fabulous, fabulous event at this venue. It's my first Hamvention, even though I've been a ham for many years. I've met a lot of awesome people: Bob, KTRL, Jim, TRTT. And you notice, well, you get first names, but I imagine if aliens were to land here, this is their first contact, they would go home and say, interesting planet, nice first names, but everybody's last name has a number. So we gotta think about this a bit. But thanks for having me. It's wonderful. I'm going to show you some events from my flight. I activated with ARIS. I also have a ground station of my own, and I chase the station and other satellites all the time. So that's going backwards. So Hamvention, John Schaffner, W7DU. I'm based QTH in Knoxville, Tennessee. I work primarily CW. I like to chase DX stuff, RAGCHU a bit, and do a lot of POTA in and out. So hopefully I've either QSO to some of you guys, or we will soon. I hope so. Going to the station is a marvelous event. Going to space and the training and everything involved is something that is marvelous, and you get some great views. And I like to open with some of these great views that we get when we're there. This is a great sunset just coming through some of the structure of station. One of my favorite pictures. It highlights the beauty of the Earth. And here's another one. But there's one thing, I got a question for you. There's one thing that is maybe from the station better than the view. Can anybody offer a thought, a suggestion? It's the propagation. That first skip is amazing. So yeah, we had HF on the station. We would be short path, long path. It wouldn't matter what we were doing. We'd have a lot of fun. So in this picture, can anybody spot the artifact? This is from the Dragon capsule as we chase the station down in orbit. You can see the station up there in the darkness. When we launch from Cape Kennedy, it's a marvelous experience. I don't have a lot of data or pictures of that for you here. We'd be here all day, but we go from standing still on the launch pad at Cape Kennedy to over Ireland in 9 minutes. It will take me more than 9 minutes to find my car tomorrow when I leave here. But it's a great trip on the Falcon 9, beautiful, beautiful vehicle. The Dragon, of course, is marvelous. And as we approach the station, we're chasing it down. We get some great views from the Dragon, and I actually shot this from my iPad on the station, another view of the Earth. And we're looking around, and we know we're close, and there she is. Awesome view as you swing up over the ISS, begin to chase it down for that wonderful docking maneuver that we've trained for. So it's really cool. Just cruising along 250 miles above Earth, 17,000 miles an hour. Feels like you're sitting at home in in the living room. And this is the marvelous beast we know as the ISS. It's an awesome piece of machinery, engineered, been in orbit about 25 years, fully staffed continuously for that period of time, shared by lots of international partners. In this view, you're looking at the forward part of the station. It's flying toward you. That's the US module. The first thing on the left is the Columbus module. On the right, you see the Japanese module, and then it goes aft to the Russian segment. Produces lots of cool power, as you see. And this is an earlier picture before they did the rollout solar panels that are in place today. I started my space adventure early in life. I grew up in the 60s, and my first spaceship is right here. You can tell I grew up in Kentucky. You know, we played in trash cans, I guess. Is that the thing? And my little sister was my first crew member. And there we go. And she still reminds me of that today. I was impressed mainly in what got me really synced up with space. And in the 60s, the biggest thing going on was human spaceflight. We all probably remember that just captivated everyone. You know, from Mercury, I just barely remember Mercury. I remember John Glenn's parade in New York, but I fully remember and was on board for all the Gemini missions. I tracked them, made diagrams, and this picture of Ed White was the thing that I carried with me my entire life. You know, the image of this, a man is walking in space. So when I was 12, you know, I was 10 years old when this happened, and then a couple years later in art school, in middle school, I painted this picture. This is mine. And I still have it today. And this, I don't know how I managed to drag this around for that long, but it survived. And I took a copy of it in the bottom corner there with me to orbit. And those are signatures from all the station crew at the time. So this is what got me going in space, and it stayed with me forever, and it never left. But I also, you know, at some point, I traded my trash can for a real spaceship. I got very lucky to have that opportunity to come up and develop, and this was, after training, one of our pictures of the AX-2 crew. There in the center to the right of me is Peggy Whitson, you know, very well-known astronaut, you know, nearly 700 days in space, and still counting. She's got another mission soon. She just came back last June from a flight on AX-4. And then we had two crew members from Saudi Arabia, Rihanna and Ali, in the capsule. And everyone did a marvelous job, and we just loved our opportunity to go to space. And there we go. This is, my wife hates this picture, but I like putting it up over the mantle from time to time, and you know, really get her aggravated. But this is our crew. We worked hard for our mission, and we think we did a good job overall. The AX-2 mission was driven primarily as a bridge across nations and mainly built on outreach. We put a lot of effort into student and education. So our patch was designed with the STEAM effort involved, you know, STEM education, STEAM education. So the constellation images that you see there all have a representation based in, you have science, technology, engineering, art, and math involved in each of the symbols. And that was our go-to. That was our mandate, was to bring and to create an outreach and demonstrate that all things are possible, and that students today, like when we were 10 years old, should be thinking of space. We wanted the educators to get on board with that. And when you join the station, you know, you've got a full family. We had 11 crew members total on board on our mission. We had 2 from Russia, 1 from the UAE, and of course, you know, our lovely American NASA astronauts on board commanding the flight. It was a great experience. To get there from starting your involvement in the astronaut program, it's a full-on effort, you know, managed and controlled and trained by NASA. We train alongside NASA astronauts. They treat us all the same. We eat in the same cafeteria, and we all get the same grades and scores, hopefully, but they have a full mock-up facility in one of the buildings at JSC in Houston, and we work hard. They put us through a lot of paces. This is, if I can get this going, there you go. We have lots of fun in different modes of training. The parabolic flights are one. They aren't that much fun. It looks like we're having fun, but the centrifuge, which is designed to give us the same G experience in the same profile of the Falcon 9. We have to endure that a few times. They train us for hypoxia training for us to become accustomed to our physiological responses to CO2 and low oxygen performance. We have to be able to understand that even though we're not very smart to begin with, become even less smart when your brain starts to lose oxygen molecules. We're tested on systems. We train relentlessly under fire conditions, smoke, see how we react, move through procedures. And then eventually we have to learn how to cook our own food. This is one of the food prep stations. All the food is prepared. We do get to select food as we go along and have some good choices. So the food's pretty good up there. That's scrambled eggs, by the way. I'm about ready to heat up and eat. So life is good. You don't go hungry. We train on all the systems that the researchers, which is a big component of spaceflight on the ISS. The ISS is 50% managed by CASIS, the Center for Advancement of Science in Space, through the U.S. ISS National Laboratory. Researchers submit requests to conduct certain types of experiments, a lot of great research, and then the astronauts are the lab technicians, basically, to get that work done. So we work to become trained and familiarized in the systems that the actual researcher wants us to do. And of course, yes, in the bottom picture, Peggy and I are becoming familiar with the glove box, which is an exact replica of what's on the station. Now, the scariest training that astronauts go through, I was going to hide this slide and ask the question first, but here you go. Toilet training. It's the one thing that an astronaut does not want to screw up. It's a pretty complicated deal, really. You got the little hose there for number one, you've got the seat for number two, and it's about the size of a softball. So easy to miss, and everything floats. Everything tries to go where you don't want it to go, and poop is sticky. So, and if you break it, get the switch sequence out of position, and you break the toilet, there's only one on the US segment, you instantly lose all your friends. You're the guy that broke the toilet. So once we get through that hurdle, it's smooth sailing. So the ISS, this is a view from the aft section, and I know many of you have seen pictures of the ISS, but I like to show the beautiful pictures, and here's one. This is from the aft section. You got the Russian segment underneath, and the truss, and then the US segment in front. Now, as we approach the station, our job is to get, I'll back up one step. Our docking port, in this case, this is an earlier picture. That gold cylinder, the segment that you see on the top center, that's no longer there. That's actually sitting on the zenith docking port where we're about to go. And the Dragon capsule is fully laid out. It's all touchscreen for the most part. Gives us good heads up, good directional control. And as the pilot, I have the hardest job of all. My job is to do absolutely nothing. You sit there, the Dragon is this wonderfully automated piece of machinery, controlled, monitored well. So we sit and we let the process unfold, and we're there just in case somebody drops an ink pen or something, and I've got to go get it, I guess. But the system is automated and the process well. How many people here are pilots? Instrument pilots, I guess, many of you as well. Well, this is an approach plate to dock a spaceship at the space station. Coming from the bottom right in the image, we approach the station, most vehicles do, below the station. And because you're at a lower orbit, orbital mechanics means you're going a little faster, so that's how you catch the station in the first place. When we launch, we slowly raise our orbit till we get to a point about 2.5 kilometers behind the station in 7 miles. That's the initial approach point, just like in an airplane. Then we slowly raise our orbit once we get authorization to go to the first waypoint, which is just inside the approach ellipsoid that is about 400 kilometers below station, 400 meters below station. And from that point, we have to do further checks. We pause for a bit before we proceed. Now, if the Dragon were to have an issue, or any vehicle, and not be able to continue, thruster failures, systems failures, there are automatic flyby routes. The Dragon can do nothing, and flight dynamics that brought us to that approach point or that waypoint will simply carry us past the station without any fear of intersecting the station. But eventually, you get clearance. The thruster sequence on the Dragon is marvelous. It will bring us around in front of the station by simply raising our orbit and then adding thrust to it. Takes us to the forward waypoint. But in our case, we docked at the zenith port, so we would fly all the way around the front of the station up to the zenith waypoint, and then begin a vertical descent straight down to the docking port. And we get a great view of that. This is what the pilot sees, or the crew sees, on the heads-up display of the Dragon. We can see all the data for the roll rates, closure rates, and range to the station. In this case, the Dragon is 131 meters away, and we've got various rates here. And the Dragon's software is in process to clear that up. Eventually, if everything works well, you dock there at your docking port on the station. So this is a nice view of one of the Dragons docked at the zenith port. Now, the AX-2 mission was, as I just said earlier, was defined by mainly education outreach, including lots of science. And as Frank pointed out earlier, all these private flights, commercial flights, they're building the pathway of how we take more and more people to space routinely. More ordinary people like me, not a test pilot grilled through NASA and the Air Force or the Navy for a dozen years in order to take risks and to get there. These are pathways that are being developed so that spaceflight becomes ordinary for us going forward, and we're getting there. So the science that we do, we say, well, it's based on a lot of science, but why do we do science in orbit? Why is that so important? And it's driven because we're missing one key element that governs a lot of physics and science on Earth, and it's gravity. So if you look at many of the physics equations that control things like flow rates, cohesion, molecular bonding, they all have a component of gravity in their basic equations that we understand on Earth. So they're all represented by G in these equations. So what happens to those values? What goes on if you remove G from these equations? Well, that's what we want to know. What happens when we remove G? And we learn things that happen to buoyancy, sedimentation, hydrostatic pressure examples. Anything that is that we rely on here on Earth is missing in orbit, so we can learn a lot more about it. And these are basic examples of things that have gone on in the space station over the years, 21 years. Over 30,000 experiments have taken place with lots of great results that bring us knowledge on how to improve both what goes on here on Earth and how do we move forward to extend life and to live in orbit. A lot of great examples. We actually conducted in orbit the nanotube experiment, which was a self-assembly of how nanotubes to build new interesting structures. On Earth, because of gravity, they perform and they adhere and compile themselves differently, and in orbit, it's completely different. Crystallization, that's been known for a while that it happens differently in orbit, and because of one of the drug companies that did some of this early on, one of the greatest discoveries in medical advancements for cancer treatment came from Keytruda, which was a product of research on the space station. Other things for extending how we live in space. This was an experiment for MIT. It's called the skin suit. It's a very tight garment, not much fun to wear for a long time, but it's highly censored, and my feet are actually stirruped with longitudinal loading straps that can connect my shoulders to my feet. So it feels like I'm standing on the ground, even though I'm floating around. So we do lots of things to learn. I happen to be in space on National Hamburger Day. So what do you do on National Hamburger Day? You have a hamburger. So I assembled my own hamburger. We don't really have a Five Guys on orbit, but so I had to build my own hamburger, and there we go, celebrating National Hamburger Day. And I love this photo. It intimidates a lot of people. This is a view straight down the lab module where you see everything that's going on. But I know I've seen pictures of many of your ham shacks too. So this is not a problem for you guys, right? This is normal ops. Or behind your stereo cabinets, it's the same deal. But you know, looking straight down at it, it's a little bit different deal. The daily work routine of an astronaut is very, very structured. What we see here, this is our scheduling program. Across the top of the screen, the light blue bar is the time of day. The station lives and works on Greenwich Mean Time, the central time of London. The second bar below that is the time in Houston, Texas, because we like to know that. And our time is controlled in 5-minute segments. What's missing here, what you don't see, is a vertical red line that is cruising across the screen at the time of day. And it will move slowly across the screen, left to right, and it comes up. My bar, for example, is the second white bar down. That's my line of work. And all the bars going across that screen are the activities that I have to perform. And some of those have to be performed at an exact moment using processes that I have to prepare for. And if you miss one or get late on one, you're going to back up the whole day. But this is how an astronaut's day is managed. Now, you get asked a lot how you sleep in space. Well, the answer is anywhere you want. You can curl up in your sleeping bag, just find a place to stick some Velcro, and go to sleep. And you sleep pretty good up there, actually. Now, when you get free time, everybody likes to go to the cupola. And that's where you see all these great images. And it's a wonderful world. The sound changes when you drop into the cupola. All the fan noise that's normal in the station, circulating air, kind of changes, and you're surrounded by this beautiful blue hue, typically. And it's just a nice, quiet spot. This is a little clip. Here's what it's like to drop in. So there you are. And because we're going around the Earth every 92 minutes, we get a sunrise, sunset every 45 minutes. So you pass through darkness and light every 45 minutes, which is normally when I would pop in there. It was just getting dark or I was over water, so I never really got all the great pictures I wanted, but I was in space. So what does a commercial astronaut or private astronaut do with all this new learning or new opportunity? I decided to start an education front for that. I started the Perside Foundation, which was designed to promote STEM education in schools primarily by helping teachers get access to better resources and to learn more about the opportunities of space. Much like I had when I was 10 and wanted to have a connection, but it just wasn't there. The teaching organization did not know how to connect. So we help teachers connect. We provide programs for astrophotography. We have 2 remote telescopes teachers can access. We promote the startup of amateur radio clubs because we think that's an exciting front for students for creativity, electrical engineering, development, primarily because I was a ham. So I'm doing the things that I like. And we help teachers develop curriculum programs through project-based learning. We also did a series of videos which are on the Perside website, which are short videos showing physics in space. They're 2-minute videos that teachers can use to share with their classroom, develop a little exercise around it, and to do something interesting. Also, the ARIS organization, I spent a lot of time doing contacts on the ham radio while I was in orbit. And one of the most fascinating part was when you contact a school and set up an ARIS contact, the enthusiasm, I think Frank spoke to some of that from one of the other astronauts, how the reaction was, and it's real. Because you can get students there, and the way that you communicate and that the life of the students and the crowd comes into the station is really impressive. So here's a short video of my contact.
Hey, there's a lot of great science that goes on here on the ISS. Let's go find some and make it fun, shall we? But first, I have a question for you. What did Neil Armstrong say when no one laughed at his moon jokes? Well, I guess you had to be there. Well, anyway, today let's talk about something really fun, ham radio. It's one of the world's most popular hobbies. It's even used as disaster relief in most countries around the world. So you'd think if something were this popular, maybe it would be on the ISS also. So let's take a look today at ham radio on the ISS. Okay, very nice. Give my friend a good hello if you know him.
Best wishes, Godspeed to you.
So I'm here in the Columbus module. This is where we keep the ARIS equipment, the ham radio equipment. We make contacts with people all over the world. You know, I got my ham license when I was 13 years old, but back then we used Morse code only. Here on station, we use 2-meter voice, and it works really, really well.
Just like the radio you see in cars, amateur radio uses a transceiver and an antenna to pick up and send out radio signals that carry communication to other radio devices listening on a particular frequency.
Because the space station has a very popular call sign, when we reach out, there's a lot of people ready to talk to us. One problem is we're traveling at 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth, so we're only over one place on Earth for a few moments. So we have to be quick. Today we're going to try to reach Middlesbrough Middle School, you know, where I grew up, but we're actually over Europe. So we've got an Italian ground station going to relay it to Middlesbrough. Let's see if it works. IK1 SLD, OR4 ISS.
Good afternoon, John. Happy delivery to ground station, calling for a scheduled ARIS contact. Do you copy, John? Over.
Yes, I read you loud and clear. Very nice to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. The first question, please.
Hello, my name is Trey May. Can you describe your initial emotions during your entry into space and docking to the station? Over.
Hi, Trey. Wow, it was just real pure excitement. I came on board the space station and it was like, wow, it looks just like the pictures, only better. A lot of fun, and the rocket ride here was even more fantastic. Good luck, Middlesbrough. It's been wonderful talking to you guys. Wow, so that was cool. 17,500 miles an hour, 250 miles above Earth, somewhere on the other side of the planet, able to talk to your hometown. That's cool, but that's ham radio. Just wait till you get up here and try it for yourself.
All right, sorry, that was made for 10-year-olds. So, you know, I know you guys know how ham radio works, but how many of you have been part of an on-the-ground ARIS contact at a school? Many people? Oh, excellent. Well, that's what it looks like when you are the satellite on the other side. And it's a pretty laid-back affair. We've got a really nice little piece of kit there with the Kenwood radio. It's in a good position, it's out of the way, and contacts are pretty easy. You know, as you saw, that's how a telelink ground station works. So we have a lot of fun with those. Also at per side, you know, what we did during this flight, what I did, I started the Space Art and Poetry Contest, because as a young person growing up, I like to draw stuff. You saw my Ed White picture, and there are a lot of kids out there that think of space. And so we asked them, the community, one question. So what would it look like if you lived in space? Just one question. And we had age groups 5 to 9, 9 to 12, 13 to 18 to make their submissions of what that would look like. And we did this 2 years in a row. We did this during my flight, and then NASA let us repeat that the second year following, and it's really cool. So we got 1,000 submissions this year, that year, and then the following year we got over 3,000, and they were really, really awesome. We have a website, spaceartcontest.com. It says co there, but it's com, and you can see all the art. It is an incredible, incredible thing. I think. And we took the art to space. We made some selections from those submissions. We took the ones that we thought were cool, both art and poetry, took pictures of them in orbit, and sent them back to the artist. So they all have hanging somewhere in their house, I hope, their art that flew in space. So this is a little clip of that selection process.
Hi, I'm John Schaffner. I'm an astronaut here on the International Space Station. The International Space Art and Poetry Contest is something that I created in remembrance of a vision I had when I was 10 in wanting to be an astronaut and be a part of space. And I painted a picture of astronaut Ed White. And I've always wondered, since I had my chance now to come to space, what other 10-year-olds are thinking about the same thing? What is their vision of space? We got over 900 submissions from 26 countries. We could not possibly choose a winner out of this because everyone was fantastic. So we chose some of the ones that we thought were our favorites in each category. We have a 6-year-old from India, Advik, with this beautiful picture of what he says looks like in space. And in the next category, we had Sol Paul from the Philippines, age 12. With this, we love the colors in this. And then in the top category, Sabrina, she was the first one, she's from the US, to paint a self-portrait. And we love that, Sabrina. I'll try to get them all 3 lined up here. That's the thing about being in space your first time, you're a little clumsy, but there you go. Okay. Art in space. And for poetry, Cameron from Ireland, A Dream Come True, poem that would just, bring tears to your eyes. And Mel from the US, Peace Among the Stars. There you go, Mel, Peace Among the Stars, an awesome poem. And the last one, we had Arjun from the US, an untitled masterpiece in poetry. Arjun, thank you for that. Thank you also very much for all the inspiration and all the love that went into this. We all truly enjoyed it here.
Well, there you go, Art in Space. And that was a lot of fun. And we continued that into the second year and with a ton of submissions, and it's fabulous. We hope to take that art on tour at some point because there was some, the amazing thing that came to that for me was we know space is not taught in schools, on a granular level, really. But even the 6-year-olds and the 8-year-olds in particular already had these baked-in visions of what space was and how to live in space. We got these cool things. Everyone had their cat with them in space. Cats with space helmets. They had bulldozers making gardens up there in space. So where does this come from? I think it's not a class that they take when they're 10 years old. They absorb it. It's around them, which tells us that they are already interested in this. So it's that and the technology and the things around it that are attracting young people today. So ham radio does a great part through ARIS to help bring space to the students so the students can begin to understand, with the help of the teacher as well, that they have a role in space, that they can be part of what's coming, and they will be needed because in order to do the things that we've heard about, colonization on the moon and being part of that space community will require expertise and involvement from all sorts of people. Every aspect of what we do here on Earth, we in the future eventually will choose to duplicate that. So we need doctors, technicians, cleaners, gardeners, all these people that we have here today, we have to learn how to do that in space. Now, all that's a lot of fun. Eventually, the fun's over and you come home. And, of course, that's one of the next exciting parts. Our ride home is we get to turn our Dragon capsule into a meteor. So I always wondered about this part. So when it happens, it's the smoothest part of the entire flight. Yeah, it lights up in flames and chunks of stuff are going by the window, and you can be a little concerned about that, but it's perfectly smooth and normal. It heats up a little bit, yeah, all that. You're in a 3,000-degree oven for a bit, but that's the reentry of the Dragon coming in. That's our flight, and you splash down in our mission. We splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico. The wonderful SpaceX recovery crew is there waiting to scoop us up. They haul us on board. It takes them about 30 minutes get us, snag us, and get us on board. And here we are, a nice toasty Dragon capsule, the Freedom. And then out pops one freshly baked astronaut, fresh from his mission, with a smile. I was said, no matter how you feel, ready to throw up, want to fall over, you got to smile for that first picture. So I put in my best effort, and it wasn't hard. So quickly, I'll wrap up here. I know everybody's running out of time a bit, but so what's coming up? You know, the future of space is totally here, and what ARIS is helping us do in order to visualize and get it out to the outreach so that the community stays involved is we have companies like Axiom developing space platforms, Orbital Blue Reef, Blue Origin is on the go. Starlab with the Airbus Consortium is full design phases they're running, and of course you have VAST with their rendition of what they're going to eventually build in space. So the space-based community has a great future. And as I like to say to students and to all of you here, thank you for your support of ARIS and what we're doing and staying in touch with space. Is the future of space is in your hands. So I wish us as humans, the planet Earth, all the best in that effort. Thank you guys very much.
Wasn't that outstanding? Thank you, John. Really, really appreciate everything you did. And he's set the stage for the fact that we have to, our intent is to work with all 4 of those space stations. We can't just go with one because we don't know which ones are going to become viable over time. So that's going to be the challenge we're going to be doing over the next few years. So the other thing we did want to bring up is that this past year is the 25th year of continuous operations on the International Space Station. If you haven't been past the booth, we have T-shirts and challenge coins. This is a mindless plug, if you will, or shameless plug, I should say. We have those at the booth, so you're welcome to come by for a nice donation. You'll get one of those. And starting from November 2000, when I had much darker hair in the time, and so did Lou McFadden, to the first contact in December 2000, to 74 expeditions. We've been on all 74 expeditions, and every one of those, all the crew members that were licensed made the call to the students and to the ham radio community. The private astronauts from 2001, as I mentioned, Dennis Tito, all the way out to today, and in the future, because 3 of those companies that John talked about are going to be flying to the International Space Station, and we're going to try to work with them, similar to what we've been doing. Well, one of them, of course, is Axiom. We're going to work with Axiom again, and then Starlab and Starlab Voyager and VAST. But they're building the Haven system. And then capturing the imagination, whether it was those of you that have seen Space Station 3D in 2002, to our SuitSat mission in 2006, to the Ada Lace book and the other books that have been written about ARIS specifically, 25 years of continuous operations. And how is it done? This is the leadership team over the years. And behind that leadership team is a huge group of volunteers that have made this happen. So this is how it's been done. And we thank everybody, sponsors and the individual hams and others that have volunteered to make this happen. So the last couple things I did want to bring up from an education perspective, I want to make sure everybody knows about the 2 current educational programs we've got. Stereo Sparky, it's sponsored by ARDC, which is our Space Pioneers Amateur Radio Kit Initiative, and which you can see at our booth. And then another thing that's coming through the help of the ARL Foundation is called STAR, or Space Telerobotics Using Amateur Radio, and that's actually allowing students to be able to communicate through the ISS using APRS and actually commanding the robot. If you haven't gotten on our social media, please either grab the QR codes here or come to our booth. We have these social media QR codes there. One thing I will say from my personal perspective, the Discord channel is a really good way that you can really get day-to-day what's going on in ARIS. And so I highly encourage everyone to get on the Discord channel. We have well over 1,000 people on the Discord channel at this point. And with that, I'm going to stop and open it up for questions. So Rosalie, you want to help me with this? Questions? I'll go get it. Yes. Go back there. John.
Yeah, excellent question. Astronauts that have a primary interest, and usually there are one or two that stay active, it's there right after dinner time. So that would be, say, 6, 7, 8 p.m. station time, which is London, England, of course. So 8 p.m. would be 4 p.m. East Coast time here in daylight savings time. So think about what you would do right after you eat. You want to go down the shack and have some QSOs. Most astronauts will go to bed by 10. The entire station goes to sleep. It's a normal, like an office building. Everybody gets up around 6 a.m., the lights turn off at night in that place. It shuts down. Everybody goes to sleep. So astronauts will do their evening activities for fun, and the ones that like ham radio will do that. And then you can look to Saturdays and Sundays. Astronauts have weekends off. So free time during Saturday and Sunday.
You're entering a realm where with 5 gigahertz and 10 gigahertz, you're working with technologies that most of the people who do school ISS contacts right now have no experience in.
Sure, sure.
Is there an initiative to try to get people to like foster educating themselves in that? As somebody who recently got into microwave, it was literally like starting over.
Yes, so he's asking about, when we do Lunar, it'd probably be in the microwave region. Let me make this clear. Depending on where we go, will define what frequencies we're going to be using. So in some cases, we could use 2 meters and 70 centimeters, but like you say, we're probably going to be most likely in the microwave region. I think we are learning, I'll say QO100 is an example of how at least the European community learned how to use microwave. Our ham TV systems are a way that you can learn, S-band microwave. And the schools have had to learn that before for VHF and UHF. We will also we will have ground stations around the world that can support this, similar to what we do with our telebridge stations. Okay?
And we have been using 70 centimeters on SSTV now and then, and that's a little bit of a leap for a lot of people, so it's a good learning experience.
Rosalie's got a good point. We were a little concerned about using 70 centimeters for SSTV, and it's actually worked out really well. Other questions? Yes, in the back.
This is a question for the astronaut.
John?
Being in space change your perspective on like humanity? In how so?
Yeah, well, it comes back for me, I think. The quick and easy answer is, the anything's possible kind of thing, and, don't say no to yourself. I tell students today, I met lots of students in our booth this weekend, or during this week. Several of them, most of them say, I want to be an astronaut, and they say it with a good affirmity. But I had one girl came up to me, she was maybe 9, she said, I will be an astronaut. Those were her words. I said, wow, okay, welcome aboard. So when a student, and it comes back to the teacher, and the work that we do at Perside in trying to help with education around space is that we try to improve the teacher's ability to language that to the students, to teach that space is accessible. So what's changed in me is that we need to make improvements in education and work with the teaching body, the school system, because they're challenged. It's the hardest job on the planet, I think. They're underpaid and underfunded. That how do they change their curriculum so that we can start this movement to be sure that we are active, pointing students into a career path, that they do what they want, you know, train to do what you love. Find that thing in you. When you're 12 years old, there was something in all of us that we really, really loved, and we always couldn't wait to get back to. And if we didn't do that as a career, it was our hobby when we were 50. So for students and teachers, for teachers to help students attach to that is an important thing in the community today on an educational level.
Other questions? Any other questions?
Well, and something that'll stump him.
What'd you say?
It's something that'll stump you.
Yeah,
Question that you
right.
can't answer.
Yeah, ask a question. Yes?
Are there things that you wanted to do or approached NASA to try to do that they've said no to?
I say a long time ago we had trouble. We have to be careful. There's a fine line of overreaching, and I think early in the program, and I'm talking the shuttle program, people went directly to the contractor to ask them, you know, about installing an antenna on the shuttle. That was the worst thing we could do, because what happens is, okay, let's talk about your house. If your house and you have a contractor there, and somebody comes in and says, I want to change this part of that person's house a little bit, how would you feel about it? Well, NASA got real ticked off for a while there, and frankly, we only flew with a window antenna. So, you know, those are the kinds of things you got to be careful of. Beyond that, what we need to do is perform. We need to show what we can do and actually show that we're making a difference. And I am convinced that the community, and you all are part of that community, have made that happen. And I wouldn't have been able to make the statement today as I did unless you made that happen, okay?
Also, at one point, the European Space Agency said, no, we're not doing this. Well, they got a new administrator, and all of a sudden, they said, yeah, we're going to do this.
Yeah, actually, talking about what Rosalie just said, they said, why should we do this when we have TDRS? We can use we can use the regular comm system to do this. And by then, we had already been doing it, you know, and things. When the first ESA astronauts started to use the equipment, that totally changed their mind on it. I think, you know, what we do, which is important, is we don't just throw a contact to a school. We work with the schools to engage them and educate them. And NASA and the other space agencies see that. And it's because the amateur radio community, I'll say this, and this isn't negative, the amateur radio community is so rabid that they want to get people and excited about getting kids interested in ham radio that they get in there and they show them ham radio. And that's a part of what we do, that, you know, just giving a school a contact with the regular comm system it's a different situation, if that makes sense.
And we invite the parents and the community, and hey, we're all taxpayers.
Yep, that's right. Other questions or comments? That's a good question. Yes, Hope. So lunar-based communication system, what's the technical challenge? The biggest technical challenge is 30 dB, which is the distance. Have you ever done a link budget? It's 30 dB, okay? And so we've got to make that up, and that's why we're using microwave, because then you can use smaller antennas, higher gain. But the higher gain becomes a problem too, because then you have to point the antenna. And relative to the, you know, if you're on the lunar surface, the Earth's moving around. So you gotta cover that. That's why the caviar system is an interesting concept of multiple antennas. It's not phased array, but it's kind of multiple antennas, and use the one that has the, you know, the highest signal strength coming in. Okay, good question. Others? Yes.
Are most of your school errors contacts by Telebridge or by their own personal station?
60% of our contacts are direct. In other words, the station is at the school. That means 40% are telebridge.
But for instance, if they need a particular day, well, that could be a problem. You know, it's
Or if you're linking a couple schools together, we've done multi-point telebridges where one school does and the other one
or
does.
if you're in a school where the superintendent is, you're not getting on our roof.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Other comments, questions?
I've seen a 5-year-old who was scared to death, deer in the headlights. Frank got down on his knee, helped him ask his question, and after the contact, he was walking around just like, and he's telling his parents at the Aris, he's like, well, look at this, and then this is this. And the kids change.
Yeah, answer too, because she's a teacher.
Okay, so I've had 2 contacts. My first one was in 2011, and my ham radio club came in and kind of like he said, they were like, let's do this, let's do this. And they were a little intense, and it was a little scary for some of those kids and for the teachers. But after we did the contact, I had 50 kids get their amateur radio license. 50. Of those 50, 27 of them are in a STEM field right now.
And that's a lot due to this young lady here.
Well, not really, but that's not true. But then I had another one in 2023. I was lucky enough to have John come and visit, and from that, we now have 2 radios in my classroom. I have an additional, I think, 17 that's certified. Of those, 3 of them are testing their extra this summer, and they're 8th graders. And they teach my 6th graders, so they teach 100 kids every day. They come in and they rotate through getting those 6th graders on. So it makes a very big difference.
And she's got a good, helpful local club, too.
Yes, if it wasn't for my club, that wouldn't happen. So it's very important for you guys to also get in there, talk to teachers, find teachers that are willing to work with you, be their support system, because I don't know all the answers, and even though I have a general, I'm not great at all of that, but I have an awesome support system that helps me. So we can't do it without you.
Yeah, absolutely. We have one more.
And my husband, yeah.
Yeah, and Joe. One more question, and then we're going to have to go. But before that question gets asked, let me let everybody know, and I think you know this. John's going to be at the booth after this, and you're welcome to stop by and say hello to him.
And that's the Volta building,
Yeah,
right inside the
building 4.
door.
Yeah.
Opposite in from the ticket booth. So when you put your ticket in the booth, the prize drawing, you come and see him too.
Yeah. So he'll be over there after this event. And any last questions? One last question.
All right, they know everything.
All right. Well, thank you all for attending. I want to thank the Hamvention team and the AV team that's here for today. Please give them a big hand. And I want to thank our speakers and thank John Schaffner for being here for today. Have a great one, everyone. 7 threes. I can unplug this first. There we go.
Need me to do anything, John? I know.
Picture with you. What age groups? From younger to, for what? What age groups do you teach?
Oh, currently, 6th grade is my main subject.
All right. How you doing there, sir?
Come here. Matt and follow up. Okay. You are fabulous. You are very nice.
We never got to talk.
I know.
You disappeared, and then I had to get over the.
Nothing urgent.
Okay, well, I
Basically,
stop by.
okay, great. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. You gonna be over there this afternoon?
I will after this. Yes.
Okay. I'll try to do that. I got to leave a little early today, but I'll try to do that. If not, you'll be in tomorrow.
I will not be here tomorrow.
Oh, then I need to get over there. All right.
Is that a podium computer you put your own on? Is that what you did?
I think it's a podium.
That's the podium
Okay, yeah,
one.
good.
The problem with
We'll
it
use
is-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Audio.
All right, that works.
Yeah, it'll be less downtime.
Oh, good. I've got speaker notes. Cool. Helps me remember.
Computer.
Oh.
We're going to use the forum one.
Oh, man.
Do you pass muster? I'll get it. I'll get it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You got us set up. Fantastic. Right on time. I wasn't.
I got a clicker.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to steal one thing from you.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's already up. I'm AV guy.
Hey guys.
What can I do to help you?
We're going to use your laptop for everybody but one. I got one presentation, so it's not even powered up. Should I turn it on?
Yeah, just hit that button in the
I see it. Okay.
And then usually I recommend
It's going to unplug and plug into this because it's got a lot of gizmos, yeah.
just plug in the HDMI into it.
It's all the settings.
And it'll siphon the audio off that part. So, let me know if you need anything. We encourage the use of the wireless mic for questions, or at least repeat back what they're saying, because the live stream is going.
Thanks.
Don't sit next to me.
No, I'm talking about sitting there close to the microphone. I do like the 5 minutes.
How about that? Yeah, I know. I know it's like you just do it on that, so you know.
Hey, buddy.
Good, okay, so we can.
You're first. Not that sequence matters, but my back. There's a chair for each of us. So have a seat.
So,
And
just hit the screen and see if it.
it should. Yep.
There we go. All right. See,
Good.
I told you it would work.
Yeah, I thought it should. Yeah. All right. Steve, we have one, I know of one little video and I don't seem to have any audio, so maybe you could help us. Should be click to play.
What we're going to do is minimize that for now, and we're just going to see what's going on here.
It crashed, didn't it?
No, that's right.
I mean, my presentation's gone. Presentation crashed.
Oh, it did crash.
All right, I'm not going to play the video.
Well, here, let me recommend this. If we can drop this on the desktop.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times working off the thumb drive has been problematic.
Good news, it's a fast drive, but the bad news is still might be the problem, right?
Yeah. Well, and I doubt it's you, it's this computer. All right. So,
Let me find it. There's 70 slides there. You want me to find it?
yes.
Okay. Whoops. Come on. At least I kind of know where I need to end up. It's almost there, right there. In presentation mode. Is it?
Yeah, I think it might be. That's okay.
Hey, buddy, it crashed again. I'll skip the video. Yeah, I'm going to skip the video. Thanks. Gotta stay on time. You got 9 minutes is about good enough. 9 minutes. Paul's gonna kick us off. Slide on the right. Yeah, that's quite 4 minutes. Yes. Scene upcoming. And if you've got any comments.
When I see on the screen, it's the one on the right. Look over. It's just different color.
This is on display.
Okay.
And this is up and down.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
And up and down. You okay up and down with the arrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Up and down works, but we need to be on the mic. Somebody. We miss an empty seat or something? Ray. You can see Ray. Hey, Ray.
What, do the arrow buttons go? Okay. Good. Up and down, not right and left.
I think both.
Oh, okay.
I think down, left, up, right. I think they're the same.
Okay.
There's a chair there, right? Yeah, there's room for it. Everybody's supposed to be here. Bring my own chair. No, right here. Oh, this chair? Yeah. It might be kind of close to the back. Don't talk under your breath because the mic's hot.
Don't move the chair backwards very far.
Yeah. There's a slide. Is it clear? I made an intro slide for you sitting there. That's all continuous. That's
Good afternoon. We'll be starting right at 2:30. Just give everybody a minute to sit down. All right, good afternoon, everybody. It is 2:30 p.m. You are in the AMSAT forum, so if you're expecting something else, well, sorry, you have to stay here and watch the whole presentation now. So, my name is Paul Stetzer, N8HM. I am the Executive Vice President of AMSAT. Drew Glassbrenner, KO4MA, our president, sends his regrets, but he is unable to attend the forum at today, so he, again, sends his regrets. We have a great program here. It's going to be packed. We're going to struggle to get it into an hour and 10 minutes. Hopefully we'll have maybe time for a couple of questions at the very end, but please hold any questions. We might get to one or two. Otherwise, please come to our booth in Building 1, right at the end of Building 1, if you haven't been there yet, and ask any questions that you might have. We're going to go over our AMSAT Youth Initiative. Then we're going to have a discussion of the CubeSat simulator, a short demo of the CubeSat simulator. We're going to talk about AMSAT operations, our new Students on the Air event. as well as future projects, including PACSAT, the linear transponder modules, Fox Plus, our SDR Gen 2 project, and we'll conclude with an update on Golf T and then a few closing remarks. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Vice President for Development, Frank Karnauskas, N1UW, and he's going to discuss the AMSAT Youth Initiative. Frank?
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I'm the low-tech guy, okay, so we're going to blow through this really quick so we can give Alan a lot of time for the CubeSat simulator. The AMSAT Youth Initiative we call BuzzSat. It's kind of unique in that it's not directly an amateur radio recruiting program. We'll talk about that in a second, but it's designed for a really wide reach of people. It's not a school-based program, which may sound like what? We call it a community-based program. The reason for that is we want this program to be, these materials to be available and accessible to everybody. Any parent who's homeschooling their kids, any scout leader, any 4-H leader, any Boys and Girls Club leader organization, we want these materials to be directly accessible to them. The theme for the program is Satellites in Space Help Us Live a Better Life on Earth. Why do we do this? Well, if you go into a room full of kids and say, who here is interested in amateur radio? You know you get crickets, right? Because nobody knows what that is. They don't even know that this is a radio. So what we do is we talk about, think about all the aspects of modern life where satellites are part of our life, okay? So we're talking about satellite meteorology, satellites in climate change, pollution control, agriculture, space exploration. There's no aspect of modern living where satellites don't play a role, okay? So we're trying to get participation and buy-in from kids with this wide variety of interest, and then we sneak the amateur radio stuff in later because age and treachery will beat youth and enthusiasm every time, right, guys? Okay? So for the preteens, we have the becoming quickly infamous BuzzSat coloring book. And as you can see at the bottom, it carries that theme forward, Satellites in Space Help Us Live a Better Life Here on Earth. Each of the two-page spreads, there's 24 pages in the coloring book. Each of the spreads talks about what the satellite does and what the benefits are for us. So after a kid gets done with it, it should look something like this. You can see watching weather from high in the sky for safe fun out of doors, okay? Helping farmers grow bountiful crops for healthy meals on every table. And here's where we sneak in the amateur radio, okay? Sharing messages and pictures with friends around the world. So for each of these 12 spreads, there's also a leader guide in there to help the leader understand, okay, exactly how are satellites used in agriculture to kind of have a discussion with the kid and get them more involved. And DEI is alive and well at BuzzSat. The coloring book is also available in Spanish. You can download the coloring books in either language free of charge at www.buzzsat.com, okay? Okay, for the junior high and high school kids, we have a series of courses, follow the same topics, meteorology, pollution control, so on and so forth, and there'll be some more advanced age kids like military command and control and things like that that may not be appropriate for the younger kids. But we have 4 courses completed now, meteorology, climate change, pollution control, preservation of natural resources, and like I said, we'll have 12 of these courses completed by the end of the year. Our astronomy and satellites and fighting wildfires will be on by the end of June, so we're well underway. Now, these are serious courses. Each of these courses have about 350 pages in them. And we did not want these to be electronic page turners. Read, next, read, next, read, next. Each slide is 2 or 3 sentences, some top-notch graphics that we developed to put in those, followed by a question. Now, some of the questions are multiple choice, and if the student guesses incorrectly, they get a mild electric shock, but unlimited chances to get the correct answer. Once they do that, then they can proceed on to the next question. Some of the questions are true and false, okay? And some of the graphics have a lot of material in them, and we know kids use tablets and even smartphones to do a lot of this stuff. So wherever you see a magnifying glass on there, you click on that, and it blows up the image to full screen so they can better understand the material that we're presenting. And some of the pages are just click on something. If we want to focus on a camera or a solar panel or something like that, they can click on that. But you know what? We're just having fun, so sometimes all you have to do is click on the polar bear to proceed on to the next question. We do not track these. We do not score the kids. This is just for fun, inspiration, get them excited about satellites and so on. But we do throw the progress checks in there just to make them feel at home, okay? Now, I could go on a couple hours on this, but like I said, I'm the low-tech aspect of the program here, so come to booth 1007, and we have stickers, we have coloring book pages, and we have crayons for all the kids, okay? You have to be under 4 feet to get the crayons, okay? I don't want to see all you old guys in there eating up our Crayola supply, okay? But whatever you do, make sure you go to www.buzzsat.com where your future is looking up. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that update, Frank. Appreciate it. Next, we are going to cover the AMSAT CubeSat Sim, but before we do that, we're going to have a quick tech swap to good. Connected here.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alan Johnson, KU2Y. I'm AMSAT's Vice President for Educational Relations. I'm also an associate teaching professor of electrical engineering at Villanova University. So I'm going to talk about the CubeSat Sim, and I'm going to have a few slides, and then we're going to jump into live demos. And something will definitely fail during those demos, but that's just proof that it's real. So what is the CubeSat Sim or the CubeSat Simulator? It's the core of our educational outreach program that we have at AMSAT that we've been working on for many years. And it's really about evangelizing STEM, science, technology, education, and math, and also ham radio and satellites. It's targeted at university students, high school students, the amateur radio community, and anybody that's interested in teaching and exploring STEM. We're also trying to outreach to less traditional arenas, libraries, museums, maker fairs, things like that. And everything we've developed is fully open source, the hardware and software, so people can contribute to it, modify it, do whatever they want to it. So the CubeSat Sim, it's a low-cost satellite emulator. It has working solar panels, rechargeable batteries, and it transmits real radio telemetry. It's got sensors, basically does everything that our real satellites that we put into orbit that Jerry and his team develop, except it's not made for space. It has a custom 3-board stack and a Raspberry Pi Zero single-board computer that runs the main housekeeping software. It also has a Raspberry Pi Pico microprocessor, which runs the payload sensors. And it's a nice little design, and it fits in a 3D printed frame. Oops. And the best thing about it, at least as ham radio operators, is that it transmits real radio telemetry. It has 7 different modes, and it can mimic many different satellites that are currently on orbit. And the great thing about this is that as you learn with the CubeSat Sim, you're basically getting trained for accessing telemetry and radio signals from real satellites. It's just, it's much easier. There's no Doppler, there's no tracking, there's just, many of the variables are taken out of it, but allows you to still learn about lots of things. So what is the CubeSat simulator not? The main thing is that it is not designed for space flight, right? We will never fly one of these, I hope. The exception to that is that you can use it as a balloon payload. In a modified form, but it is not designed for space. The hardware is not designed for space. The software is not designed for space. It's designed to be low cost and easy to build. And by low cost, I mean a few $100s, basically $400 to $500 will put the whole thing together for you. And easy to build, it's just a simple 2-layer printed circuit board, and nearly everything is through-hole soldering and simple 3D printing. So we've made some recent improvements. We updated the hardware in 2024. The software got some updates last year. The most recent updates, we improved the simulated telemetry, and we improved the command and control. So I'm going to demo some of the command and control in a few minutes here. We also have the CubeSat Sim Lite available now. So it's just a very small single board, the size of a Pi Zero, and it's just the radio part. No sensors, no batteries, no solar panels, just the absolute cut down minimum. And this is the one that's kind of ideal for flying as a balloon payload, if you want to do APRS or transmit slow scan TV images and that kind of thing. It's also the lowest cost entry point as well. We've been recently publishing a lot of documentation. The key to that is the educator's guide. So if you're interested in this, it's one document that has lots and lots of resources in it that we put together. So it's a great starting point for learning about how you can use the CubeSat Sim and satellites in teaching STEM topics. Okay, are we ready for the demo here? So I have my ground station. It's a Raspberry Pi over there on the side. And you can listen in if you have an HT with you. I'll be transmitting on 434.91 megahertz. And when I do command and control and crossband repeater, you can transmit on 435. So we'll see. So I'm going to launch the CubeSat Sim, which means take out the remove before flight tag. And if you notice, this one is kind of a souped-up CubeSat Sim. It's a 2U size, which means it's twice as high. It's not quite as big as Jerry's 3U, which he's working on for golf. But maybe next year we'll have a 3U. We'll see. Okay. So, oh, there we go. We got CW. Okay, so that's a good start. Probably there's some blinking lights there, which I can't see. So this is the lovely sound of data, just kind of like a rumbling sound. And this software here, this is Fox Telem, which is AMSAT's open source custom software that we use for getting telemetry from our on-orbit satellites, basically the whole Fox series, and we will also use for golf in the future. And it's the same software that the CubeSat Sim basically mimics our real satellites. So we can see it here, and if I go here under the tab here, it's probably a bit too small for you to see, but the actual telemetry is getting updated about every 4 seconds. There's actually 2 batteries in this 2U. That's one of the advantages of having the extra space. You can run more power. So it looks like 3.96 volts on the 2 batteries. So that's pretty healthy. I'm unlikely to run out of batteries here during the presentation. And you can see all the different solar panel information, the payload sensors, and all different things are there. Okay, so that was the easy part. Let's let's switch to some command and control here. So I'm going to use a second radio. I like these little Quansheng radios. I don't know if you've played with them. The great thing about these are you can flash all different firmware on them. And the firmware I use actually does single sideband, and it also does APRS transmission. So it's kind of cool. Okay, so I'm going to switch here now to the WebSDR, get that loaded. And so I'm going to do command and control using DTMF. So I'm just going to transmit on 435. I'm just going to transmit a number and the pound sign. And if all goes well, it will, you'll see some blinking lights happen there, and we will switch modes. So let's just take a look here. Yeah, this is PRS. Here we go. Okay, so let's give this a try. So this was my transmission here, 435. Do we see some blinking lights here? Good, that's good. And now we'll see what we got. So we were in frequency shift keying mode, FSK mode, which emulates some of the Fox satellites. Now we're switching to a different mode, which is BPSK, binary phase shift keying telemetry. And hopefully that will come on in a minute here. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got some sound happening here. Let's see if that's right. Yeah, that's it. So this is a new mode. This is FunCube mode. How many of you have worked or heard of AO-73, the FunCube satellite? Okay, lots of you. Yeah, it's a great satellite built by AMSAT UK, and we have this mode emulation now. You can always tell FunCube in the waterfall because it's got that distinctive look to it, and also you hear that beep as it goes. So, okay, so that's one successful command and control. Let's live dangerously and try again. So I will do 435 here. So now I'm going to use APRS. So I'm going to send a command to put it into crossband repeater mode. And so I have a APRS packet programmed in here. If I can find it, here it is. Okay, let's give it a try and see if it works. Okay, now hopefully, did anything blink over there? Okay, good. So you see the packet was decoded here, and it's my call sign, KU2Y, and in the packet it just says mode equals E. So you just put that text anywhere in the APRS packet, and if the CubeSat sim receives it, it will switch to mode E, which is crossband repeater. So let's see if we really are in crossband repeater. So we've been listening in the 70 centimeter band, so now we're going to listen on the 2 meter band. So let's switch there. Here we are on the 2 meter band. And let's see here. That should do it. Okay. And I will switch here. Okay. And let's see if it worked. So if we are in the crossband repeater mode, by the way, is just the green light on here? And not, okay, that's good. So I'm going to transmit on 435 in the 70 centimeter band. It should get repeated here on 2 meters. Let's see if it worked. KU2Y. I think that worked. Yeah, kind of cut off. KU2Y testing. Yeah, that works. Also, if I send the packet again, let's send the packet again. That will, let's do that. I'll just put it back in that same mode and see if we get the, yeah, we get the CWID again. But this time the CWID is getting transmitted on 2 meters, since that is the downlink. Okay, so that is my demo here. If you want to see more modes, including slow scan TV, come to the AMSAT booth. And also, if you happen to have a CubeSat sim and you want to supercharge it here to turn it into a 2U, there's instructions on my wiki on how to do that. So you can get involved in the CubeSat sim project if you want to. If you're giving a demonstration or a presentation, or if you're a teacher wanting to get it into your classroom, we have loaners. We will ship it to you for free. Everything fully assembled, ready to go, including the ground station with instructions, and you can set it up and use it. We also have loaner kits available now where we ship it to you except in pieces. And your students will need to spend about an hour and a half putting it together. Just stacking and screwing and putting things together. You can also build one if you want to. We sell the blank circuit boards, and with lots of soldering later, you can put all the parts on. We also sell no solder kits with all of the custom boards assembled. You just stack them up, put them all together, and we have those on the AMSAT store and also here at Hamvention as well. So I just want to acknowledge a lot of the people involved in this project. It's very much a team effort. I have my close team of Frederick Robb, Mark Samus, and David White. Thanks to Jennifer Lind, who puts together our kits these days and takes care of that fulfillment. And I also just want to thank all the people that have helped this project in the past, some of whom are here, including Pat Kilroy there. So thank you, Pat, for your contributions to this. And Mark Spencer and Bob Brunigo were really the inspiration for this project in the past. And I want to thank the members of AMSAT who have supported this and financed all our development over the years. So I guess we're doing questions at the end, but also feel free to stop by the booth. So that is it. I'm done. Okay. I'll get out of here. I'll just stay up here. Turn it back on.
All right, thank you very much, Alan. Looks like we're going to need to start the laptop back up before we go on to the next presentation. There's going to be Mark Hammond, N8MH, our Vice President of Operations, is going to discuss some currently operational satellites. He's going to discuss our new AMSAT Students on the Air program. And then, okay, came right back up, good. All right, and then he is going to shift gears to future development and talk about okay. Looks like we gotta. Yep. All right, and then he's going to talk about our PACSAT program. Let's see here. I think we gotta. Yeah. We got. Yep. Let's try. There it goes. Okay. Looks like we're back up, so I am going to hand it off to Mark.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm Mark, N8MH, and I've been a satellite operator for over 30 years. I'm currently the Vice President for Operations. I'm a board member, and probably the most fun job is I'm a command station, which means I help command them. One of the questions that we often get, very natural, is what satellites can I work and can I work now? But I want to do a quick survey. How many of you have made at least one contact via satellite? Hold your hand up. All right, put your hand down. How many of you have tried but not been successful? And this is not a public shaming, it's a reality check because it's a hard thing to do. Good. All right, how many of you haven't tried at all? Oh, shame on you. You're the ones we're going to shame. Now, one of the things is you have to know what satellite is operational and when and in what mode and in what frequency. That's a lot of data points to have a successful contact. Here's an easy to remember link we think. amsat.org/status. Status. www.amsat.org/status. That will pull up a web page that gives you operational satellites. These are all user-reported observations, and it's continuous. We have several days worth of information that will scroll. People enter the information, so you can see which station reported hearing what satellite in which mode and what date, and you have some idea of whether it's active or not. Also, on the left side of that are hyperlinks for each satellite, so that you can go learn where should I listen, where would I try to transmit, and what to do. But we've got some pretty good operational fleet. Some people say, oh, there's nothing up there that work. And it's like, well, we collect that information, and you can go see for yourself what's operational and what's not. What's important is when and where and how. Also, we have prediction things on our website that will help you know when to listen for particular satellites. Many apps and applications available for phones and for computers. One of the satellites, so I'm going to list some of the currently active, as in within the last week or two. That thing I showed with the colors, actually, I don't want to beat this one to death, but this is one worth spending time on. The blue means it was operational and heard. The red means somebody reported I didn't hear it, and then the orange means it's in telemetry reception mode, so that you have some idea what to do. Some current operational ones that I would encourage you to strive to use. AO 123 is one. It's an FM repeater. We use the letter designations routinely, where V is 2 meters and U is 70 centimeters. Those aren't the only frequency combinations, but they're very common. Alan demonstrated, this flip-flop. He had you listen on 2 meters, he had you listen on 70 centimeters. Our satellites are like that. Some of them are inversed in terms of uplink versus downlink, but check the page. AO71 was mentioned. It's a sideband satellite, been up quite a while. The numbers are sequential. A lower number was issued that number, in sequence, going back to Oscar 0, the moon, and moving forward. And we're up to 125 or something now? Yeah, so we got quite a few. But you can have a sense that AO73 is one of our older satellites. AO7, even older, right? This one's a great story. Encourage you to read about it. What's nice about AO7 is its area of coverage, the usable footprint, if you will. Because it's a higher orbit, the footprint is bigger, and therefore you can talk greater distances. For an old bird, it was silent for many years. It came back. Something broke in our favor to return function several years ago, and this thing is very predictable in its operation and whatnot too, and during when the satellite is illuminated, which may or may not be when your home is illuminated too. It's close, but it's not always predictable in that way. But again, check our webpage. AO91 is a good old faithful FM Fox class satellite whose batteries are pretty much gone, and in some instances there's sufficient sunlight to report really nice solid FM communications. Other times there's simply not enough power budget to support it, but that's one that I encourage you to look at. Very successful. FO29, the number tells you, 29 is a good old bird. This is a Japanese linear satellite, and it's VU, and it operates when the satellite itself is in an orbit where it's continuously experiencing sunlight, and it's predictable because there's software that will help you do it. We're in we just came out of an area where it was completely illuminated for weeks at a time. Again, this is a higher orbit, good coverage, lets you get into Central America, South America, Europe, and it's a good old bird. The ISS, very predictable, very strong. Don't forget they boost it, right? So all of a sudden your prediction of when to listen might be off a couple minutes, but great signal, and they are running frequently a really nice FM crossband repeater, if you will, and lots of contacts being made there. RS-44 is another very fine satellite that has a pretty big footprint. It's a sideband satellite. So we have sideband satellites or linear. When I say sideband, I meant to include CW. And sometimes we do experimental digital modes on those satellites as well. SO50 is a good, reliable FM satellite. That would be a good one to try to listen to and operate. It's a good one because the downlink is a little bit weak. It helps you improve your communications receiving system so that you can get a pretty good sensitivity. But it's a good satellite that's really reliable. This is one of the newer ones, and they are on a they operate on a schedule. They publish it usually through email or on our website. You can see if things are active, and it was scheduled to be activated this weekend. So it's one that I encourage you to look at too, because it's got pretty good signals on it. Now, one of the things that we're doing, we're continuing development in a whole lot of different types of satellites and things, and that's what my friends and colleagues here have explained and will explain throughout our talk. I want to talk about specifically PACSat. Any old timers in here besides me that in the 1980s, early 1990s were operating AO16, DO17, anybody? Oh, yeah, okay. So this is kind of a renaissance thing. And so we've got a team that has worked really well on this, and it's been, I'll say, transitioned to sort of a new board, and new boards are in process. But this is a payload, a package that we are going to prepare and will give to a university partner in exchange for use of their satellite for communications once their mission is over. So we've got some quid pro quo type of things with some of our payloads. But this one's really great. And they're getting ready to spin some new boards. But this one will operate just like the old style packet satellite. It's a little old technology in which these were in the, you heard me say, the mid to late 80s and early 90s, before we had internet dial-up even. You know, some of us were on DARPANET, but not everybody was. At that time, it was a floating email box. So it's a store and forward. So from your home station, you upload a message, it's stored on the satellite, it orbits the Earth, and others can download it and read it. It's just a fun kind of tech, and so a little bit of thing. I had a really nice segment on how do I operate satellites. The young man that was going to co-present with me was Karsten Glassbrenner, Kilo 4 SJM, also known as Slim Jim Man. He gave a really great presentation at the Fantastic Youth Forum earlier, and he did a little bit of video of his demo. And he's been doing demos at all, you know, Hamcation, Hamvention, all sorts of Hamfests and stuff. And for a 13-year-old kid, this guy can operate. It's really fantastic. I had a video, but the video we've learned in testing, some of you were here, it crashes our presentation. So I will not crash the presentation at this time, but rather I will turn it over to my colleague who will present next. Oh, quick. Oh, okay. I do want to promote for just a minute. Students on the Air. This is Karsten's creation. Karsten instigated and launched a Students on the Air, so we're calling it STOTA. You can meet up on our Discord channel. We're putting it out there on social media too. It's in its about second month of trying to get some interest and some turnout. It's for everyone, but in particular, we're trying to encourage students to get on the air. First and third Tuesdays every month, we hope you'll try to get on the air. And with that, I'm going to welcome my colleague Burns Fisher that's got some really good technical details on the LTM. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Burns Fisher, WB1FJ. I'm an MSAT Life member. I am not on the board like any of these other people, but I do kind of lead the flight software team in MSAT. I've worked on Gulf. I've worked on LTM radio sets that we provide to university partners, and that's what I want to talk about today. Let me find my arrow here. There we go. Right, so CubeSats have made a lot easier for universities to experiment in space. But most universities want to spend their time working on whatever they want to work on. Is it pictures of estuaries like MESAT-1 did? Is it tests of memory chips, you know, anything like that? They don't want to mess around with radios. And that's where AMSAT comes in. We provide a 3-board set for telemetry and commanding, along with documentation and a very little bit of consulting, while the university partner's job is to get the grants, build the satellite, do the power supply, and all that kind of stuff. And why do we want to do that? Well, one of the reasons one of the things that we get out of it is that there is a linear transponder on it. So with the university, you know, it's a win-win situation with the university. They get all the radio stuff that they don't want to mess with. We get another linear transponder up in the air. So here's a block diagram of the LTM. It's pretty simple, as you can see, very similar to Fox 1E. If anybody was able to use Fox 1E, it had some problems, but it's pretty similar. The big changes for using it with partners have come in the definition of the interface bus. And I don't know if yeah, here's an interface bus right here, and this goes off to the university's part of the satellite. There we go. So the physical design of the LTM, as I say, consists of 3 cards. The first is the LIHU, the Legacy Internal Housekeeping Unit, or we can just call it the computer. This board contains an ARM processor made by ST Microelectronics. It has several I2C, it has SPI buses, a USB bus, I should say a CAN bus really, and several serial lines. It also has the same non-volatile memory chip that we've been using successfully ever since Fox 1. It's called an MRAM. The ICR is an improved command receiver, which has been used since Fox 1E, and the RxTX card is the linear transponder as well as the telemetry modulator. There we go. So how does this all work? The LTM collects telemetry and it downlinks it both from itself and from the partner. The partner university can send telemetry by I2C. We tell you some devices that you can use to collect temperatures, to collect voltages with A to D converters. Some discrete logic lines, that means true and false, high voltage, low voltage. And things like the antenna state, whether the umbilical is connected and so on. And also on CAN. The CAN is originally an automotive bus, but it's becoming more and more popular on satellites. There's all kinds of other measurement types specified by AMSAT, and there's also what we call opaque telemetry. It's up to the university to send this telemetry. We don't try to interpret it. We don't know what it means. We'll just downlink it. So this is for, excuse me, the university's stuff that they want to do from their own experiments. Telemetry on the ground. There will be soon a new version of FoxTelem. I've been working with it now for a while, 1.13, that will support new satellites. And it's relatively easy to customize. Excuse me, I've been talking too much, I guess. So one advantage to universities is the worldwide collection of data. You guys all, many of you collect data for us, thank you very much. Send it to a central server. And so it's great for the universities because they don't just get their telemetry when it goes over the university, they get it pretty much from all around the world. So please try to keep collecting data with FoxTelem when there are satellites up that can use it and upload it. It'll be really helpful to everybody. And as I did say, one of the advantages to us in the amateur radio community is that the LTM contains a 30 kilohertz linear transponder, and it is commandable to be turned on and off. University partner experiments, we guarantee, can have first priority. You know, when it's first launched, they turn on their experiments, they do what they need to do. Oftentimes, university experiments don't last very long. And I don't mean they fail, I just mean they didn't have all that much they wanted to do. Some will allow the transponder use while they're running their experiments, but in any case, the university partner always agrees with us to turn the satellite over to AMSAT, by which I mean turn on the linear transponder and let it be used in that fashion at their end of mission. So that's the LTM. One thing that I think is worth saying about the LTM is that we expect universities to know how to build a satellite, right? We are not in the business of doing this LTM to be a super satellite consultant for everybody. We just do not have enough volunteers to help everyone. So we will be, we're happy to share our technology, but we just don't have enough people to be hand-holding everyone through every phase of their operation. Obviously, we'll help them with our own components. Okay, now let me talk about the Fox Plus A satellite. Okay. I've helped to work a bit on this, but system engineer and most knowledgeable person, Mike Moore, is not available. He had a grandchild going to graduating from high school, so that kind of takes precedence. What is Fox Plus? It'll be a series of LEO CubeSats that we will try to deliver really reasonably quickly, not necessarily to support NASA requirements. So it may have educational payloads on it, it may not. Fox Plus A is the first one. It'll be a 1U CubeSat. The space frame, the power supply, the antenna are all purchased from ISIS-Space, but it has the LTM linear transponder on it, modified to deal with the ISIS-Space components. Fox Plus B is in the works by a different group, and that's the one that Mark was talking about a minute ago, that will have PACSAT on it instead of LTM. So this is a picture of what the current FlatSat looks like. It's in my lab. You can see there's wires all over the place. It's pretty cool. And here's what it will actually look like when it's flying. On the right, it's all put together. On the left, it's just the open space frame. And I don't have time to really go into any detail, but this Fox-to-LM tab is customized for Fox-to-LM. It has all kinds of information about the ISIS components and so on. The current status, past preliminary design review, all components have been acquired. Software is pretty much done. There's some hardware integration problems yet to solve, and the engineering model and critical design review for it are next. So we hope you will be seeing Fox Plus A maybe next year, early. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you for that update, Burns. We're going to move along to Ray Roberge, WA1CYB, and he's going to talk about the SDR Gen 2. Ray?
Okay. So I'm going to talk about not only what Golf T will have in it, but also the Ascent follow-on. The reason I'm talking about both is they should have the same types of functions. At least the advanced one for Ascent will have the same functions as Golf T and more. So Golf T, what is it? It has a EDIS E310 SDR. It can downlink 10 gigahertz with approximately 1 watt into a 9 dBi gain antenna, quad patch. We have had a requirement of a 1 megabit maximum downlink, which is pretty fast. Unfortunately, you need a pretty good sized dish to hear it, but it can go slower, so that's the good news.
It has a UHF through C-band uplink capability, and will be demonstrated. So essentially, it's got a lot of filters in it, and it go from 432 up to C-band. It has CW beacons and ID beacons. The reason you have this is you want to lock onto the satellite. If you've been to the booth in the past few days, I've shown you what a downlink from a 10 gigahertz signal looks like using CatSat that's up there now. And the Doppler on that one, it's about 450 roughly kilometers up, and it has plus or minus 400 kilohertz of Doppler. So kind of hard to tune in by hand, right? So one of the guys was testing out his system last week for the first time, and he was doing CW, which is pretty good, except that it changes 1 kilohertz for every second. So he's trying to tune it with a knob. That's kind of tough. So I threw together a little thing that locks on to it, and you can see it in the demo over in the booth. And I'd say the drift right now is certainly less than a kilohertz over half a minute or a minute. So it's pretty good for a short amount of work. So it is possible to track these things going down, and hopefully GolfT will show us all that. And simultaneous cross-band operation is planned. So 2 meters up on the ground through the LTM, you'll get 432 coming down, but at the same time, the satellite can pick up that 432 and retransmit it over X-band. So you'll actually have 2 downlink signals. So you can hear it on 432 and hear it on X-band. So when you try to get your X-band system up and running, now you'll know there's something up there that you can use to do that. So it prepares us for microwave operation. So after that, what's next? Something called SDR Gen 2 prototype. Well, I understand the SDR and prototype, the Gen 2 was picked not by me. So in the view graph, you can see that on the left is GolfT. That's going to be inside essentially the GolfT satellite that you also can see in the area. Also, I have a SDR breadboard, which is approximately the 92 by 92 millimeter size that all these cards should be. And then after that, I have a prototype board, which unfortunately was delivered yesterday. So my wife knows what it looks like, but there's a picture of it that I got from the manufacturer to check the orientation of all the components. So it looks okay, and that's the prototype board, and hopefully the flight model will look identical, but we'll see. And the result of that, the prototype board, what will it do? Essentially everything that the GolfT using the ETA C310 does. From Golf goes 432 to 10 gigs. The board can do 144 through 6 gigs. It also has a 10 gigahertz direct experiment on it, which we'll try out. Output power, up to 2.7 gigs, you can have a watt out of this, so it doesn't need an external power amplifier. GolfT has an external mixer and power amplifier to get it up to 10 gigs and 1 watt. It has direct VHF operation, any of the bands really. I have filters in the input to get rid of some of the interference, but after that it goes in and it's up to GNU radio to do the filtering and separating. It can do all modes, both linear and nonlinear, even at the same time. And the way I do this, I take the 2 receivers on one of the, which I have 2 receivers on the input and 2 transmitters. I take the 2 receivers and in one of them I put linear modes, if you will, upper sideband, whatever, CW. And on the other one you can do FM. The reason you want to do this is you want the AGCs to be different. Otherwise the FM would always win because it's kind of on all the time. So that way you can do both within the same bird. It also has the downlink rate of 1 megabit per second or less. And let's see, it's open source, hardware, software. So right now, I didn't check out the prototype yet, but I have a GitHub, which is on the view graph. You're welcome to go up there and see what the board looks like. It's got 12 layers and all kinds of signals going back and forth. And hopefully it'll work. Okay. Gary?
All right, thank you, Ray. That's a cool little board there, so a lot of functionality built into a small space. With that, our last presenter for this forum is Jerry Buxton, our Vice President of Engineering, and he's going to discuss our next satellite mission, Golf T. Jerry.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about Golf T in about a 10-minute period, so it won't be as involved as I usually go, and I imagine a lot of people could appreciate that. So to run through where we are with the mission timeline, our current state is we're working in an engineering model in what we call a flat sat mode, which is where it's laid out on a table so that all of the systems are interconnected like they would be inside the satellite, but we can also access them for test points or troubleshooting and such to get it together. And it's also easy to pull one out and put in a newer board if something gets updated. The prototype space frame just arrived. It's in a metal format. We've shown the Golf T satellite in a 3D printed format at a couple symposiums, I believe, here probably last year too. Now we have the actual metal space frame design. It does not include the deployable panels. Those are still being worked on to go out to vibe testing, which we really need to do or want to do as well, because they have a lot of sensitive parts to them with the hinges and the springs, and not to mention the solar cells. And they're going to be taking a little bit of vibration when they deploy. It can't be too much, can't be too little. The critical design review that we're going to have would come right now. We're looking at probably May of 2027. Critical design review is after we have built and gone through all the tests and revisions with the engineering model. And the engineering model is basically made to be the same. It's in a stack, which is why this space frame stack arrival, if you will, is a very good thing to have right now, and keeps us moving on time for this timeline. When we get done with that, we will do the flight model testing, and that, well, we allow about 5 months for that to go through a lot of different iterations. But so that's where you actually take all of that stuff that we've tested in the engineering model and put it together in the flight model, and that's what's going to fly. It's got the highest grade boards, if you will, PCBs and such. It's got components staked for, wow. Sorry. Yeah, I started to lock onto that, right? See what some components will be staked to the board and such like that, so that when they are in that vibration, they're not going to come loose. We've had experience with that happening in previous Foxes. Also with solder joints. Solder joints have to be very well done. Sorry. And so we'll run that through all the tests, to the T, in order to make sure that it goes to orbit in a working state. Because if it doesn't, well, we got what we sent up there. You can't fix it, right? So the whole technology, I didn't skip one, did I, offhand? No, there we go, yeah. Sorry about that. I'll get it right. Yes, okay, so next up is what Golf T is the acronym for Technology Exploration Environment, as it was mentioned. This is flown under a CSLI, the NASA CubeSat Launch Initiative program, gets an Alana launch, and it is filed as to be an experimental, the technology experiment. And that's one of the classes that NASA has. You meet certain requirements of what they're looking for their goals, and the goals to spread education and technology improvements through space. And that's how we got the award for that launch. Briefly, that program has been set back. It's been suspended, the funds, because of their budget changes, so we don't know if we're going to go CSLI or not, a lot of launch, which is, and what it amounts to is a free launch. They will pay for the launch of this satellite, which with the 3U, the MSRP is what I always like to say, is $300,000 to fly that to a low Earth orbit. So what we built, this is going to test, see, you know, we always do things with our own selves. Anything we can do ourselves, we're going to do ourselves because we're hams and we like doing that. The deployable solar panel wings, the fixed deployable, meaning that you can't point them, they're going to be something that we're going to have for higher power, more operations going on within the satellite, more robust satellites. And so that's the #1 test. We're also testing the radiation tolerant IHU or RTIHU, which you might have heard about before. It was a development of Ascent, and that came out. What it does is it takes a couple of TI processors and has them set together so that they are a team. They're a hot backup, and with the Foxes, if we went through a radiation hit or what have you, and the satellite rebooted, the simple IHU would look at what it last stored into memory, the non-volatile memory, and say, okay, that's where it was, and this is where I'll go, basically. So with the rad-tolerant IHU, as we go higher and look at increasing radiation levels, we're hoping to be able to use COTS parts, commercial off-the-shelf, so that we can have a more reliable mission-critical type computer running the satellite. And the RTIHU itself does have its own command path as well. Let's see, yeah, the microwave X band then, as was mentioned, that 10 gigahertz band. This is something, because of the 5 and dime philosophy that we adopted back in 2015 based on the work that was being done for a lunar orbiting satellite with a team of other people in order to win a prize for going up there and returning the data. So we did the communications module for that, and a lot of stuff that came out of it is what's being, I guess you could say, reused here, or actually taken and put to use on golf in this case. Frank Bauer mentioned the X-band, the 5 and dime also, if you caught the ARIS presentation, and he mentioned that in what he would be doing with the, if they had a lunar lander to work from. So the 10 gigahertz band is an introduction. It's a way to help people get their feet wet, dip your toes in that because of the beacon, which is going to be tough to copy, but the voice, I would hope, is something that's going to be something, if you want to try the 10 gigahertz, you can listen to a VHF up, X-band down version of the transponder. The commercial vendors provide the attitude determination control system. This is something we don't have the ability to build ourselves. It's coming from CubeSpace over in South Africa, and we're going to test that for being able to point for maximum power generation with the solar panels toward the sun, and also X-band nadir pointing toward the Earth, the X-band patch antenna on the bottom. It's pretty broad beam width, but generally pointing toward the Earth, you should be able to, you hear it, or yeah, you don't work it, so hear it. And it could be used for very minor changes in the orbit for collision avoidance. We're not going to be in the range where we expect to use that, but that's something that we've thought about toward the fact that you have to have maneuverability above about 500, 600 kilometers, yeah. And so you can get it moving, and you can impart a motion to it to move your orbit a little bit. And so we'll take a look at that. And also, we also have a team working at Ascent on propulsion. If you caught any of that from the symposium last year, they had a demonstration, and they have been very effective at looking for ways for us to provide our own propulsion. It'll take a while to get it into general use, if you will, because it would have to qualify, go through a lot of qualifications. But as we always look toward what we're building, that we, to do as much as we can by our own build, it will save a lot of money in the long run if we can get that going for future flights. Thank you. So we also have, well, I mentioned that, didn't I? down, okay. So we're growing from a 1U Fox CubeSat up to a 3U of volume. A 3U CubeSat is 3 1Us stacked on end, if you will. Basically 3 times the volume. It turns out that it's not linear as far as the complexity goes, so trying to build all of the systems and position them to work together in here with the various stacks, especially around that EDIS 310, because it has to fly as it is natively. It has to go along that bottom side of that vertical stack you see, and that makes us split our stacks up. So we still have, you know, 3 times the volume, but barely enough room for what we'd like to do. Excuse me. And lastly, we have a lot of engineers with us this year, as we have in some years past. It's a real benefit for all of you to be able to come by and talk to any of us and get in depth, you know. Rather than questions and answers here, you can come talk to me and we'll happily talk your ear off about what you want to hear about. There's no time limit to speak of. And so you can ask questions, and there ain't no stupid ones, because I do the best stupid ones. And so, you know, these people are experts in what they do. Ray Roberge, who did the SDR, and Jaime Severson, he is doing control and command, which I circled on the circle as the entire satellite. It's through the IHUs and the ADCS to control the various systems and send the commands for that. Burns Fisher, he works on the RTIHU, as he mentioned, and legacy UHF, or excuse me, legacy IHU software. So that also crosses over to the Fox Plus. And Rich Gopstein is not here, but he's there at the booth, and along with Hamir. And he's been working on some general flight software for both satellites and things in between. So I'd appreciate it if you will come by and talk to us. This is a great opportunity. I've been loving it that you know, you can just talk to anybody, any level they want to talk, and learn about what we're doing. And maybe we'll even entice you to dip your toe in doing some of this work. But that's all I really have to offer right now. I'll pass it along. Sorry.
Thank you, Jerry, for a wonderful update. And do please come by the booth and stop by the engineering displays if you haven't yet already. There's some cool stuff over there. All right, so just a couple of brief things about what else AMSAT is doing. I think Burns already kind of described the LTM-1. We are expanding production of those. We've flown 3 of them so far on HO-107, AO-109, and MO-122. And again, we hope to provide those to a few more universities here in the coming years for their satellites. All right, a lot of you might have heard about the ESA proposal, which is called Future Geo. This is a proposal for a geostationary satellite to serve European Space Agency members as well as associate members. Now, Canada is an associate member of the European Space Agency, so this geostationary satellite would be placed, one idea here is to place it at 47 degrees west, which would cover a good part of North America. So there have been an initial proposals and a planning meeting that have been led by AMSAT Germany. There has been funding for a study for it. There will be an additional meeting coming up in Friedrichshafen in June, and this would utilize microwave bands, but it is a potential opportunity for a geostationary payload satellite that would cover most of North America. So AMSAT is involved in it. We have participated in the first meeting and have stayed in contact with AMSAT Germany about helping out with this. Of course, that would use microwave bands, potentially 2.4 gigahertz up and 10 gigahertz and up, down. All right, and finally, our symposium will be in October, Columbus Day weekend in Jacksonville, Florida. So mark your calendar. That would be October 8th through 11th, 2026, again in Jacksonville. So we hope if you have interest in joining us there, we hope you do join us there. More details are available in our booth and will be available shortly on our website, amsat.org. So AMSAT does run entirely on donations and memberships. We do need your support to help keep amateur radio in space. Please consider joining. You can join, renew your membership over at the booth in Building 1. Or if you can't get over there, go to launch.amsat.org and get a free digital copy of our Getting Started Guide with any new or renewed memberships. So with that, I believe we have 2 or 3 minutes for any questions that you might have of anybody up on the panel. All right, straight up. Brian. Yes. Absolutely no idea at this point. There's it's very early stages of planning and development. Options range from a hosted payload on a full-size communications satellite all down to a small independent GEO satellite. So those would have different power budgets and which would impact that. Yes. Other than probably the northwest coast, so quite a bit of it. There's that map. You can find it if you Google Future Geo, AMSAT Germany, amsatdl.org has more information about it. Yes, right. A great question. SpaceX provides their transporter missions and their, what's the other one? Bandwagon. Transporter and bandwagon. Those are commercial missions, so you have to pay for a ride, but they do go up quite frequently. And yeah, we would certainly fly on one of those at the going rate. So no charity, unfortunately, with that. Right over here. Okay, so, yeah, oh, thanks. The question was, what are the critical design reviewers, and who are the critical? That's a good question, Jerry.
We have a number of AMSAT members that are either past involved with engineering or, that we can call upon. We ask them if they can help us in that review. Otherwise, it really is just internally of all of engineering where we go over this. So it's kind of variable, but in the AMSAT world of engineering, everything's variable in that sense, I guess. So we will tell when we get close to that. We'll invite anybody who is, interested in participating and helping with that. We can invite everybody on the call. So put out a general call, maybe if you're interested, and see if anybody wants to help, because we don't have a lot of help, and anything we can get really does add a lot of value. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jerry. One more real quick question. Anybody? Okay. If you have any further questions, please come see us again. We're at the end of Building 1. Please come see the AMSAT booth if you haven't been there already. If you have any questions, stop on by. And with that, I think our time is up. So thank you very much for attending, and have a great rest of Hamvention.
We're adjourned.
So what I'm going to do.
Hold on. I can't get this out. There we go. And sorry. Okay, thanks. I'm going to do that. All right. Sorry, you said something, Frank. Wanted to get us closed down. Good job.
Thank you.
Frank gave you a couple minutes, and
He did. I needed it.
problem with cloud-based presentation. Alan, you're a Windows person, right? No, you don't have to get up. The most frustrating thing going is Apple and multiple screens. If you're here for the HF remote, come on up here. The screens are small and we're all blind. I need like 15 minutes to get the second monitor working. Yeah, I come with a Mac because it's lighter. Well, I'm 100% a Windows preferred, but I love traveling with the Mac. You know what? We're just going to mirror the screen. It's just going to be easier. Well, that works. Do you have a USB key? What's it in? Oh, it's in Keynote. Okay. That's okay. We're not presenting well. I hate Macs. Are they off? Oh, they're TVs. Is there a TV splitter? You got video on one? It says I'm sending it. Let me bounce it again. Doesn't that work great? Unplug the cable from their laptop. He's this guy. And it said I'm mirroring. Not quite picking it up. I'm bouncing it. On the computer, it said, do you want a mirror or whatever, so it saw it on the computer. Yep. No, it's not me. It's sending.
That's your laptop, obviously.
Yeah.
You got it mirrored mode.
Yep. We actually sort of maybe sometimes know what we're doing.
I absolutely have no doubt.
Are the TVs on?
I'm sure they're on. They were on from the TV. I'm sure they were on when you came in, right? No, you're not. We haven't turned them off.
No, okay. So it's a resolution issue?
It should be.
It should be auto scaling, right?
1920 by, was it 1080?
Okay, hang on.
I just messaged our IT guy.
Yeah. So going to the Blackmagic device, 1920 by 1080. Show all resolutions. Use as stop mirroring. Hang on. Just wait. I stopped mirroring, so just in case we get something. La 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 la. George, where's your computer? And I didn't force the cable in, I put it in the right hole. It's not me.
You just plugged in there.
You can see it toggled when I unplugged, replugged, right?
But it's not coming up on the monitor.
It's not coming on the monitor.
Do we know the monitor?
They haven't shut them off all day.
Did they send this to Black?
I don't know. Probably not. Oh. I'm just going to reboot this.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Now yeah, okay, there we go. It's in some weird mode. See? Okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
I have mine version of this if you want to try a different one.
Sure, give me a different one. I've had that happen before. We have a minute. I usually carry 2 of these exactly for that reason. Okay, did it. Where are you, back here? Allow. Okay. I think that reminds me that.
Do we have an AV guy in the house here? I think, were we all AV guys in high school? So there must be everybody here, probably. All right.
Okay, so this is cool. We got it, but I can't get to any applications. Should be remote too. So, did it go away? Weird. I'm rebooting. We have a minute. Remember I told you, Alan said 10 minutes for a Mac? Oh, that's cool, but you're just going to see my virtualized screen. If you're coming in, the TVs are small, move up to the front. And I bring up my app. Yep. I love Macintosh. I love Macintosh. It's okay, I only have 5 slides, so I know what they are. I'm just going to reboot this. Dun. And we purposely made this really hot and sweaty in here. Hey, At least the air conditioner isn't running yet. You know, this is not working. It's a Mac thing. We changed extenders and it sort of helped, but the Mac's in its stupid mode now. Some weird display thing. Let me try one more thing. So it's not really you, it's me. I'm sorry it didn't work out. It's really effed up. You know what? Hear the beeping? It's frozen. It's in some state. Who are Mac users? That's not a Mac. Mac users. Force reboot. Force quit everything. Oh, I've done that 3 times while we were standing here. A more extended period of time.
I'm a Mac user. I don't know.
So so it's restarting everything and it's in some mode? I'm going to hold the button. What? Oops. All right, we'll get going anyway. Which disk do you want to boot from? Continue. I just have to get through 10 minutes and that's George's problem. If that gets noisy over there, let us know. Thank you for coming. Michael Walker, VA3MW. Welcome. This is a remote forum on HF operating, and we've done this for a number of years. And in a number of years, we've covered many things. No, it's hosed. We've covered many parts of the hobby and operating remote. In the beginning, we were 4 or 5 years ago, and if you've followed the story, we have talked about how to get there from here, what radio to use, and how to build things from scratch. And now, 5, 8, 10 years later, we're actually more into, what was the term we used, George? A solution business. And this is about, I'm going to be blunt, I want to do HF remote operating, I want to throw money at it and just make it work. And I want it to be reliable. And if you came because you think this is going to be how to homebrew and spend hours just getting it working, this is not what tonight's talk is about. So I thought I'd warn you up front. I'm going to keep pushing buttons till stuff happens. But it just beeps. That's pretty funny. What dropped? Oh, the other mic. Well, not my mic. So we're going to have 3 people talking today. And we have a nice slide presentation from everybody. I should go get Steve. The first part of, though, in setting up a remote HF operation are 4 things. The first off that I really want to talk about is the radio itself. And to be honest, the radio you have today, and I've said this before, may not be the radio for the job. Yes, you can make it work, but is it going to make your life easy, or is it going to be an experiment in making it work? You know, and we're not all like Len here, who's very resourceful at making, anything work. But of all the vendor radios, and I'm not saying this because I'm wearing this shirt, the Flex Radio ecosystem is an incredible remote radio. Mac person? No, the Mac's stuck in some state. And we've done that. So,
What do you need to happen?
It's okay. I need to get it to I've put it in some mode. Oh, there we go. No, hang on. So anyway, the radio, I'm okay, it's not you, 100%. No, it was hung up on the other display. We got it back. So the radio you have today may not be the radio for the job. So in the flex radio world, the radio is designed from the ground up to work remote, or more importantly, the radio is designed to work without the coax being dragged to the desk. And if anybody's been a ham operator for more than 5 years, 4 years, if you were on HF, part of the job was getting the RF to the desk, the radio to the desk, because that's where the user console was. Well, we're now starting to see, even in all radios, that we don't necessarily need to do that, but in the Flex ecosystem, because everything is Ethernet-based or LAN-based, and if any term doesn't make any sense, you're welcome to call me out on it. You can now divorce yourself back. Any Motorola people, VHF Motorola people here? Right, control heads. Guess what? We're back to control heads, where we can take the operator console and put it anywhere. And it's so easy in the non-RS-232 world or USB world, just to put radio out by the base of the tower. Not uncommon for me to hear customers say today, and especially with the 500-watt Aurora radio, if you're not aware of that, we're getting there, Chris, where they're building a telephone booth at the base of the tower, running 115 volts or 20 volts out there, putting everything out there, and pulling fiber back or a LAN cable. And you know what? If you use less coax, you can hear better. If you use less coax, you have more RF making it out in the air. You know, you don't have to pay for the heliax or the 1 7/8 inch line. I drive 1 7/8. You know, that's the stuff us repeater operators used to look for on sale or free. So anyway, give me a second. Let's just see if we get lucky here. So that's part one. And so if you're going to use an ICOM Kenwood, and I'm not throwing them under the bus by any means, because they all make wonderful radios, and any radio you buy today has performance numbers better than we ever need. You know, from reception, reception ability, selectivity, et cetera. So that's part one. Part two is, let's talk about internet. Everybody, well, I've got half a gig, 500 megs of internet. And I've seen 500 megs of internet that doesn't play video very well, and we buffer that. So if you're shopping for internet or you're testing your internet or want to know if it's any good, then the key part of that is something called jitter. So you can go look up jitter and see what that is. But that's how fast the internet is actually moving time to packets. This is the easy way to say it, and the variances. So in HF radio operating, whether it's a CW, FT8, sideband, we can't put up with more than 100 milliseconds. Well, I'm going to play 160 milliseconds. Any telephone people here? But 160 milliseconds is the magic number between not being able to start doubling when you're talking on a phone. Zoom calls are great. They're hugely latent, right? Where everybody's doubling, we don't know when to break in. So jitter is the thing you need to worry about. Okay, so that's something you'll want to look into. And there's great tests like buffer bloat tests, et cetera, where you can go test how good or bad that is. And I'm still shutting down stuff that's popping up. No, I don't need access to ChatGPT right now. Okay, open. I don't care. Okay, for fun, let's see if it's going to work. Oh, yay for you, blank for me. I'm done. So, internet. Next thing is command and control. So a simple remote station might be a single antenna, and as long as you can turn on and off the radio and find some application that throws the coax out the window in a thunderstorm, you're good to go. And by the way, we now have an answer for that, and I apologize for not having a slide for it, but I'm still working at this to show. I have a slide for it, but it's called TrueLadderline.com is the name of the company. You can Google it. They have a beautiful 4-coax remote separation device. It's all built out of 3D printed plastic for a reason, and you have to ground both sides of the feed line. The gentleman that made it, and his name escapes me, George might remember it, but he was from sort of the Huntsville area, if I remember, And he's built about 300 of them for his club members and then ultimately sold the business. But he came up to me last August in Huntsville and gave me one and said, by the way, I can categorically recommend this device on 5 people I know on a direct lightning strike where it protected the radio. So while everybody will say, well, you know, 8 inches apart isn't enough and blah, 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 it's more about the point of allowing a place for the energy to go. So lightning. And then lastly is command and control. How do we turn the other stuff on and off? That isn't the lastly, there's one more lastly. And George's going to talk about the Sierra radio system, so I'm going to get that name right eventually. Station controller. It's a plug-and-play device magically built. George and I have probably played with this idea for well over a decade in getting there. And then Mike from DX Engineering is also going to talk about some of the available things for building out your remote station. Remember I said we're here for the solution part of the slide deck. And then, how do you connect to the remote station? I can categorically say, I know I use that phrase already, that Flex Radio SmartLink is a plug and play about as complicated as Gmail to hook up and connect to the radio with a high-speed, secure, low-latency connection to the RF deck if you're using it outside your house. And the next question, somebody's going to put up their hand and say, what about Starlink? Right? Anybody can ask that? Come on. So Starlink's okay if you're operating from Starlink, meaning I've got a Mini in my car and I want to use my Maestro or whatever to get back to the radio because I drive a lot and I'm a trucker or whatever. But what if you're hosting the radio on Starlink? Well, it can be done. There's 2 ways. You can throw more money at it and purchase their business account, which gives you the right type of internet connection, which is non-CGNet. Or there's many. If you're a network guru, you can figure it out on your own. If you don't know anything network, there's a bunch of cookbooks to do it, but I guarantee it'll be an education. And if you want to learn about networking and understand exactly how it does, you can do that for free. I think one of the cost-effective ways right now is D4Zero, D4ZERO, is part of the D4C contest team. And Hanno, they'll take a €50 donation. They'll make you go buy a Raspberry Pi, but they'll then do all the configuration for you and tell you how to use it. And I have many people using that. They use it for their contest station when they're remote, and it works great. And then lastly, you do need a plan. And start small. Don't try to build the whole station at once. Build it at home, test it at home, have it run at home, go to Starbucks, library, make sure it works. I have 5 guys that reached out to me personally. My station worked at home. I came to Hamvention. I can't connect to it remotely, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, you read the instructions in the manual, right? Like chapter 9 of the manual for Flex Radio? Crickets. Okay, there's a step in there where you have to step on the foot switch. It's a security feature, so nobody steals your radio away. I don't know, Len, how many times have we entered that in the community? It's about once a week? 1.7 gigatimes. Len's a big contributor to the Flex Radio community at community.flexradio.com. So George, hope your computer works better. I'll let you get set up and I'll take a few questions. But just to show you, I actually did homework, okay? I had it written. Oh yeah, yours is gonna work first time.
You bet.
You're right. Anyway, any questions right now? I'll give him a second to set up over here. Thank you. Exactly what it's for. And the other one thing I didn't say, and George might say it, but I'll say it anyway. If you're running a remote station, for first time before you drive away, pull the power, wait 30 minutes, turn the power back on, and make sure it still works. Oh, ARDC net. Which is, they happen to have a few IP addresses available.
For sale.
For sale. They sell them?
No, not for hams.
I have not done any research on ARDCnet. Thank you for reminding me.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Mike.
Here, my piece of crap thing.
It's holding up my laptop, man.
No, it's this one.
Oh. All right, we're going to use a real Windows computer now, so just to rub it in. Okay, doke. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how to do station control and a new software application that we're coming out with called iShare Radio. Before I dive into that, how many of you are currently running a remote station? Quite a few. Okay, how many of you, oh, and this lady's got one right here running on her phone. Awesome, I love it. How many of you aspire to have a remote station in the near future? That is awesome. So I started doing remote station operation, well, on repeater systems many, many decades ago, like with Mike. And then in the last couple of years with my Flex radio, I bought about 4, 5, 6 years ago. And I started using my Flex, and then I wanted to have friends use my Flex, and then I found a whole bunch of things that kind of slowed me down. And I want to share with you some solutions for how you can solve those problems off the shelf, and you don't have to invent it yourself. So I have a company called Sierra Radio Systems, and we make a variety of products, control systems, antennas, and so forth. And I want to go back to what Mike was talking about to frame this as 3 things that you need. The first thing that everybody thinks about when you think about remote operating is I need a radio that does this. And you can make a remote station with virtually any modern radio, whether it's an ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood, Elecraft, Flex, you name it. But I'm here to tell you that from personal experience, some are easier than others to make work. And nothing is as easy as making a Flex work, so that's one of the reasons why we gravitate towards working on the Flex radios and why I started using one myself. So the radio manufacturers solve the remote radio problem for you, and you can either go directly to them or through one of their partner third parties and buy the software to make that work. So that's great. So you get your beautiful new Flex radio, you take it home, you turn it on, and now you want to operate remotely. You take your iPad to the, to the Starbucks, and now you're on 20. And then it starts to dawn on you that there's some things missing in this equation. How do I turn this thing on and off? How do I know what state the radio's in and so forth? So there's some other things you want to have in your remote station environment that we refer to as station control. If you take that one step further and at some point you say, well, that's all great, it's working fine, now I want to let my friend, my club have access to my radio. Now there's a whole bunch of new problems that get introduced into the mix, and those are some problems that we've been trying to solve, and I'm going to share that with you here today. So let's talk about the station control part first. So what is station control? It's everything that is not the radio itself. Station control is all about how do I turn on the radio, how do I turn it off? How do I enable a particular antenna path? How do I select antennas? How do I measure the power output of the radio at the antenna? How do I know what the temperature is inside the cabinet? Hopefully it's not too high. So this is really kind of an area which is, in many ways, it's not unique to radio. It's kind of an industrial Internet of Things-ish kind of problem. And you can go to Amazon and buy a bunch of little gadgets to do various things, but now you have a mishmash of stuff. And so the approach that we took was to say, well, what is it that you need in a typical remote station? And let's make a turnkey product that serves that particular need. And so we created the station controller that you can see in that little picture there. And then what we present to the user is a web page with all of the buttons and the gauges and the dials and everything you need to control and monitor the station. This is a bit of a zoomed in picture. The way we architected the hardware is it comes in modules. You need a computer to run the dashboard that you see on the web page, so it has to serve up the web page. The way we did that as a turnkey solution is with a Raspberry Pi, and we built a little board that actually does that. And I'll go through a few of these, but there's additional I/O you might want. You might want a signal to turn on a power supply or to switch an antenna or read a wattage or some other kind of measurement. So let's take a closer look. What you see here is probably the most basic remote control set of hardware that you're going to want to have. So the heart of it is a Raspberry Pi, and we make a little host adapter board so you can mount the Pi, and there's a built-in 12-volt power supply, no wall wart, because if you're running your station on batteries, you're not going to have 120 volts AC, so it runs off a 12-volt supply. and provides the connectivity to the other modules that you're controlling. And we supply the board with the Pi and the software and everything pre-configured, installed, so you plug it in, and it just starts working. The second module you see next to it is what we call a general purpose I/O module, and as the name implies, it's usable to control and monitor a lot of common things. So there's 4 DC voltmeters, there are 4 open collector outputs to control things, there's 4 small signal relays, 4 digital inputs, and there's 2 temperature sensors. So how would you use this in a remote station? So take a flex radio, for example. If I want to turn the radio on and off, I have 3 points at which I could do that. I can turn the AC power supply on and off, I can turn the DC path to the radio on and off, and I could use the remote jack on the back of my flex to turn the radio on and off. And I can do all 3 of those things and control them from the station controller GPIO module. On my station at home, I usually have one of these hooked up to the AC power supply so I can shut everything off. And then I also have one going to the remote jack so I can soft reboot the radio or leave it in sort of the deep standby mode when it's not being used. The next module to the right is what we call our 4-port HF coax relay module. So you always want to be able to select multiple antennas or perhaps an antenna and a dummy load. So this gives you a convenient way integrated into the system to select one of those antenna ports. You might want to grow the station. You can add more of any of these modules. You can have a second GPIO or more antenna relays. They're all individually addressed and all plug into the control network. These are a couple of more modules that are available when you want to kind of do even more stuff. We make an RF sensor module that allows you to plug 2 directional couplers into it. They can be HF, VHF, UHF, SHF for whether you're doing a VHF station or HF station. We also make a 2-port impedance-controlled coaxial relay for VHF, UHF. And when you're building out your control system, you may centralize it all together, or you may distribute these modules. One of the reasons that we didn't build one gigantic control unit is because you might want to have the antenna relay at the tower. You might want to have the GPIO module in the shack. You might have them in different places. You can connect the modules together over what we call a device control network, which is essentially a wired connection. It's a 2-wire system. Some of you may know RS-485. It's been around in the industrial automation industry for 40 years. The beauty of RS-485 is I could put a module 2,000 feet from here with a pair of rusty wires and control it. The other thing that we can do is rather than put cable, we can put data radios on either end of that link and transmit the data wirelessly, because after all, we're hams, right? And we have 900 megahertz radios that use the LoRa modulation scheme to transmit control and data back and forth. So this gives you a nice secure path wirelessly without the need to route any cables. So for example, I was talking to some gentlemen today who have a tower, multiple antennas, and they have a coax switch out of the tower. They have 2 runs of coax to the tower, and they want to switch between either coax going to up to 8 different antennas. I don't really want to run, 300 feet of control cable, so I put a radio over there and I could transmit to it from the shack. So that works out really well. Or if it's right outside the window, you can just run a cable. It works just fine. One of the latest things that we worked on is with our partners at DX Engineering. So we started working with DXE about a year ago, and we sell our products off our website, but also we sell through DX Engineering. And we work with them because they're very technically competent. They have a great selection of products. They have great customer service. And the next product that we were going to build was a kilowatt coax relay to complement our 100-watt model. And then we were talking with the DXE guys, and we thought, actually, hang on, DX Engineering already makes an 8-port coax relay. We make control systems. Why don't we just work together on that? So we made a new module, you can see here, that replaces a mechanical switch. So in the good old days, what you do is put that mechanical switch on your desk. You'd run 300 feet of 9-conductor control cable to the antenna switch across your property. Well, I can put one of these modules out there with the coax switch and run a RF link back to the shack and change the position on the relay with no wiring out to the antenna. So that's a pretty cool feature. Now, when we made this thing, we said, let's make it work with that 1 to 8 coax relay. And while we're at it, are there any other products that DX Engineering makes or sells that might benefit from this, and it turns out there were quite a few. There was vertical array switching, stack Yagi switching systems, and so on. So when we built this control module for them, we actually built in 10 different personalities. So there's 10 different products from DXE that you can buy that can be controlled by one of these control modules. The nice thing about the system is you can incrementally add more functionality. So when you decide to put up your second tower or your third tower or your fourth tower, you can continue to add more modules and link them together, again, wirelessly or over a wired cable. And in that case, a wireless connection would make a whole lot of sense. This is what the user sees. This is a dashboard that's served up on a web page to the user. This is written in a language called Node-RED. It's actually a graphical programming language. Many of you may have heard of it. It's become super popular in the ham radio world. It's actually an industrial control development environment that was originally developed by IBM and then open sourced, and the ham community have embraced it in a big way. If you go to groups.io and go to the Node-RED pages, you'll find over 2,000 members of that group that are building systems based on Node-RED. So we ship with our Raspberry Pi PC, we ship an SD card built in. When you boot the PC, after a minute, it displays the IP address on the display on the modules. You point your web browser to that and you see this. And this has a control panel that controls one of every one of those modules that I was just talking about. So you can see on the left-hand side, there's some on-offs for various relays. The bottom left is antenna selection, 1 of 4. In the middle, you see some gauges like voltmeters and temperature gauges. Next to that, you see pairs of meters. These are wattmeter monitors with forward and reflected power for 2 different sensors. And all that is done. You don't have to do a darn thing. You just plug it in and turn it on. If you want to modify this, like add another module or write your own custom whatever, you get all the source code in Node-RED. So you have everything that it takes to do this. You just point to a different address, and you get the development environment in Node-RED, and you can customize it as much as you like. Talking about Lightning, for example, that comes up a lot. What some people are doing is writing a little program in Node-RED to scrape Lightning data off the internet to know if you have Lightning within proximity of your location, and then send a command to one of the coax switches to disconnect it. What Mike talked about, which is the big gap disconnect, even better. Right, so there's a lot of options that you can do. A lot of us start out looking at this stuff and go, man, I don't know nothing about Node-RED. I'm not a programmer, I don't know Node-RED. How hard is this to do? For sure, like anything else, you need to learn something, but the nice thing about Node-RED is that it's done with a graphical programming environment, and the best way to learn how to program anything is to get a program from somebody else and look how they did it, and then start to tinker with what they did and customize it for what you want. So you can do that with all the stuff we've written. And we publish all of our Node-RED code on our groups.io page, and you can download it for free and use it. The other thing I want to talk about is a new software service product that we're announcing here at Hamvention. And if you're an individual with a remote station and you're the only person that's going to use it, what we talked about already with the radio and the station controller gives you everything you really need to get up and running. However, if you want to share your radio with somebody else, particularly if you're setting up a club station, when you start to think about it, there's a bunch of problems that you're going to start to inherit. So for example, when I go to log into my radio, I have one login credential. I've got 50 members. I want each one of my members to have their own login. How do I do that? How do I schedule time on the radio? How do I make sure that the users don't do something, make a mistake, and try to operate the radio in a way that's not good? We have a 20-meter Yagi on the club station. This weekend, we're going to take it down and do some maintenance. What if they just choose 20 meters and press the pickle, and now they're keying up on a coax cable that goes nowhere? What do you mean email? I never saw the email that told me that the antenna's down. Like, who's going to see that? So we provide the mechanisms to manage all that stuff. So iShare Radio is a service that you subscribe to. As a user, if I want to use my club's radio, it doesn't cost me a nickel. I can set up an account as a user, and now I have access to other people's radios that make them available. As the host, as the owner of the radio or the club administrator, I will make my radio available, or my club's radio available for the users to access. We do that either as a public radio or a private radio. What I mean by that is, if it's my radio and I want to loan my radio to my 5 best friends, it will be private. Only I know about it, and I'll send each of them an invitation to add my radio to their account. And they could use my radio whenever I let them use it. And if I'm taking the 20-meter Yagi offline, I'm going to disable it in the software, and you can't select it. So I'm going to prevent you from making a mistake. If, let's say, for example, you have a station and you want to make it available for the general public to use, maybe you can make it available for anybody who wants to sign up. So you can make it public, and you can make it available for free if you're a generous type of person, that all of you are. But if you said, you know what, I would love to make a nickel on this station that I put all this money into. I want to rent my station out to other people. We're building a marketplace where you can list your radio. Well, actually, it's there now. You can list your radio in the marketplace today. You can set a price, and someone can rent time on your station, and we do all of the overhead for you. You place the order through us, you reserve through us, and then at the end of the month, we send you a chunk of money. So it's a way for you to generate some money for your club or offset your expenses to actually make the whole thing work. So iShare Radio, we've talked about it on and off for the last year. We are announcing it this weekend as an available service, and you can sign up for that today either as a user or as a host. One of the other really cool things that we did working with Flex is to figure out how to monitor what the radio is doing. So one of the things we can do is constantly monitor the state that the radio is in. So as the owner of the radio, you might have some constraints you want to put on your users. So for example, you might say, okay, for sideband and CW, 100 watts, whatever power you want, it's fine with me. But on digital, I don't want you running more than 50 watts. So as the owner, I can set that as a parameter. So when you go into Smart SDR and you throttle that slider to 100 watts, we see that and we back it off so you can't operate at 100 watts. So we'll always operate the radio with the rules that the owner wants you to operate the radio. One of the other nice features is when you sign up for a user account, we know your class of license. If you're in the United States and you are a technician class licensee and you're on 20-meter phone, you cannot transmit because that's not part of your privileges. Most of the time, people aren't doing this, on purpose. Like by mistake, they're 5 kc out of the subband, but we know that and we'll prevent the transmission from happening. So we can monitor what's happening with the radio. So this gives the owner some peace of mind that I've got some guardrails on the radio as these people are actually using my radio, so I feel better about it. And we log everything that's done so that the owner can go back and see, well, what was going on? How did they use the radio and when was it used and all that sort of thing. So, so that's kind of an overview of iShare Radio. So really our goal here in all of this was to take remote operating and building a remote station and take it to the next level and not have it be a science project. So up to now, all the stuff I'm talking about was really a few smart people who cobbled solutions together and made it work. And then when you try to scale it to a big club, then things kind of fall apart. And so between the station controller, the radio, and the iShare Radio software, you can now build a really reliable, robust remote station and feel confident that your user community, if you have a club or your best friends, can all use the system and feel like it's all going to work well. So that's kind of a quick overview of what we do at Sierra Radio. So I'm going to invite Mike from DX Engineering to come up and talk a bit more. Are you using a Windows machine or are you using a Mac?
You know what, I'm going to... Let's see what happens here. It'll either work or it won't, or I'm going to get his machine. Beautiful. All right. How about that? All right, so let's talk a little bit today about engineering a remote station. And first of all, I don't want this to be a commercial for DX Engineering. One of the things that I think about when I talk to people, my job is not as much about selling something to you as it is about helping you make a decision. We're not on commission, and if we were, I wouldn't be up here this afternoon talking to you. So, but let's kind of get into this. So let's talk about the most important part of any station, and we all know, I hope, that the antenna, not the radio, is the most important part of every station. So who here knows about what the 80-20 rule of ham radio is? I've got 1, 2. Okay, so the 80-20 rule in ham radio is put 80% of your money into the antenna and 20% of your money into the radio. And most of us kind of get that lopsided. We go out and buy the biggest, shiniest box we can afford, or maybe more than we can afford, and then throw a piece of wire up in the air and call it good. And wind up being disappointed. So your antenna is going to determine your experience. And so an in-fed half wave, you know, if that's all you can do, that's awesome. Get on the air and have a good time with it. But if you can do more, put your money there. You're going to be a lot happier in the long run. A Yagi will outperform a wire, a vertical, whatever. In my experience, I have a TH11 at 60 feet, which is a fairly good size antenna. But, there are a lot bigger antennas than that. But the point is that I had, when I put it up, I still had dipoles in the air. I tested between the two, and they did a lot of A/B testing back and forth before I took the dipoles down. I saw a 3 to 5 S-unit difference on receive. That's the difference between hearing a station and never hearing somebody at all. You want to talk about receive antennas too, especially if you're on 80 or 160. If 80 or 160 is important to you, look at doing a receive antenna. It'll really make a world of difference for you on those bands. So what's our role? What's DX Engineering's role? We help you build the entire station. We like to think about this as we're a one-stop shop for everything building a remote station. We can say that about parks on the air, summits on the air, and contesting, and a whole lot of other things as well. But we help you with the station infrastructure, such as the radio, the station controller. We carry the Flex radio. We've got a great partnership with Flex and with Sierra. We also do coax, control cables, grounding and bonding, lightning protection, antennas, rotors and controllers, antenna switching matrices, receive antennas, filters, power supplies, all the things that you need to build out a station. And with our staff, we have well over 1,000 years of combined experience of being on the air. So failure points. So most failure points are not the radio. Most failure points are everything else. So things like power failures, an antenna failure, a coax failure, connector failures. You know, a connector is a source of trouble between two other sources of trouble, right? And so you'd be amazed at how many people we talk to that have a loose PL259. And getting a wrench and getting that extra eighth of a turn on that thing would make all the difference in the world for you. RFI issues are a big deal. And I talk to a lot of people about RFI. That's a real huge thing. Switching problems, grounding and bonding issues. If you have a grounding issue or a bonding issue, you wind up with RFI issues, and that creates a bag of hurt. So some more common mistakes. Poor grounding, we talked about that. Inadequate lightning protection. Inadequate or no lightning protection. A lot of stations don't have any lightning protection at all. Cutting corners on antennas, cutting corners on coax. Anybody hear about their coax on Amazon? Nobody's willing to admit it, okay. But not probably the best idea in the world. No future expansion planning. You know, plan your station so that you can expand it, because if your station's anything like mine, I've been in the hobby for 45 years. If your station's anything like mine, it keeps growing and growing and growing. And I suffer from something called gear acquisition syndrome. So I have plenty of toys to play with. Too many adapters. Anybody ever put too many adapters together to try to make it work? So, you know, poor remote stations remind you that they are remote, and we don't want that. So the value of planning, and again, we all know if you plan to fail, you fail to plan. Or I'm sorry, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I'll get that right. You know, before you spend any money, you want to lay out your system, lay everything out on paper. Your antennas, your switching, your station controller, rotor controllers, everything. How are you going to wire this out? How are you going to engineer all this? That is very important. Backup power is also very important. So the best remote stations feel local. And, you know, the bottom goal here is that you want reliability, low noise, flexibility. A remote station, in most points, are going to be much quieter than the station you could build at home. And you want excellent performance. And the best way to come away from this is I forgot that the station was not in the room with me. So it's just some final thoughts to wrap this up. With the right infrastructure, your remote station perform as well, and honestly, it should perform better than your traditional station. Your remote station should feel like you're operating locally. Remote stations are engineered systems and not just a pile of equipment. And, you know, remote stations fail or exceed based on the infrastructure, not just the radio. And DX Engineering is here to help, and we can help you put together the pieces, parts that you need to get a remote station on the air. And the bottom line here is that we help hams build reliable stations. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, any more questions? So the question is watchdog timers. Most radios today have watchdog timers built in them. All the Flex radios have a timer built in. You just need to set it to 5 minutes or 10. I can't think of one that doesn't, at least in current. You've played with more. We're probably pretty good.
Yeah, Flex I know for sure.
But QRP? Well, the problem solves itself. No. I'm sorry, Len. That's not fair. But you're right. They're all done that way. So, Google for, and I apologize, I can't bring it up. True ladder line. They are ladder line. They make some really cool ladder line antennas. And by the way, if you're any ladder line antenna users, okay, they'll preach to you that everything else is crap, and they're probably pretty close. Anyway, very good antennas. There was another question?
Not here.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, actually, so it's a good question. Are we only working with Flex on the iShare radio or the station controller? The answer is, let me give you two answers. For the station controller, it's totally radio agnostic because the station controller mostly deals with not the radio itself. So we're measuring things around the radio or controlling things around it, so that really doesn't matter what the radio is. In fact, one of our use cases is monitoring repeater systems because you're looking at feed line reflections and you're looking at, you know, power supplies and stuff. So it's really pretty universal. The iShare radio project, the original idea, we wanted to be able to support any brand of radio. And as we got into it, we thought, okay, well, what's the most popular radio for remote operating? And it's pretty clear it was Flex. And so we started working with Flex, and they've been really amazing to work with. Close your ears. They've been surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, but they've been super helpful and very open and very collaborative with us. And because of the nature of the Flex radio with the complete API availability over the LAN and with SmartLink as an authentication feature, it's a perfect fit for what we're doing. When you start looking at other brands of radios, some of the features we have in iShare radio would work today, like the scheduling mechanism and stuff like that, but nobody has something like SmartLink. And if you're going to monitor the behavior of the radio real time, rather than an Ethernet API interface to it, we might have to talk with over a serial port. Well, now we have to have a thing in your shack to talk over a serial port. It's not going to be as fast or as good, and maybe you're using the serial port for something else. So it starts to get a little more complicated. A lot of the newer radios like Elecraft or ICOM, like the ICOM 7300 Mark II, have Ethernet ports on them. So there's maybe a better chance at being able to work with those radios, but they don't have the same authentication mechanisms like Flex does. So the bottom line is that we will eventually will probably support multiple different vendors of radios, but the feature set may not be as good as with a Flex. So it may be close, but a little bit different. Okay. That's a good point. We have not done that, so that's something we should follow up on. Thank you for the suggestion. Yes. I think that's really good advice. I don't know if everybody heard what you said, but the punchline is make sure your remote station is somewhere that you can get to quickly and easily, because there will be a lot of trips to the station to get things dialed in or repaired over time. So I think that's really good advice. For any of you who've ever built repeater systems and put them up in snowy mountains, you wish you could get to your remote site easily, which often isn't the case. But for HF Remote, if you have the choice, yeah, that for sure. I think that's very good advice. Yep, thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Is there a good solution for using panels remotely to store SDRs?
I'll answer that.
Yeah.
So the question was, I'm going to rephrase it to a bigger picture, is hand sending CW remotely is really hard to do well. And there's a couple of ways. So let me turn off-the-shelf solution, wing gear devices. You can plug a key in. You can hand set up a set of paddles. The wing gear device is a decoder, so it listens for the character you're sending, sends the alphanumeric character to the radio sends, the A. Da-da, hey, send it A, got it, A. And that's great for contesting, but true CW operators, God forbid you hide their fist signature, or they want to use a bug, and then it's all wonderful and great. So Flex Radio years ago recognized this as a problem. So under the covers, what really happens is when you're remote sending CW, and the throw money at it solution when we started in 2015 and 16 was to buy a Maestro because it had all the software and hardware built in to do it. We actually send timestamps, you know, exact down to the millisecond to the radio and say, turn the transmitter on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. And that way you can send your fist with a normal set of paddles or straight key plugged in the back of the Maestro. All right, well, not everybody really wants to throw a $1,600 at, thanks George for that, at a Maestro and a spare battery at a Maestro. But it is a beautiful remote solution because all the connectors are on the back of a Maestro for a remote operator. So there's the advertising for that. So let's move on. There's a couple of ways now, thanks to guys like Max, whose call sign escapes me because he moved to Italy, has built a device called a Morcone. And Len, remind me of yours when I'm done. The Marconi is an Arduino device. You'll probably have to be a bit of a network type of thing. It does a network connection to the radio because the Flex takes in network connections. You plug the key in. The Marconi, which is does the timing, math, syncing, and everything. Same thing. It does exactly what the Maestro does. And by the way, Flex Radio does invite this innovation. We're happy for you to do it. That's why those ports are open. Len here has built a off-the-shelf Maestro called a TC Maestro for you kit builders. There's about 200 pages of it in the Flex Radio community at community.flexradio.com. So that's another way to get over it. And then I think today probably, I just got updated on by Mark this yesterday, Halakey makes a nice USB device that plugs in your computer. You can plug a key in it, and then there's some wedgeware software, Netgear, is that what he calls it? Netgear, that does the emulation like the Morcone and sends the same commands to the radio. I remember at one point in time, Yeso was walking around going, it's impossible, you can't do CW remotely. You'd think it would be easy, right? Just if you know RS-232, go, okay, well, if DTR goes high, one goes high, we'll just toggle it. Well, the internet's elastic. You know, sometimes they get there faster and slower. And the WinCure remote, I'm not throwing them under the bus, that all works great, but it's always a character latent. Well, that's okay if I'm sending an E, dit, okay, it's that. Now I'm sending a 0, it's got to wait for the 0, so there's funny gaps and stuff. But it works, and for hand sending. So that's the long answer to the question. The least expensive is a Windows PC, the Halakey. In the Flex world, it's a Mac or Mac. There's a Mac client available for Flex radios, a Halakey, and it's built into the Mac software, iOS software, or iOS for Mac. God, Mike, it's been a long day. Smart SDR for Mac, and so there are now multiple solutions to make it pretty easy. You just want to get on the air? So do you have your own hardware or not? Okay, can I answer the other way first? Okay, so you want to get on the air remotely and you don't have any hardware, you just want to operate. There are a couple of companies, one of them is Remote Ham Radio, and you can go by time by the minute, and it varies from less than $1 a minute to $1 a minute. It sounds expensive. I don't know, I've got some guys that sold everything they owned, put it in a bank, and they've not threw that money, and it won't be for a long time. That's true. Okay. Oh, okay. Good question. So we have a club station set up and we've got everything, and we've now, so here's what I would recommend. We'd start with iShare Radio to manage the control and command. I would recommend today a Flex Radio. I've got a number of clubs that have done that. And then Smart SDR software is free, so every user would have to install that on their computer. And then I go one step further going, okay, now I got to get N1MM running or my logbook. I actually tell clubs to run a PC at the at the club site. Again, they'll have to do some management of user login and whatever. The user logs into the PC with remote desktop and everything's all set up and running. And if you're really smart, you image it. So if somebody really mucks it up, you restore the image, but that's, advanced. That's one idea. Or the way Smart SDR works, which is the Flex software, you have virtualized serial ports and you have virtualized audio ports for digital programs. At no extra cost, just time. We'll go with the gentleman in the blue shirt first. So Ham Radio Deluxe, I used that when I first started back in my remote world about 2004. You can take HRD and do a client remote thing that was built into the original core code by Simon, but you still have to come up with an audio solution for your transmit audio and your receive audio. And then there's some hardware solutions beyond HRD where you could use remote rig, which is a great, which is the gold standard, but you need to have some networking skills. And we were trying to keep this so you didn't have those skills. Stripe shirt?
I guess just a comment to this gentleman's question. So my club in South Africa makes extensive use of it. There's a technology called remoteamps.com.
Yep.
It provides a server piece of software, provides something called Astronaut, which is available both on Android devices as well as for Windows.
The Forb, right?
You literally
Yep.
log into this thing, the entire radio pops up, you control the thing, you can do CW, you can do different computer for FD8, you can use it, and it manages things like multiple users, who has access, how they have access, what you can do with it. You have a lot of control. Now, to be fair, there is a amount of work to be done to set up, configure all of this, and get it done right, but it works incredibly well. And be able to load the users.
Excellent.
Very controlled, right? Using that today, and there's zero, other than a really small once-off cost to get access to the software on the server side, there is no cost for anyone utilizing the software at the moment. Works very well.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else? Anybody going to the contester dinner? Which starts in 20 minutes. Chance of making it 0. Oh, you too, right?
No, I'm not going to.
You're not going to that one. Well, thank you very much for coming. My slide behind me says that you can email me at mike@flexradio.com. And if you have for either of these two gentlemen, I'm glad to forward it on just to make it easy. And Mike, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And George, and if any of you have any other questions, you can or suggestions for next year, be happy to bring them forward. And 7-3, have a good evening. Hope you've enjoyed the Hamfest.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is that yours?